In one of the deadliest attacks on Russian forces since their invasion of Ukraine, the Kremlin says 63 of its servicemen have been killed after a missile attack on a Russian base in the Donetsk region. It happened on New Year's Eve. However, the Ukrainian armed forces had earlier claimed as many as 400 Russians had died in the town of Makivka. Our correspondent Hugo Beshega has the very latest from the capital, Kyiv.
In a town in eastern Ukraine, rubble and many questions. This used to be a school, apparently turned into a base for Russian soldiers. At around midnight on New Year's Eve, Ukraine struck. How many were killed remains unclear. In Moscow, the army claimed the attack was carried out with rockets supplied by the Americans. But there was also a rare admission of casualties.
As a result of the strike by 4 rockets with high explosive warheads against the temporary deployment point, 63 Russian servicemen were killed.
In Russia, military bloggers were furious. They accused the army of failing to hide its troops and of housing them near ammunition stores. One report said the use of mobile phones by soldiers allowed the building to be located. And here in Kyiv, there were more conflicting reports. First, the military claimed that 400 Russian troops had been killed. But now it says the number is still being investigated. Eastern Ukraine has seen some of the fiercest battles in recent weeks. The latest Ukrainian attack could be one of the deadliest on Russian forces since the start of the war.
Hugo, this is clearly a devastating attack. Just sum up the significance of this assault.
Well, Clive, I think it's quite significant, first because of the extent of the losses. Moscow decided that it couldn't stay silent. It had to acknowledge this attack. But I think it's also significant because it could suggest a new strategy by the Ukrainians. Up until now, Ukraine has been using these long-range rockets supplied by the Americans to target Russia's military logistics and supply lines. But in recent weeks, they've been attacking bases and troop concentrations. Now, since the Ukrainians recaptured Kherson in mid-November, the front lines haven't really changed. The Ukrainians have been saying that they're waiting weather conditions to improve to resume their operations to take back territory that's now under occupation. So I think these latest attacks could give us a suggestion of where this counteroffensive is likely to go next.
Okay, Hugo, thank you. Hugo Beshega there live in Kyiv.
Russia has admitted suffering the deadliest strike on its troops since Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine 10 months ago. The Kremlin has confirmed that 63 of its soldiers were killed in a series of strikes on a temporary barracks in the eastern Donetsk region. The Ukrainian Defense Forces have claimed responsibility for the New Year's Eve attack and say the true death toll is much higher. This footage shows the aftermath of the strike. Russian media have sharply criticized the senior officers involved. Here's part of the Kremlin's rare admission 2 days after the attack.
The Kiev regime targeted a temporary deployment point of one of the units of the Russian armed forces near the settlement of Makiva in the Donetsk People's Republic with 6 rockets of US-made HIMARS multiple rocket launchers. Russian air defense systems shot down 2 HIMARS rockets as a result of the strike of 4 missiles with a high explosive warhead at a temporary deployment point. 63 Russian servicemen were killed. All necessary assistance and support will be provided to the relatives and friends of the killed servicemen.
Samuel Ramani joins me now for more. He teaches politics and international relations at the University of Oxford. He's also the author of the forthcoming book, Putin's War on Ukraine, Russia's Campaign for Global Counter-Revolution. Mr. Ramani, good to see you again. Welcome to the day. How remarkable is it that Russia would acknowledge a loss of this magnitude?
Well, it is very, very remarkable because Russia usually cloaks its casualty figures under numbers like heavy losses, which is something that Dmitry Peskov has often used as an expression, and it very infrequently updates the number of deaths. And if you take an example of this, there was an attack on Wagner Group mercenaries in Kamdash, Syria, 4 years ago, and the Russians claimed only 5 people died, and actually 100 died. So acknowledging this level of casualties is quite unprecedented.
Criticism has been mounting in Russia against the military leadership. How has this attack in particular been received?
Well, I don't think that this attack has provoked the kind of ferocity of criticism against the military leadership that we saw after the withdrawals from Kharkiv or Kherson, or the attack even a week ago on Engels Air Base. But there have been some critical voices that have been coming. Who was the former FSB colonel, who was one of the leading critics of the defense ministry, has talking about hundreds of casualties, so a lot more closely aligned with the Ukrainian estimates. And others have drawn attention to some of the operational mishaps that made this happen. Like, why did Russia concentrate so many forces in one place? Even though the area of Donetsk is so depopulated, there's so many abandoned buildings, they could have scattered them. Why haven't they built underground bunkers or underground fortifications? Why did they allow their cellular signal to be concentrated in one place so their identities could be given away? So there are criticisms of what's happened here, but it's not as fierce as I've seen them over the course of the past year.
You're, of course, following every movement on the battlefield very closely. Where do you see the war headed?
So right now, I think we're going through a bit of a pause, or a bit of a de-escalation in terms of actual acquisitions of new territory from either side. That doesn't mean that the intensity of the conflict is going to deteriorate. In fact, what we've seen from the first couple of days of the new year is as high intensity as it's ever been. But it's just very hard for either side to be able to achieve a major breakthrough. Ukraine's long-term goal is to probably recapture Zaporizhia, which via Melitopol, which is a key supply chain for the Russians, and also try to push for an advance in Crimea and Luhansk. But unlike the thousands of kilometers of advances that we've been seeing over the course in September and October, in Crimea, they're now advancing at only 2 kilometers a day, even according to Ukrainian estimates. Similarly, the Russians remain offensively stuck in Bakhmut and are focusing more on taking advantage of the difficult terrain by creating fortifications and even booby-trapping in mining areas they hold. So right now, the Russians are focusing on holding what they can and maybe winning Bakhmut. The Ukrainians are hoping for incremental gains in Zaporizhia and Luhansk, but it's a much slower pace, a much more attritional conflict than we've probably ever seen it.
Now, the big question we're trying to answer today is, will this war end in 2023? Do you think there is a chance that this year we'll see an end to this bloody conflict?
Well, there's certainly a chance, but it's impossible to really say. I think that if the Ukrainians are to recapture all of the territory that they took over, that they lost, since February 24th, they will want to try to capture the rest of Donbass and Crimea. The United States has said that they will 100% commit to supporting Ukraine's efforts to recapture its territory that was lost since 24th, but Ukraine would have to make its own judgment calls afterward. So much depends on at the level of Western support and the continuity of Western support if Ukraine wants to go and take a potential nuclear risk by attacking Crimea. And also much depends on Russia's desire to potentially negotiate an escape out of this. Right now, it seems as if the Russian negotiating position is that the Ukrainians have to recognize Zaporizhia, Kherson, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea as all part of Russia. And aside from Crimea, Russia doesn't even control any of those regions in their entirety. Yeah. So Russia's with an unrealistic and a very, very dangerous negotiating position. And the Ukrainians believe that this is their historic chance at victory. And that's why I could easily see this war spilling over in 2024.
And some analysts are actually saying that all of what you just described is putting Russia on course to become a failed state. Would you say they're right?
So it's hard to say whether a failed state is what it is. I think even in terms of economic decline, we're noticing maybe 2.9% decline in GDP and an attritional erosion of the country's long-term development prospects, especially outside of the natural resource sphere. But we're not witnessing the kind of greater than Great Depression type collapse in the Russian economy that we saw during the 1990s. The Russian ruble is showing some weakness now after months of strength, but it's nowhere near the 1998 ruble crisis. There's been obviously talk about Russia technically defaulting, but nothing at the level of the debt crisis that we saw in 1998. Nor is there the kind of organized crime or the separatist movements in Chechnya are confined to limited protests and not to a civil war. So if Russia was not quite a failed state, but veering on a failed state during the 1990s, it certainly isn't there yet. But there is obviously the risk of greater internal unrest, potentially intra-schism if the war continues to go badly. And we have to watch those risks, particularly the dynamics between the Russian defense ministry, people like Shoigu and Gerasimov, and their most hawkish critics, like Kadyrov and Yevgeny Prigozhin of the Wagner Group.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Samuel Romani of the University of Oxford, thank you so much. DW correspondent Roman Goncharenko is in Kyiv, and he told us earlier what he knew about the New Year's Eve attack in Makivka.
Well, there are still not so many details. The Ukrainian Central Command mentioned that in its daily bulletin in the evening, saying that some 10 Russian vehicles, military vehicles, were destroyed or damaged, but saying that the number of casualties is still unknown. Before, the Ukrainian armed forces said that up to 400 Russian soldiers have been killed. The Russians are saying only 63, so there is a huge gap between those figures. And what is striking is the very harsh criticism of the Russian pro-government bloggers and pro-government commentators in social media. And this reminds of the situation in September when the Ukrainians started a counter-offensive in the region of Kharkiv, which was absolutely unexpected for the Russians and could regain territory. So the level of criticism of the Russian military officials who decided to let those soldiers be accumulated in one place and then be killed, it is very striking. And some here in Kiev also expect now probably a Russian retaliation because there were similar incidents in the past. And the situation is still very dynamic here in Kiev.
Yeah, you talked about that discrepancy between the numbers that are being given by the Russian Defense Ministry and the Ukrainian forces. It is, whatever that number be, the biggest loss of life in a single event that the Kremlin is admitting to. How is this being received by the Ukrainian people?
Absolutely. So it reminds, it could be, or it is comparable in some opinions to sinking a big Russian ship like that Moskva flagship. On the other hand, the Ukrainian officials appear to be downplaying it, maybe to prevent further escalation. Because it looks like a really big thing, probably much more dead than the Russian officials are telling the public. And on the other hand, the Ukrainian social networks, of course, are rejoicing. They are happy because on that night, Russia was continuing to strike Ukrainian territory, including the capital Kiev, and the night after that as well. So Russia is putting more pressure on Ukraine, and so there was joy on the Ukrainian side to show that Russians are also suffering, and Ukraine is not just taking those Russian strikes and doing nothing. Because, as I've said, in the couple of days before that, Russia was putting more and more pressure on the Ukrainian civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, and among several other parts of the country, Kyiv has again come under intense Russian attack. What's the situation now?
At the moment, as we speak, it is relatively calm. During the day, it was a warm day, about 10 degrees plus centigrade. And there was a mixture, of resilience, a kind of a war situation as usual. So people seemed at least partially relaxed on the streets, just walking by, expecting the Orthodox Christmas in a few days. But on the other hand, during the evening and as the night began now, there is growing tension. There is an expectation of a further Russian attack by drones, Iranian drones, and Kyiv is obviously the most valuable target. So there's growing tension of what could happen at night and in the coming days.
DW correspondent Roman Goncharenko in Kyiv, many thanks and stay safe. For months now, Russia has focused on Bakhmut in the eastern Donbass region. The city has seen some of the most intense fighting of the war. These images from the Ukrainian National Guard show the result of the Russian onslaught. Much of the fighting is old-fashioned trench warfare. The front line often barely moves at all. Shelling is causing heavy losses on both sides as soldiers are pinned down in well-known locations. Medics do everything they can to save lives. And DW's Max Sanda joined an evacuation team on the Eastern Front.
cheating death at high speed. When taking the injured from Ukrainian front lines, every second counts.
Tell me when you put your foot down, Andriy. I'm flying around back here.
They call her Kocha. It means little one. She isn't tall, but few can match her combat medic experience. She's working on a soldier whose vehicle was involved in an explosion.
Was this a ricochet?
No, we hit a mine. The driver threw me to the left, and I saw everything. He was thrown over the top. I had earplugs in and a helmet on. I hit my head, and I got hit in the chest.
The soldier will most likely fully recover. His driver is dead.
So we have some other things to take care of. Do you have children?
2.
So there must be 3 more.
He might be in an ambulance on the way to hospital, but his mind is still on the front.
Everyone thought that we would break, but in fact we stand and will continue to stand. All these raids, it only angers us more and makes everyone stronger.
It's been a grim day.
Today is a very difficult day. The enemy, the Russian aggressor, will not calm down. He sees the advantages on our side and fights harder and harder. However, I'm desperate because today, unfortunately, we had 20 but lost 3.
Finding the strength to face what is coming out of the Bakhmut area. For some of the Hospitallers, voluntary combat medics, faith is part of the answer. Krocha converted to Islam while working with Muslim volunteers in the field after hostilities began in 2014. She says she only fears God, but the job takes its toll.
What I have seen includes deaths and severed limbs, opened heads and stomachs. I put a barrier in front of me, so to speak. He is wounded, I work with him. And if I give up, how will that help him? So I hold on. I have 2 nephews at home. When I'm exhausted here, barely on my feet, and then I have a rotation, I go home, and seeing these nephews and other children fixes everything that can be fixed.
She has to return to the front, even though it's been quiet for a few days. Rain and low cloud have created poor conditions for artillery and drones. But in the distance, cannon fire. The weather has changed, and the next evacuation call may just be moments away.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. On the NewsHour tonight, Russia bombards critical infrastructure in Kyiv, while in the east, Ukraine carries out one of the deadliest attacks against Russian forces since the war started.
Pakistan struggles to recover from historic flooding that killed more than 1,700 people as waters refuse to recede.
4 months after the flood, this school in the Dadu district, like so many others, remains inaccessible to students. Its first floor still completely inundated.
And a new COVID subvariant spreads rapidly in the Northeast, sparking concerns over how well it can evade existing vaccines.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by and with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions and friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Chlorfine and Koo and Patricia Ewan. The William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, for more than 50 years advancing ideas and supporting institutions to promote a better world at hewlett.org. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the News Hour. Our lead story tonight is Ukraine, where the new year has brought little respite from Russia's war and little hope of peace.
Air raid sirens blared and explosions boomed today under a new barrage of exploding drones. In turn, the Ukrainians confirmed they carried out a weekend attack that killed scores of Russian troops. We'll get details after today's headlines.
At the Vatican today, some 65,000 people filed through St. Peter's Basilica as Pope Emeritus Benedict lay in state for the first of 3 days. Many of the faithful waited for hours to pay their respects. Benedict had retired from the papacy a decade ago. He died Saturday at the age of 95.
Compared to a funeral, this is an occasion in which you have a more personal experience. We came to say thanks, to ask something. You have the feeling of being in front of someone who made it to the other side. It's been a beautiful prayer.
A funeral will be held Thursday in St. Peter's Square. Meantime, in Brazil, many thousands of mourners paid tribute to soccer legend Pelé in his hometown of Santos. The only player ever to win 3 World Cups died last Thursday at age 82 after battling cancer. The 24-hour public viewing was held at the stadium where Pelé scored some of his most memorable goals. The head of the International Soccer Federation, known as FIFA, was among the first to arrive.
Pelé leaves an incredible legacy for football, a unique legacy. Pelé had, I think, the gift of God, a gift that very few people on earth have. And it's a gift to touch the hearts and the emotions of people.
There's a funeral mass in Santos tomorrow with a burial to follow. Latin American leaders welcomed back Brazil's new president, Lula da Silva, today. He had a string of meetings on his first full day in office. Lula was sworn in Sunday after he narrowly defeated far-right incumbent Jair Bolsonaro in October. The change puts Brazil back on a leftist track. For his part, Bolsonaro skipped the inauguration and flew to Florida. It's unclear when he'll return to Brazil. Bolsonaro faces a string of investigations from his time in office. Parts of Northern California are still under flood warnings tonight following extreme rain over New Year's weekend. Downpours in San Francisco filled roadways and stranded cars. Some people resorted to makeshift rafts to find their way around the city. Another strong storm is expected late Tuesday. In the Philippines, thousands of people remain in emergency shelters a week after devastating Christmas flooding. The death toll climbed again today to at least 51, most from drowning and landslides. More than 4,500 homes have been damaged, and some areas still have no power and water. And Australia and Canada are joining the U.S. and other countries imposing COVID testing rules for travelers from China. Starting January 5th, they have to show negative results from tests within 24 hours of departure. Infections have exploded across China as the government abruptly ended its strict policy of testing and quarantines. And still to come on the PBS NewsHour, Republicans wrangle over who should become Speaker as they take over the House, and the legacy of broadcast journalist icon Barbara Walters. Plus, celebrating Cuban-born composer and conductor Tanya Leon's impact on music.
This is the PBS NewsHour from WETA Studios in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
Today, Moscow said a Ukrainian attack over the weekend in Russian-occupied Donetsk killed at least 60 soldiers, making it one of the deadliest incidents for Russia in 10 months of war. And in the early hours of this morning, Russia launched one of its largest barrages of drone strikes on Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. Ukraine says it shot down nearly all of them. But as Nick Schifrin reports, it's been a violent beginning to a new year of war in Ukraine.
In a nation at war, war does not take a holiday. And so over New Year's, Ukrainian rockets destroyed this building housing Russian troops. And for 3 days straight, Russia terrorized Kyiv from the sky. At least 60 drones targeted Ukraine's capital. Some eluded Ukrainian air defenses. The targets were yet again civilian, ripping open this hotel, damaging the apartments of some of Kyiv's most vulnerable, and destroying families in their homes. This used to be the Kaharilitsky's kitchen. A Russian missile landed a direct hit, killing 36-year-old Irina. 2 days later, Serhiy looks for pieces of the weapon that killed her. He mourns his wife and embraces their son, who's lost his mother. His 73-year-old father, Anatoly, was injured in the same explosion.
You know, we were building this house for 5-6 years with our salary, with our money, and this happens. What can I say? They are beasts. They are not human.
And yet, amidst the torment, there is tenacity. Ukrainians in Kyiv managed to celebrate New Year's, hoping for the total victory that, despite all the fear of 10 months ago, President Volodymyr Zelensky vowed to achieve in his New Year's address.
It was dark. It was loud. It was hard for many and scary for some. 311 days have passed. It can still be dark, loud, and complicated for us. But we will definitely never be afraid again.
And yet he acknowledged the country's pain, written on the face of little girls who watched his address as their family marked a new year. But Zelensky claimed, as Abraham Lincoln did 160 years ago after Gettysburg, that war has created a new nation.
We woke up on February 24th into another life, being another people, another Ukrainians. On February 24th, millions of us made a choice. Not a white flag, but a blue and yellow flag. Not escaping, but meeting. Meeting the enemy.
Simultaneously on Russian TV, President Vladimir Putin delivered his own message and claimed historical truth is on Russia's side.
This has been a year of difficult, necessary decisions, of crucial steps towards Russia's full sovereignty and the powerful consolidation of our society.
He posed with troops and once again blamed the war on the West.
They cynically use Ukraine and its people to weaken and divide Russia. We have never allowed anyone to do that, and we will not allow anyone to do that.
And so the war goes on. The front line is 700 miles long, and there is endless destruction in a war without rest. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
For more on the state of the war, we turn to Nicholas Vozdev. He's a professor of national security at the U.S. Naval War College and has written extensively about Russia, the Soviet Union, and Ukraine. Nicholas, welcome, and thanks for joining us. Let's start with that news, Russia acknowledging dozens of their soldiers killed in a Ukrainian strike. What does this tell us about Ukrainian forces' capabilities and their strategy right now?
First, it's showing that months, if not years, of Western training and equipping of Ukrainian forces is paying off. The Ukrainians are being able to connect real-time intelligence with their artillery to be able to deliver devastating strikes, in this particular case, against Russian forces. What it does, however, signal is that the Ukrainians are concerned about the shift in Russian strategy over the last several weeks. The Russians are digging in. The Russians do not want to lose more territory in Ukraine that they have already lost since the Ukrainian counteroffensives began in the fall. They're digging in. They want to prevent further Ukrainian moves. And so I would agree with my fellow analyst, Michael Kaufman, who argues that we're seeing the Ukrainians shifting towards targeting Russian positions, targeting Russian personnel, in order to weaken those Russian defensive capabilities, which the Ukrainians will have to do if they want to resume their ability to retake land later in the spring.
Nicholas, this was a building housing many Russian soldiers, storing a lot of their ammunition. How did the Russians not see this coming?
Well, this is a question that many on Russian social media are also asking. They're asking, after 11 months of this war, why have the Russian military not learned the lessons? Why have they continued to underestimate Ukrainian intelligence and reconnaissance capabilities, the ability of the Ukrainians to direct artillery and missile fire, and why no one seemed to be held accountable for Russian failures in the so-called special military operation? It should have been anticipated that a concentration of forces and next to an ammunition dump less than 15 kilometers away from an active front line might be a target. And it does, again, suggest that the Russians are not learning from some of their mistakes that they've been making throughout the course of the invasion.
You mentioned the Russians are digging in, but they're also continuing with this somewhat relentless campaign of drone strikes, right? There were a number of reports for a long time about Russian resources being depleted. These strikes seem to suggest that's not true?
That's correct. I think we need to be very careful about making assessments that Russia is running out of anything. The Russian military is the heir of the Soviet military. This was not a military force that believed in just-in-time supply chains. This was a military that believed in extensive stockpiling. There has been also the retention of speeding up capabilities, that is, to be able to convert industry back to military production. And finally, when we're reading reports about Russia obtaining supplies from North Korea, from Iran, from other sources, keep in mind that they are dealing with countries that have had extensive defense cooperation with first the Soviet Union and then with Russia. And so, in a way, they're able to offshore some of their military production and then to bring that back into use in Ukraine. So, we need to be careful about putting any definitive dates about when the Russians are likely to run out of missiles, artillery shells, or other types of ordnance.
Meanwhile, the longer this goes on and as the death toll mounts, do you see any loss of support for the war back in Ukraine? Any cracks or fissures in the Kremlin leadership?
That will depend on whether or not Russia needs to go through another round of military mobilization, that is, that they need to really widen the draft and touch more ordinary families that so far have been somewhat insulated from the conflict. But we're also seeing criticism from Putin's right, so to speak, that he has not been decisive enough, that he is protecting those who have led the failures in Ukraine over the last number of months. And Defense Minister Shoigu has been a particular target of criticism. There's also been criticism that Putin has not done enough to crack down on the corruption in the Russian military-industrial complex, and this is also contributing to Russian failures. This could lead to problems on his end. And then finally, the wild card question of if and when economic sanctions against Russia really begin to cut into the Russian economy in such a way and to bring such a level of pain to the average Russian household and also to the Russian elites that they might be inclined to pressure the Kremlin to change course.
And that war in Ukraine, of course, now more than 10 months on. That is Nicholas Vozdev, professor of national security at the U.S. Naval War College, joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
General Hodges, thanks very much for coming on the program today.
Thank you for the privilege.
10 months of bitter conflict in Europe. Isn't it time that NATO decided what its strategic aims are in this war?
I think that is a great question. We've talked about the importance of making sure that Ukraine does not lose, that Russia does not win, but it seems to me that we have stopped short of declaring exactly what the final strategic objective is, which would be which should be total restoration of Ukrainian sovereignty over all of its territory, including Crimea, return of deported Ukrainians, especially the 200,000 Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped and taken to Russia, those kind of things should be clarified.
And why aren't they being clarified?
I'm not sure, honestly. I've been frustrated by the reluctance to take the next sort of 5% of the way to declaring what our objective is. I think it goes to a variety of potential explanations, concern about escalation, which I think has been overestimated. There still are too many people in European capitals and in Washington that are somehow cannot get their head around the idea that Russia should and will be defeated on the battlefield. And then I think there's concern about implications with China and other external actors. I can't tell what those are yet.
Is it safe to assume that NATO's aim somewhere down the line will part company with Ukraine's? We've seen Chancellor Scholz talking about Europe going back to the pre-war peace order with Russia and resolving all questions of common security. Is that actually realistic?
It's hard to imagine that we would get back to business as usual with Russia anytime soon. Certainly not with the current leadership that's in place and most of the other sort of well-known faces there in the Kremlin. We don't know what will happen once Russia has been defeated. I think that there certainly is a lot of informed analysis that's looking at the possibility of either a breakup of the Russian Federation or some change of who's in charge there. I'm not advocating for any of that, but I think we have to be open-eyed and think about the possibilities and the implications. But put that aside, I can't imagine that it would be business as usual, within a few weeks or months after the conclusion of this conflict. There will always be a Russian state. Of course there will, and there should always be a Russian state. And we will need to work with them for all the big issues that are important to us now. But I think the emphasis needs to be on protecting the international rules-based order, which includes respect for boundaries, respect for international law, respect for human rights. And we also need to focus on getting Ukraine back up on its economic feet, because we need to get the millions of refugees back home to Ukraine. And we also need to help Ukraine start producing grain and exporting grain again that is needed for millions of people in Africa and Asia.
But there can't be any sort of backslapping and shaking of hands and saying, let bygones be bygones. There are war crimes to consider, and there's the issue of reparations as well. Is that going to go by the board, do you think?
No, not at all. I was at the International Criminal Court back several weeks ago, and I am confident that they are doing a lot of hard work right now building cases for war crimes by leadership from the Kremlin, specifically for these deportations of Ukrainian children, genocide, and the daily attacks on power grids and civilian targets. These are all war crimes, and so I can't imagine. I would be shocked if after this conflict ended that we saw Foreign Minister Lavrov or President Putin or any of the other current leadership team showing up at being welcomed at international events. It would be a betrayal, actually. I mean, all of these people are going to be, I think, investigated and charged with war crimes. I mean, based on what they say publicly and what we're all watching every single day. So I'll be interested in tracking that. On the reparations front, certainly I think there's going to have to be some responsibility by Russia to help pay for the rebuilding of Ukraine. But I always have a little bit of a problem with reparations, because usually, as we saw after the First World War and the Second World War and in other wars, those reparations can have a negative side as well. The fact that Poland today is asking for 1.3 trillion euro reparations from their NATO and EU partner Germany is a manifestation of that. So I'm more focused on the war crimes than I am on reparations, but certainly Russia would have to bear some of the costs for rebuilding Ukraine.
General Hodges, how long can the West go on supporting Ukraine at current levels? One report in the summer said that there was intense fighting in the Donbass. At the time, Russia used up in 2 days more ammunition than the entire British Army had in its arsenal.
Yeah, we've learned a lot, or been reminded about what's required for sustained land combat. The ammunition consumption specifically, the numbers of casualties, the losses of vehicles and aircraft, it's astounding. And so all of us are having to retool our defense industries and figure out ways to counter this mass that Russia has employed. We don't necessarily have to match it with mass. In fact, precision can defeat mass as long as you have enough of the precision weapons. And my sense is that we're going to stick with it. Of course, just recently the White House, our reports are coming out of the Pentagon that the White House is going to approve the delivery of Patriot missile defense systems to Ukraine. That's not signed by the president yet, but the fact that that's being released from the Pentagon tells me it's probably going to happen. That is a significant step by the White House, because those are expensive and we don't have many of them. So the fact that the White House is doing that, to me, is a very encouraging sign. And the president has said this. And of course, we're on the backside now of the U.S. midterm elections. He's got strong bipartisan support for continuing this help to Ukraine. And I think the Congress and the administration recognize that this is not just about Ukraine. This is about this international rules-based order. It's about ensuring stability and security in Europe, which is important for American prosperity because our prosperity depends on European prosperity. And then finally, it's about deterrence of China, that the Chinese are watching to see, can we stick together and help Ukraine defeat Russia?
Russia has painted this war in many different forms over the last 10 months, but often as a war between Russia and the West. Do you believe that sooner or later that war between the West and Russia may become unavoidable?
No. In fact, it looks to me that Ukraine has achieved irreversible momentum, that there is no way that Russia can turn that back. And even President Zelensky had said, I don't need troops, I need the tools, the equipment, the ammunition, and so on. And so I think that the path we're on now, as long as the West sticks together and delivers everything that we said we're going to deliver and keep the sanctions in place, this does not have to go to a conflict involving NATO directly versus Russia. But the key will be all of us sticking together. Now, the Kremlin needs the narrative. I mean, they have to be able to explain to their own population why this special military operation has turned into such a disaster for them, because it would be very difficult to say, well, we're getting crushed by Ukraine. So they need to somehow justify what they're doing to their own population by expanding the narrative to say that this is Russia, against NATO.
Can I just ask you, because we're coming up to the end of 2022, to look ahead, where do you think this war will be in 12 months' time? Not where you'd like it to be, where you think it actually will move?
No, great question. My assessment is that Ukraine will have liberated Crimea by the end of summer, by August of 2023. I don't know how much of the Donbass will still be partly occupied. I think that most of the people that live in those so-called separatist territories actually would prefer to be part of Ukraine versus Russia. But the key, the decisive terrain, if you will, is Crimea. Ukraine will never be secure as long as Russia still illegally occupies part of Crimea. So I believe that by the end of summer, Ukraine will have achieved that. It's too early to plan a victory parade, but there certainly is going to be many months of hard fighting between now and then. The Russians will continue to go after civilian targets in hopes of extending this conflict for the purpose of causing us to lose our will, but I don't think that's going to happen. We know that war is a test of will, and clearly the Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian people have superior will to the Russian population and Russian soldiers. So it's a matter of logistics. And the Russian logistics system is very fragile. It's under enormous pressure. The Ukrainian General Staff is doing a very good job pounding away at Russian logistics and what we call the lines of communication, the main supply routes. There's only 2 roads that lead into Crimea. One is over the Kerch Bridge, which is already severely damaged. And then there's the so-called land bridge that runs through Mariupol and Melitopol. And the Ukrainians hit an important bridge in Melitopol yesterday or the day before. So they're already damaging, disrupting the 2 land routes that lead into Crimea. And to me, Crimea increasingly looks like a trap for Russian forces.
General Hodges, thank you very much indeed.
I'm David Knowles, and this is Ukraine, the latest. Today, as well as the latest updates from Ukraine, we look at the story of how the citizens of Kryvyi Rih saved their city from Russian forces in the early days of the invasion. And we dive into the issues facing both sides in the air war and ask what the West needs to do to support Ukraine.
This hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure.
Ukraine can win, Ukraine must win, and Ukraine will win.
Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
Every weekday afternoon, we sit down with leading journalists from the Telegraph's London newsroom and our teams reporting on the ground to bring you the latest news and analysis on the war in Ukraine. It's Monday, the 7th of November, day 257. And today, I'm joined by our Associate Editor Dominic Nichols, our Brussels correspondent Joe Barnes, who's live from Kharkiv, and Dr. Justin Bronk. He's the Senior Research Fellow for Air Power and Technology in the Military Sciences team at RUSI. I started by asking Dom for the latest from Ukraine.
Well, hi David, and hi everybody. The lines were fairly static over the weekend, but that's not to say there wasn't a huge amount of activity and violence across the lines, mainly artillery-led and missile-led. There are reports from numerous Russian telegram channels that a lot of mobilized Russian forces have been killed, complete units wiped out. These are messages from the very small number of survivors going back to their loved ones in Russia. Again, as we've often said, got to be careful with these telegram channels. Never take them at face value, but there were sufficient number of these to lend credibility to that. That would speak of the poor level of training and equipment that mobilized Russian forces have got along those lines. They seem to be just pushed in there to hold the line, to either in the south around Kherson, we think they are backfilling to enable the sort of better trained and experienced units to come out of Kherson city. But around the Donbass, we think that they're just holding the line and just holding up that advance, the push, Ukraine's push through to Savatove, that main town, that big logistic hub on the road down into the Donbass. So a lot of violence, a lot of people being killed there from Russian mobilized forces, we think. Also, suggestions today, UK Defence Intelligence is saying that Russia has lost a significantly higher rate of aircraft than it can replace. Their words, significantly higher. They're assessing about 300 aircraft. This chimes with what General Zaluzhny, the head of Ukraine's armed forces, said recently. He said last week, actually, that Russia had lost 278 aircraft. That was more than double the 119 that Russia lost through the whole of their Afghan campaign. And UK Defence Intelligence is suggesting that that's the lack of air superiority exacerbated by the loss of experienced crews and poor maintenance. that's led to that loss. We're going to speak in a minute to Justin. Be fascinating to him talk about that. Another update to just be aware of: on Saturday, Alexei Reznikov, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, he put out in a tweet that there's the latest military aid package from the US, another $400 million. This is going to refurbish Hawk air defense missiles. They're old, but kind of good. They sort of do what they say on the tin. Also going to refurb 45 T-72B tanks, mainly by provision of advanced optics. They're also going to supply 1,100 Phoenix Ghost drones, these super secret drones. I say super secret because we've never actually seen a picture of them. We've been trying to chase up what these things are for months now. But we think they are loitering munitions that are then able to, that also have a warhead, so are then able, once they've picked a target of interest, the operator has seen, are they going for air defense or radars or tanks or command headquarters, whatever, they can, once they've seen what they want, they can direct the drone to go and destroy that location. That seems to be where the edge of sort of smaller drones, smaller unattended air vehicle technology seems to be. Also, the $400 million is going to provide 400 armoured riverine boats. So very interesting if we're thinking about what might happen as and when Kherson is taken back by the city, is taken back by Ukraine. So to have a military effect along the Dnipro River there, these boats will come in hugely handy for that. And then also low comms, training, maintenance and support. But another big chunk of money there that Alexei Reznikov is lauding. And the only other thing I'll mention is Ukraine's ambassador to UK, Vadim Prystaiko. He's been speaking to Sky News this morning, and he says that his main concern are the huge number of Shahed 136, these Iranian drones, not loitering drones. They are effectively, I mean, they're low, slow, quite noisy. They have about a 50 kilogram warhead, but so quite effective. Although a lot of them are being shot down, but they seem to be leading Russia's recent push to degrade Ukraine's civil infrastructure and their power infrastructure. Mr. Prystaiko is saying that he's very concerned about a huge number of these aircraft, these drones that are being held in Belarus, possibly, obviously, bringing Kyiv into range. But hopefully more of that later with Justin. I'll take a pause there.
Thank you very much, Dom, for that. Joe Barnes, you're in Kharkiv. Can you give us a sense of what life is like on the ground there? What have you been looking at?
Hi, folks. Yes, here in Kharkiv, the northeastern second city of Ukraine. Some kind of depends where you're based, 20 to 30 miles away from the Russian border. And it's probably the first place I've been to in Ukraine where the war kind of feels quite close, in the fact while the war isn't close, actually lots of the shops are still boarded up. There is still lots of kind of missile-scarred buildings, and the lack of kind of, not atmosphere is the wrong word, but a lack of people actually roaming the streets. I know it's very cold here now. We're kind of between kind of like 3 and 4 degrees during the day, so people probably prefer to stay off the streets. But just during a brief walk round, just not a lot seems open. So whereas, unlike in Kyiv and other places, you can buy a McDonald's or a KFC, you can't do that here. I went to try and buy some water supplies from a local supermarket, and that was also boarded up as well around the corner from my hotel. So it just feels a bit more like a ghost town than anywhere else we've been on this trip so far.
And what kind of stories have you been looking at over the past few days? You've been travelling across Ukraine. What have you seen?
So I'll start with what we had published in the Sunday Telegraph, and it's quite an intriguing story about a pro-Russian politician, a history lesson from his uncle, and a dozen cement mixers, and how that kind of bizarre concoction helped to save the city of Kryvyi Rih from falling into Russian hands. So it's a story about Alexander Vilko, who is himself, he's been quite a successful politician. He served as a deputy prime minister once. He was a governor of Dnipro Proversk, which is the kind of region where his Kryvyi Rih is. But on February the 24th, he didn't hold any political position. So kind of as missiles were raining down on his city, which is probably, we can consider it a bit of a gateway between kind of Kyiv and the east. So when we met at kind of a secretive location, he had a map scrawled out in front of him, and he kind of pointed out that if Kryvyi Rih had fallen, it would have given the Russians a bit more of a staging kind of post to encircle the east of the country, to then potentially move and encircle Kyiv. But what was intriguing was that he was telling me about his story, and I then went to speak to a lot of other people about this, because you kind of obviously you want to be careful and make sure people aren't self-promoting too much. Everyone kind of backed it up, and he was basically the city's deputy mayor. Gave him a call in the early hours as they were both woken up by the sound of kind of missiles raining down on their country, and they all went to meet in the mayor's office, who is Alexander's dad, Yuri. And kind of over the kind of time it took for Alexander to light a cigarette, to smoke it, he had basically come up with a plan to protect the city, which didn't have any significant kind of manpower in it. It had 600 volunteers with 2 mortars. I can't remember. He didn't say what size the mortars were, but that's not enough to stop a kind of an advancing army. And they had no like serious vehicles. They were just kind of volunteers, probably illy trained, with rifles each. So they didn't have enough to protect the city from a Russian invasion. But basically what he kind of deduced over the time that he'd smoked this cigarette, so he suggested that everyone should pour out all of the machinery they could find on the streets. And Kryvyi Rih is known as the steel heart of Ukraine. It's got these vast kind of open iron ore pits, which would probably be the size of Monaco, some of the larger ones. It has these massive kind of steel producing factories. So they've got loads of this kind of vast machinery kind of sitting around. And he basically told people to drag out as many of these cement mixers and kind of dumper trucks and lorries and buses that they could find and block the runway. And people were kind of like questioning, why are you doing this? Why? And he went back to a story that his uncle had told him. His uncle was a former Soviet Union military pilot. And it was about how the Soviets managed to capture the Czechoslovakia in 1968 when they invaded. And he basically told the story about how the main airport in Prague was captured at 5 a.m. by a Russian flight from Moscow carrying kind of special forces, which had got over Prague and said, look, we need to land, we've got engine failure. And then as soon as they landed, they kind of took over the airport, secured it, and made room kind of for big transporter planes to kind of bring in tanks and artillery pieces to help the ground assault. And so Alexander basically told this story and said that, look, the Soviet army captured 5 airports in Czechoslovakia and ultimately captured the country. So his basically message was that let's block our airport and make sure the Russians cannot land, use it to land and kind of capture our city. And so they trusted Alexander. He's like a kind of a well-respected guy in Kryvyi Rih. He held kind of high-ranking positions in kind of local industry boards where like they would liaise, like basically not quite unions, but like kind of civic boards that would kind of liaise with the government to help the steel and mining industries there. So and then on the first day of the war, so February 24th, it pans out, no kind of planes decide to land. A pitter and patter of rain kind of filled the air, the sound of missiles and kind of artillery from around filled the air, but no planes turned up. Then on the second day, suddenly this Russian transporter plane, which they believe was loaded with paratroopers, escorted by 2 fighter jets, was spotted barreling towards their city. But as Alexander described it to me, they had to descend for a real thick cloud of fog that kind of enveloped the city. So the Russian pilot only realised that the runway had been completely blocked off when he was about 200 metres from the ground. So it was basically had to make a kind of an emergency pull up and kind of abort that landing, which ultimately stopped a team of Russian paratroopers, as described to me, landing in Kryvyi Rih. And then the next move was Alexander ordered these giant kind of, and they're 3 or 4 stories tall, mining kind of trucks. And what they do is they basically drive from the bottom of the mine to the top with about 100 tons worth of kind of dust, rubble, and soil for the iron ore to be extracted from the mine in these plants. And they were basically placed on all of the roads into Criffy Ree. Any other road that couldn't, so roads, bridges that couldn't be blocked off, they used kind of detonation charges which were found in the mines to destroy them, to basically stop. And basically they kind of hailed their good luck at that point, because the rains had started to fall. The ground alongside the roads were completely kind of bogged down, so no tank would be able to really move through it with any efficiency. And then eventually a Russian tank convoy did kind of try and enter Criffy Ree, but they got stuck behind these huge yellow dumper trucks, which kind of weigh 250 tons and sit about 4 stories off the ground when they're full. And the Russians didn't know what to do. So Alexander decided to call a local military contact he knew, and the Ukrainians eventually created this kind of cauldron effect where they shot the rear and the front tank of this convoy, forcing the Russians to basically flee on foot, knowing their time would be up very quickly if they decided to stay sitting in their tanks. And this is what spawned one of the first images of Russian tanks being dragged and towed by Ukrainian farmers, because basically after the Russians had fled, the Ukrainian farmers went out and hauled this kind of treasure trove of tanks and artillery pieces into Criffy Ree. And then another kind of great bit of luck would be one of the guys that worked in the kind of an older gentleman that worked in the military planning office in Criffy Ree, happened to be a former artilleryman, so he could help kind of train some people up. And the next time a kind of Russian tank convoy moved on Criffy Ree in March time, they were fired on by their own ammunition and their own tanks, their own artillery, in a battle that eventually saw them push some 50 kilometers back from the town. And I just think it's a really fascinating story. So the guy Alexander Vilko is not pro-Russian as in pro-Putin. He was once in favor of kind of closer ties between Ukraine and Russia. He didn't believe that Ukrainian should be the country's only official language. He thought Russian should play a part, because a vast chunk of that part of the world does speak Russian, and many of them people there spoke Russian as their first language. It's now kind of changed, and people have made a genuine effort to ensure they only speak Ukrainian there, which is quite fascinating, but that's probably for another day. So I think that was a really interesting story, and I'll stop there for that one.
That's absolutely fascinating. Thank you, Joe. Dom, can I just ask you, from a military perspective, what are your reactions to the story that Joe's told us of the citizens of Criffy Ree coming together and essentially improvising their defence, which seems to have paid off?
Well, I think it's fascinating. It speaks of the culture we've seen in Ukraine for the last few months last few years, but since February 24th, of improvisation, improvise, adapt, and overcome, the old mantra. I mean, it's fascinating. Look at some of the things they're doing. It's fairly low-level stuff. Parking these. I mean, I know these dumper trucks are massive, as Joe says, 4 stories high, 250 tons. But it's quite a simple tactic to block the runway. But it's the doing it. It's someone pulling these ideas together, and then everyone else, with every instinct in their body, every fibre saying, "Oh, this could end badly. I've got my family to think about, etc., etc." But people come together to say, "Yeah, it's only going to work if we all lean in." I think it's absolutely fascinating. It does speak of the societal endurance and resilience, and it also shows how even great military machines can be defeated quite simply. For those who have access to BBC iPlayer, there's a fascinating, I think, 7-part thing on Russia at the moment about it's called Trauma Zone. It charts Russia from 1985 to 99, when it all sort of collapsed at the end of the Cold War. But in there, it was showing that in the revolution, or the would have liked to have been a revolution in 91, when largely held back by Boris Yeltsin. I mean, the Russian civilians were adopting tactics that they'd seen used against them by Afghan mujahideen, by just getting large bits of tarpaulin and draping them over the tanks attacking attacking central Moscow and just denying the soldiers inside the ability to see where they're going. It completely wiped out that military capability. So things like this, it's all very good having anti-tank guided missiles and all the rest of it, and they're terrific, believe me. But there are many things that civilians can do. We've seen these porcupines, the big sort of tripod structures that are welded together to stop vehicles moving. We've even seen just buses. If you put them together, imagine a street. We've got some tanks coming down the street. You want to stop those tanks. All we've got is a couple of just civilian buses. If you point them nose to nose, but not sort of directly across the street, tank will just roll through that. But put them in a kind of crescent, a V-shaped formation pointing towards the tank. Very, very difficult to get through that unless the vehicle can get over the top. Which they not all of them can. I mean, there are some very low level things, actually quite simple things to do that civilians can do if they know how to. And this is why we need to get John Spencer on the pod, because he's produced the Urban Handbook for how people can do this sort of thing. But yes, it's fascinating what can be done at a very low level with just a little bit of thought, a little bit of application and innovation, and then everyone deciding, I'm going to take my chances and lean in and let's all go together.
Thanks, Dom. I know you had a quick question for Joe as well.
Yeah, Joe, hi. Great to hear from you. I just wondered if you could react to some breaking news I'm charting here, 25 minutes old, of reports of mine explosions along the border, the Ukraine-Russia border in the north, sort of northeast of Chernihiv, north of Sumy. There's reports that on the Russian side of the border, there's been a number of mine explosions, or at least two, either separate incidents or two mines at the same incident. I think it's probably two separate incidents. Which there's suggestions that soldiers and FSB officers have been badly injured driving over anti-tank mines, that they are either the mine layers have put them in the wrong place or it's bad drills by the border guards. But I just wonder, you're up in Kharkiv and looking at that sort of that border there against Russia. Can you just give us a feel for what's happening there? As Ukraine had to hold a lot of forces there to prevent any further incursions, or just what's the mood, what's the feel for any further advances from Russia back across the border?
Unfortunately, Dom, I think Joe's just messaged me to say he didn't actually hear that question, as the Wi-Fi is a little bit dodgy up in Kharkiv.
Yeah, sorry about that, Dom. The Wi-Fi is a bit unpredictable here, I presume because the power is not 100% stable all the time, but that's kind of what I'll speak about now is one of the main stories that I've looked at while travelling through Ukraine is how people are going to cope with the winter. As I mentioned earlier, it's 3 or 4 degrees outside at the moment. It's bitterly cold for me, but I'm now sat inside a kind of a warm hotel room, shielded from the elements. But many people across Ukraine don't have that kind of luck on their side. So, for instance, when we were in Zaporizhia a while ago, and we visited a housing estate that was hit by a Russian S-300 rocket or missile at the beginning of October in the first week. People died in the hit. It was a big kind of news story, which received a lot of attention at the time there. But so we then travelled back just about a month later to see what people were doing in that area and how people were living. And we kind of realised a lot of people had moved out, but some people didn't have the same kind of fortune and the ability to move out. One lady, Eleanor, because she basically had her elderly mother-in-law to look after and couldn't physically move her that easily. There was another chap called Serhiy. He had lived in the apartment block for 50 years and basically said the attack had made him more resolute than ever, but he didn't want to give up what he had lived with for 50 years. Then we met another chap called Anatoly. He had actually escaped from occupied territory, moved that. So he had escaped from Russian occupied territory, that kind of the hell that we've heard of those stories there, moved to this apartment block, only for it to kind of the war to land on his doorstep again. And they were living so Serhiy was outside, he was cooking his pork shashlik kebabs on an open fire pit because none of the building had gas. They had intermittent electricity. Many of the windows were blown out. So you just you have to think what it's going to be like for the people of Ukraine as they come in to kind of the really bitter cold winter months. And so November, December doesn't actually start to really get really cold. It's kind of January, February, March time when you'll have the snow on the ground and it'll be well into the minuses and sub-zero temperatures. So there's real questions from a lot of these people that, where they hear lots of promises from the West, lots of promises from the Ukrainian government about being given new homes, new places to live, new windows, but actually that support probably isn't coming fast enough for some. And so it's not a damning criticism on the Ukrainian government, because they have a hell of a lot to clean up. But there are going to be kind of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that are living in kind of war-torn, war-scarred, battle missile wrecked apartment blocks in some of the coldest months, the kind of winters that Britain couldn't dream of. So that's where I kind of think I leave it there for my thoughts of the week, as there are lots of people kind of living in these hellish conditions, and my voice is about to go because I've been suffering from a bit of a cold myself. So I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much, Joe, for joining us, and hope you do feel better soon. Justin Bronk, you've just published a fascinating paper on the air war and what you think, what Russi thinks Ukraine needs to do now, how the West needs to support Ukraine. I just want to pick you up on something you mentioned kind of early on. Your paper suggests that the air war was much more closely fought at the beginning of the war than generally has been reported. Could you give us an account of that? How so?
Sure. So essentially, what happened in the first couple of days of the war was that Russian electronic attack using electronic warfare equipment was very effective at degrading and jamming a lot of Ukrainian radars. And in addition, the large barrages of cruise and ballistic missiles on Ukrainian air defense positions particularly forced a lot of the surviving systems to move urgently to avoid being hit. And that meant that essentially Russian fixed-wing aircraft were able to conduct quite deep strike penetration sorties up to about 300 kilometers inside Ukrainian-controlled airspace, around 100 to 140 sorties a day, for the first 3 days, while Ukrainian air defenses on the ground were kind of regrouping, repositioning, and trying to reset damaged equipment and repair things. During those first 3 days, therefore the Ukrainian Air Force, in terms of the fighter aircraft, were trying to hold the line in terms of defending Ukrainian airspace more or less on their own. And while they had some significant isolated successes from flying very, very low, exploiting the terrain, and the fact that they've been training for these sort of operations for a long time, to try and get underneath Russian radar coverage and kind of ambush Russian strike packages from below. The Ukrainian Air Force took really quite serious losses in those 3 days, and the message was kind of, we can't do that again. It's not sustainable because of the huge technical overmatch that Russian aircraft have compared to Ukrainian fighters, particularly in terms of radar and missile reach. Once the Ukrainian ground-based air defenses started to really come back online from kind of the third day onwards, Russian medium and high altitude penetrating sorties across Ukraine started to become pretty quickly unsustainable. And so they switched to very low level attacks for kind of the first week of March. That led to unsustainable losses to short range shoulder fired manpads, so man portable air defense systems. So then they tried to fly by night, although only a very small portion of their fleet, the Sukhoi 34 fullbacks, the fighter bombers, really had any training for that sort of low-level night attack mission set. So it was already a very reduced part of the Russian strike fleet that could be used. And even there, once the Ukrainians started to get night vision equipment to their manpads operators, that became pretty costly as well. But so the kind of message I would highlight from that is there was a lot more Russian strike activity than we saw in terms of fixed wing Air Force strike operations at the beginning of the war, and their fighters were very effective and have been throughout, even though they've been forced to stand off since the ground-based air defenses got back online. And so if we don't keep up supply of ammunition and ultimately replacement systems for those Ukrainian medium-range and short-range SAM systems, things like SA-11 Buk or SA-8 OSA, then there's nothing to stop at that point the Russian Air Force suddenly becoming much more effective than it's been up to now. And we sort of glimpsed what that could look like in the first few days, albeit in those first few days, the Air Force were also going after Ukrainian air defense systems. And so they were limited in some ways by the slow nature of their targeting process. they were often hitting quite accurately positions that had already been vacated. But if you were to read that across to attacks on infrastructure or attacks on static frontline positions, these days it's a real threat. And so, having focused very strongly on the ground war in terms of equipment provision up to now for very good reasons, it's important the West doesn't get complacent and now prioritizes resupplying and ultimately replacing those Ukrainian medium-range SAMs, because the Air Force on its own won't be able to keep the Russian Air Force out of Ukrainian skies if those SAMs run short of ammo or are slowly attrited.
Well, this is fascinating. Thank you, Justin. I know Dom's got lots of questions. I just want to ask, you've sketched a fascinating picture of the early days and weeks of the conflict. Can you just give us a sense of what it looks like at the moment? What are the tactics and the strategies being employed? And it sounds as if really the Ukrainian Air Force is on top. Is that fair?
To be honest, I wouldn't characterize it that way. So I would say there's a significant degree of mutual denial in terms of the ability to effectively use air power for close air support on the front lines. Neither the Ukrainian Air Force has taken really significant losses, particularly in early October, trying to be more aggressive about conducting airstrikes on Russian positions, particularly down south in Kherson, because not only are Russian ground-based air defenses still strong, despite the use of AGM-88, the high-speed anti-radiation missile, which has attrited Russian radars to some degree and forced them to operate in a safer but more kind of less effective manner. But what the Russian Air Force is spending most of its time in terms of sortie rates now doing is they've divided up the kind of lines of contact into 8 different air defense zones, and they maintain a combat air patrol of at least 2 fighters in each of those, pretty much all through daylight and sometimes in the night as well, with primarily Sukhoi 35, so one of their air superiority fighters, and MiG-31BM, which is this rather unique Russian, very large long-range interceptor. Both of them are equipped with very powerful long-range radars capable of picking out low-flying aircraft against clutter from a long distance, and also with both R-77, which is the standard Russian Air Force long-range active radar missile, which comfortably outranges, even in a sort of even confrontation, the R-27s that the Ukrainians are equipped with. But also the Russians are able to fly high and fast at some distance behind their own front lines, which means that their missiles start out with a lot of energy, whereas the Ukrainians, because of the Russian fighter patrols and the ground-based air defense, the Russian ground-based air defense near the front lines, have to approach the front very, very low. So their missiles, even if they had a comparable missile, are starting out with much, much less energy, so they will go much less far. The Russians are also using a lot of a very long-range air-to-air missile called R-37. And essentially what that's done is push back the ability of the Ukrainians to sustainably fly sorties, even at very low altitude, to the front lines. They're still trying, but they're taking significant losses, and it's not really sustainable there. But equally, the Russians are concentrating on trying to slowly and steadily attrit those Ukrainian SAMs that are preventing Russian aircraft from sustainably operating near the front lines. If they operate low level, there's a lot of kind of standoff rocket lobbing. That's essentially just airborne artillery. It's not a precise form of attack. It's relatively safe for the Russians to do, certainly. But it essentially, what the Russians can't do is what they did in Syria at the moment, which is kind of tote around at medium altitude, taking their time to identify targets and then relatively accurately dropping sticks of unguided bombs. They can't do that because the Ukrainian SAMs are still there. What Ukrainian fighters are spending most of their time doing at the moment is hunting cruise missiles and Shaheeds in the interior, which they are having some success with, but again, they need resupplies of particularly short-range air-to-air missiles, their R-73s.
Justin, you mentioned the missiles that the Russian jets are using, and also the point of your paper really is to say that we should provide more supplies to the Ukrainians. Can I just ask? We know that the Russians are running low on other ballistic stocks. Is that something that's affecting? Do we know if that's something that's affecting the Air Force as well? Is that could we see in the future the Russian Air Force run out of the missiles that they use, or is that just something we don't know?
So the Russians may be having difficulties with some of their, in terms of stockpiles, with some of their air-launched precision-guided munitions, particularly standoff ones. So they've been using a lot of their something called KH-29, both T and L, so TV and laser-guided versions. That's been one of the mainstays of their Sukhoi 34 fleet's standoff attacks on fixed targets near the lines. as well as larger things like KH-59, which is an air-launched cruise missile. On the other hand, they have enormous quantities of unguided rockets and bombs, so they can continue to use those where they're able to get access for an extremely long period of time. We have seen an increase in recent weeks in the Sukhoi 34 fleet, so really high-end fighter bombers, conducting unguided bombing raids at low level on Ukrainian frontline positions. That would support the theory that they're running relatively low on KH-29 and 59, because there have been significant losses in the KH-34 fleet, so in the Sukhoi 34 fleet. 17 or 18 confirmed of the 135 or so that they started the war with. So they're probably keen to avoid risking them to ground fire, particularly man-pads, but also anti-aircraft fire if they can. And the fact that they are having to do so anyway suggests, yeah, maybe they're running a bit short on certain air-to-ground guided munitions. On the other hand, the fact that they've expanded the use of R-37, so that this very, very long-range air-to-air missile, from the core MiG-31 fleet, where it's the standard armament, to also a portion of the Su-35 fleet, suggests they're not particularly worried about stockpiles of R-37, because if they were, they probably would keep that for the specialist platform that is the MiG-31. So I don't think the Ukrainian Air Force is going to be delivered by the Russians suddenly running out of that stuff.
Justin, hi, Dom here. Thanks so much for doing this. Really appreciate it. Fascinating stuff. It's really good that we're able to have a deep dive into all things air power, air defence. In your paper, you talk about the actions the West should be encouraged to take. By the West, I mean those external supporters, obviously not just countries in the West, not just NATO, but countries all leaning in to supply military aid for Ukraine. Everyone's limited by money, bandwidth, political bandwidth, etc., etc. So where would you say the priority is? Is it facing that lack of offensive capability? You talk about the need for F-16s, F-18s, Gripen to lead on the offensive capability, or defensive, the need for more man-pads, self-propelled anti-air guns, and so on and so forth. Given where we are at the war at the moment, where would you suggest external support looks to lean in as a priority?
So I would divide it more by deliverable time frame as opposed to particularly offensive or defensive. I think actually the priorities in the air domain are pretty much exclusively defensive, including fighters. So the biggest priority, as we've already heard today from yourself, is clearly the getting on top of the Shaheeds, the Iranian loitering munitions being supplied in large numbers. Because they're cheap enough and usable in large enough numbers that Russia can very effectively use them to kind of bolster its relatively limited remaining stocks of cruise missiles, and particularly things like the Iskander 9M 723 and 720 ballistic missiles, for this counter-infrastructure campaign. Previous iterations of the Russian long-range strike campaign have essentially floundered on insufficient concentration of firepower. So they tried to go after Ukrainian communications capabilities, Ukrainian infrastructure, Ukrainian industry, defense industry, Ukrainian fuel infrastructure. None of them really, they were never able to achieve lasting and decisive damage because Russia just doesn't have the stocks of these expensive cruise and ballistic missiles. But in this latest iteration, since essentially the second week of October, they've been mixing very effectively those higher-end cruise missiles and ballistic missiles against large infrastructure targets, where those larger warheads are much more useful. So things like large power stations, interconnectors, large water treatment plants, hydroelectric plants, and then using the hundreds of Shaheeds to target all of the smaller stuff, where frankly they just don't have the numbers of cruise missiles to cover the whole country. So they're using the Shaheeds to hit substations, small pumping stations, infrastructure in terms of things like office blocks where infrastructure offices are based, and so it's providing them a much more sustainable and therefore dangerous campaign. So in the very short term, clearly the West needs to send as many man-pads, so man-portable air defense systems, as possible. They do work against Shaheeds, mostly from the rear aspect, but they do work. And so to not only resupply the mobile air defense teams that are using them at a significant rate, but also hopefully expand them. Obviously, there are limited stocks left in the West, so this will partly require purchasing from around the world, from countries who might be willing to quietly supply not directly to Ukraine, but via Western intermediaries. More of the self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, modern ones, so things like the German Gepard, which is very effective, both against Shaheeds and in some cases cruise missiles, but there just aren't enough of them. Ideally, gun systems are more sustainable against Shaheeds because individually they're not very hard to shoot down. They're just relatively cheap and usable in large numbers, so expensive missiles aren't really a sustainable answer. Clearly, the supplies of IRIS-T, SLM, and NASAMS, the Western surface-to-air missile systems, are very, very welcome to bolster defense against cruise missiles. But again, Ukraine is a huge country, and not only do the launchers need to be supplied, but also lots of ammo, which is going to be a challenge, but one we have to try and rise to. Less so for NASAMS because it can use AMRAAM, which is the sort of standard Western long-range air-to-air missile. And then in the sort of medium term, we really need to worry about, first of all, getting Ukraine more supplies for their mobile surface-to-air missile systems that they're using near the front lines to keep the Russian Air Force sort of out of the game, if that makes sense. And key there is the supply of Western fighters in the sort of medium term, because so we're talking 3 to 4, 5 months maybe, because we can't keep those SAM systems supplied forever. We don't make the ammunition for a lot of these systems. And there aren't enough Western surface-to-air missile batteries that we could send to cover both the infrastructure in the cities and the frontline areas. The Russian Air Force has been pretty cautious. Wherever there is a significant threat, they've generally been very, very reticent to actually try and destroy it. So even a small number of Western fighters with air-to-air missiles and radars that can meaningfully compete on an even keel with those Russian fighter patrols and threaten Russian strike aircraft from a safe distance would be hugely effective. Clearly, the key is not necessarily training the pilots. The Ukraine has more trained fast jet pilots than they have aircraft, and Western aircraft are generally fairly easy to fly, albeit quite difficult to operate really effectively. But a couple of months of training would probably be sufficient there. The key will be setting up the ground support infrastructure, the maintenance chains, the air bases. Ukraine has kept its air force alive by operating from small, relatively rough, dispersed air bases around the country. And so any Western fighters supplied before there is some sort of ceasefire, and at that point, sure, there'll probably be American aircraft brought in at that point to be the backbone of a future Ukraine.
It sounds from what you're suggesting and what you're saying in the paper that in particular the lack of Russian attack helicopter sorties over the border after the very first few days when they were raiding up to 50 Ks inside the lines, this push to hold them over their own lines. It seems as if low technology in great abundance, which might hint at for Western forces, UK in particular, that a huge number of infantry are required, outweighs technical brilliance in the air. Is that fair? And does it speak of a casualty aversion from Russian air power, that they haven't tried to launch multiple ship suppression of enemy air defence and destruction of enemy air defence missions inside Ukraine?
It's quite a bit to unpack in that question. So I think for a start, the thing to emphasize is that manpads only have an effective range of about 10,000 feet and at maximum can only really be pushed up to about 15,000 feet. And even then, not normally against fast jets particularly effectively. So if your Air Force has freedom to operate at medium altitude, as indeed Western fighters have consistently over the last 2 decades in multiple conflicts, manpads just aren't really a defense against them. The issue for the Russian Air Force is that, first of all, they haven't been able to coordinate their different fleets together in large, complex strike packages to, for example, combine strike aircraft. That means the Ukrainian air defenses have to respond, suppression shooters to fire anti-radiation missiles to force the Ukrainian SAMs to then either turn off their radars and reposition or risk being hit. Destruction of enemy air defenses assets to push in and try and actually find and hard kill those SAMs while they're suppressed, with fighters to sweep against any kind of interceptors and perhaps electronic warfare assets. Now, this is how the US and its allies would put together a suppression of enemy air defenses campaign, but the Russian Air Force has never really operated that way. They only really train in 2 ships or occasionally 4 ships. And mostly those training sorties are pretty simple navigation flights, weapons deliveries on unguided ranges, or being practice targets for ground-based air defenses, which is great for the ground-based air defenders, but not great training for fighter pilots. So essentially, they don't really have a lot of the core skills, both in terms of aircrew, but also in terms of planning and senior commanders. They don't know how those sort of operations work, so it's difficult for them to run them. What that means is as long as Ukrainian SAMs continue to function, Russia can only fly low, and at very low level, A, they're vulnerable to the manpads, and B, it's difficult to find, identify, and then accurately hit your targets, because flying at several hundred knots, very, very low level, you only see them for a couple of seconds before you're over them. And so, for now, it speaks to the inability of either the Ukrainian or the Russian Air Force to do what we would see as effective close air support. On the other hand, if the Russian Air Force, even with its deficiencies in close air support, was able to get over the Ukrainian SAMs and could operate at medium level, they would probably have a very decisive shaping impact on the battlefield, even though they can't do kind of exquisite, precise, organic, targeted close air support like Western air forces do. For example, the HIMARS, which so far Russia has been unable to find and destroy a single one. If Russian Air Force patrols were able to rove around the battlefield, they would very quickly spot the launch signatures and could then attack those HIMARS, and it would be much, much more difficult for Ukraine to use them effectively. Same for artillery, same for concentrations of forces. So, even without Western sort of high-end multi-role air capabilities, the Russian Air Force could be highly, highly destructive against Ukrainian battlefield and, of course, infrastructure targets if they had more freedom. So it's this mutual denial that's led to the war being very much a ground war so far, and very much more dependent on infantry and massed artillery and UAVs, rather than necessarily speaking to any kind of hitherto unknown truth about the nature of modern war from a Western perspective.
Sure, thanks. Mutual denial sounds like many of the relationships in my life. Before I go, could you just introduce for us, please, the European Sky Shield initiative and offer an opinion on whether or not you think post this war that might come into some future security guarantee for Ukraine short of actual NATO membership?
So, I mean, the difficulty is that it's very, very difficult to put. Well, first of all, you can't put 100% effective air defense system over any country. So, if you the country that's come closest is Israel, where hundreds of billions have been spent, not just on Iron Dome, but Iron Dome sits as one element within a layered defense system that includes both the the air side of things. Even attack helicopters being used as counter UAV shooters with Hellfire. But of course, above Iron Dome, in the ground side of things, you also have David's Sling, you have Patriot. So there's a whole series of layered, incredibly expensive air defense systems there with very, very effective command and control, very well integrated. And Israel is a tiny country, comparatively speaking, with very, very well-known threat directions. They know exactly where they're going to be launched at from particularly from parts of Lebanon as well as the Golan Heights, and obviously from Gaza. And even then, they can't do 100% defense against all rocket attacks, let alone higher-end ballistic missiles or cruise missiles. So when you're looking at a country the size of Ukraine, it's never going to be possible to put 100% protection in place. The question is, what is good enough to outweigh the risk and the cost of Russia embarking on strategic strike campaigns? And so, for example, at the moment, the defenses already in place are working fairly well. You're already seeing more than half the cruise missiles being fired, being shot down. Close between 75 and 85% of most Shahed waves being shot down. The problem is it's not sustainable without more Western support on the air defense side of things at both the high and the low end. And also, of course, that support needs to encompass helping them with the reconstruction so that Russia can't just strike one target and then move on. They have to keep going back and striking the same targets to keep the effect up. So even countries that don't have air defense equipment to potentially either buy and supply or supply directly can help by, for example, supplying spare parts and expertise to help repair Ukrainian power stations, substations, pumping stations, interconnectors, to try and rebuild that resilience. ultimately, this Russian strike campaign is not going to knock Ukraine out of the war. It's not going to, in itself, reverse the battlefield fortunes. But the key question for how much Western aid we send for the air defense needs in the next couple of months is how many Ukrainian civilians are going to be forced from their homes, but also, just frankly, how many are going to freeze to death over the winter. We can help, and we should help more.
Cool. Hi, Justin. Thank you for doing this. Joe in Kharkiv at the moment. I was just wondering if you could enlighten me and probably everyone else listening. There seems to be quite a debate brewing over what to kind of label the Shahed 136 drones. I keep on calling them kamikaze drones, but I notice the air power experts on Twitter would prefer to call them loitering munitions. Could you kind of describe why we should call them loitering munitions and not drones, using your kind of analysis and expertise, please?
Well, this is a pet peeve of mine, so I'll be very happy to rage against the tide in this case. So essentially, the first thing would be that the Shahed, and I've as I'm sure you've seen many, I've seen one blow up quite near me and seen the terminal behavior. I've inspected them in terms of components inside. They're relatively simple things, but ultimately all they are is a propeller-powered missile with slightly larger wings than usual to give it more range. We don't call any other kind of missile kamikaze or suicide, and it would seem absurd to do so. So there's nothing inherently different about the Shahed. I mean, loitering munitions of this class have existed for decades, the Israeli Harpy being the first mass-produced one in the late 80s. And it's only recently that people have started calling them kamikaze drones. Now, the Iranians, annoyingly enough, do call them something similar. The Shahed means martyr. But ultimately, as I say, we don't call any other kind of missile a kamikaze or a suicide missile. For certain parts of the world, particularly in Japan, it's quite disrespectful and offensive because the kamikaze pilots back in the day were very poorly trained young men, forced in many cases, even bolted into their cockpits and forced to kill themselves flying into ships in an ultimately totally pointless, suicidal attempt to save their country. So comparing them to a missile that sacrifices nothing is a little disrespectful for some cultures in particular. And ultimately, what differentiates the Shahed and things like the Harp and the Harpy from other missiles is the capacity to loiter. So the ability to circle a target for a while, either until one appears if it's got an anti-radiation seeker, or to circle and then attack at a given time or from a given bearing. So hence focusing on the loitering bit as opposed to anything else. Ultimately, drone munition, I think would be fine. My issue with the term drone is it's a bit like saying vehicle. A drone can encompass anything from a tiny quadcopter that you buy for £5 from Argos, up to multi hundreds of millions of dollar thing the size of a 737, which can fly in the stratosphere and has lethal autonomous attack capabilities and is a stealth aircraft that can cross continents, and only the US flies in the black world. So attempting to use the term drone to describe anything in an analytical context, you can't, because it's too broad a term. It can mean almost anything. It's like saying vehicle. You could refer to a dump truck or a Formula One car. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you very much for that, Justin. I've just got one more question for you. Would you be able to sketch out for us the sort of broad two scenarios following your paper? Firstly, what happens if the West follows what you're writing and supplies Ukraine with what you say it needs? How does the battlefield look in the weeks and months to come if that happens? But also, what happens if this doesn't happen, if they don't get the supplies they need? What happens then?
So on the cruise missile and Shahed front, what happens if they get the additional supplies of urgent supplies of manpads, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and more ammo and launchers for SAMs, is that a lot of Ukrainians who would otherwise be forced to leave the cities, because of course you can survive much more easily in the countryside than in the cities without electricity or running water, because you can dig wells or you have wells and you can burn firewood, but in the cities that's not doable. So a lot of evacuations and more refugees, if they can't, hold back the tide, as it were. But also, just a lot fewer dead civilians for people who can't move or won't move. A lot of people will freeze to death in their homes this winter if we don't supply them with more air defense capability, and also with components to help repair as much of the damage as possible on an ongoing basis to the power and water grids. But ultimately, Ukraine will keep fighting, and it will just make them more angry and make an eventual settlement even more difficult, because it adds to the sense of complete outrage among all Ukrainians, and rightly so. I mean, the Blitz spirit is still a thing in popular culture in the UK, and that was however long, nearly 80 years ago. This sort of deliberate bombardment of civilians will create very lasting hatred and enormous, in addition to what's already there, and huge casualties. In terms of the supplies to the Ukrainian air defense system more generally, particularly medium SAM ammunition and eventually fighter aircraft, if Ukraine gets them, then the Russian Air Force will largely remain irrelevant. They will simply not be able to exert a shaping influence on the ground campaign. If they don't get them, then there is the danger that suddenly Russia actually starts to gain a much greater degree of access to bombard with a very heavy and quite efficient, so just cheap, unguided bombs in large quantities, Ukrainian positions, units, bases, and infrastructure, as well as cities near the front lines. And that actually could seriously affect the ongoing initiative in the war, which Ukraine has wrestled from the Russians at such cost. If Ukraine is able to maintain its forward air defenses and keep the Russians at bay, then the military momentum on the ground is so one way at this point that Russia faces the likely prospect of being defeated in Ukraine in the spring and the early summer of next year.
Thank you very much, Justin. Is there anything we haven't talked about that you think is important for our listeners to know or understand? And finally, how can we find this paper? How can we find what you've been writing?
So the paper can be found free on the RUSI website. It's under if you search RUSI Bronk, it'll pop up under my staff tab. It's also on the RUSI Twitter account, on my Twitter account as well. And it's a RUSI special report called Russia's Air War and Ukrainian Requirements for Air Defense. So you can download the PDF there for free, and there's no paywall or anything. And I think in terms of broader comments, I've probably rambled enough in people's ear for now. Thank you very much for having me, and thanks for the time.
Not at all. Thank you so much for coming on. It's been absolutely fascinating and really good to do a deep dive on the things you've been working on. Dom Nichols, would you like the final words? Just wondering if you had any reaction to everything that Justin was saying earlier. What's your take on what he said?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of red meat to get through there. I've read the paper. It's actually quite short. It's only 46 pages, and it reads very, very easily. So don't be put off by that. I recommend everyone go and have a look at the RUSI website and have a read. It is very interesting, and he's a beefy brain box. He knows his onions, and he is listened to by the government here, the MOD, and elsewhere. So, do pay attention to what he says, because others do. Very interesting arguments about the time for the West somehow to find the mechanism to supply Western, like F-16, 18, Gripen, etc., either through contractors or what have you. But the costs of not doing. But I thought when I was reading the paper, I hadn't realised quite how close run thing it was in those early days. And reading it, I didn't have time to ask him, but it was very clear. We've seen this is the evidence of an idea that we've put forward before, not just us, not claiming it for ourselves, but this idea that Russia invaded with basically three different armies, one in the north, one in the east, one in the south, and then the Air Force doing its own thing. And it was very clear that the Air Force was not coordinated with ground forces. And if you read the paper, that just screams through that it just didn't work on that sort of joint level of military planning. But I just commend everyone to go and have a read of the paper for themselves. Fascinating. For my final thought, I would just say, have a look at the G20. G20 starts next Tuesday. And apparently we're going to discover this week whether or not Putin is going to attend personally. I doubt he will, but it'll be really interesting to see what decision he makes. And the reason I doubt he will is because he's very rarely left Moscow or Russia since this phase of the war started, and he's only gone to other places where he's got a passive audience or a friendly crowd. I can't see him going to the G20 which are 19 of the richest nations and the European Union.
Hello, and thank you for tuning in, everyone. This is the account with the news report for day 313 of the war in Ukraine. News today were dominated by the continued Russian missile and UAV attack on Ukraine and the strike on Makivka I mentioned yesterday. The rest was mostly minor news, and as usual I grouped them into the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But as usual, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Generally, the fronts are currently more or less at a standstill. Only small-scale battles are reported. However, some small notes for the main areas. Svatove. Front lines have not moved much here, but reportedly Ukraine is continuously making small gains. Kremina. Complete information blackout around what is happening in and around the settlement. Rumors claim heavy battles around Dibrova. Bakhmut. Russia is concentrating forces towards the north of Bakhmut for a possible offensive, however not much has happened lately. Ukraine repelled attacks around Bakhmut and in the south. Marinka. Small-scale battles are happening inside the settlement, however nothing major is reported. And now for the latest on the continued Russian missile and UAV attack on Ukraine. While reported numbers vary, the Ukrainian Air Force once again defended the skies over Ukraine against the Russian missile and UAV attack. Numbers are ranging from 39 to 44 aerial targets destroyed. Over the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, at least 22 targets were shot down. The damage report stated that at least 11 private houses and one critical infrastructure facility were damaged, and parts of the heat supply were cut off. According to Vitaly Kim, head of the Mykolaiv Oblast military administration, 7 Shaheds had been shot down over Mykolaiv Oblast. In his evening speech, President Volodymyr Zelensky reported that Ukrainian air defense has shot down over 80 drones since the beginning of the new year, and that Russia is planning a long-term attack to exhaust Ukrainian resources. Moving on to the GMLRS strike on the military base in Makivka. 400 dead and 300 injured. That is the alleged toll of the GMLRS strike on a former school in Makivka used as a military base by Russia. Reports suggest the basement of the school was used as an ammunition storage, which completely destroyed the building when it exploded. Propagandist Andrei Medvedev was outraged by negligence of the occupiers, which led to great losses of personnel. Both the General Staff of Ukraine and the Russian Ministry of Defense confirmed the strike. While the General Staff did not mention any numbers, the Russian MOD claims only 63 soldiers died after the building was hit by 6 missiles. Pro-Russian blogger Anatoly Shary wrote, "There are still several hundred corpses in Makivka." Here you can see the video we already showed yesterday of the destroyed building. Referencing the governor of Samara, Medusa news outlet reports a group of mobilized men from Samara are among the killed. According to relatives of the soldiers, many were torn to pieces. Survivors are practically naked as their clothes and food remained in the destroyed building. And now for a quick look at the situation inside Ukraine. Ukrainian authorities have discovered 25 torture chambers in the liberated areas of Kharkiv Oblast. According to the head of the regional police, Russian troops allegedly used electric shock and broke people's fingers. Since September 7th, 920 bodies of civilians allegedly killed by Russian troops, including 25 children, were found. The Veliki Potomkin island in Kherson Oblast was liberated by Ukrainian troops. On December 15th, Russian occupiers forcibly moved residents of the island to territories under Russian control. Moving on to the situation inside the occupied territories. The Russian-installed governor of Sevastopol has allegedly moved his family and all his assets to Cyprus. Special Operation Forces of the National Resistance Center reports that Mikhail Razvozhayev even moved his cats and dogs. Russia continues to use occupied Crimea as a stepping stone to integrate other occupied Ukrainian territories into the Russian Federation. Authorities announced the construction of the Simferopol, Mariupol, Rostov-on-Don highway to connect Crimea to Russian mainland. Around 9:45 p.m. local time, explosions were reported in occupied Sevastopol, Crimea. Authorities, as usual, stated that Russian air defense shot down drones. And wrapping up the news segment, the international developments. According to Poland's ambassador to the United Nations, allowing Russian President Vladimir Putin to save face after he started the full-scale war against Ukraine would ultimately kill off the international order that has been established after World War II. Russia and Belarus have extended their joint military exercises for at least a week. According to the Belarus Gayun monitoring group, the military exercises have been ongoing since April 29th. And now for the daily intelligence reports, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. Over the last 5 days, Russian and Ukrainian forces have probably been fighting for control of the P66 highway north of the Russian-held Luhansk Oblast town of Kremina. The P66 is a key supply route for the northern section of Russia's Donbas front from the Belgorod region of Russia. Its use has been disrupted by Ukrainian artillery since October, but if Ukraine were able to secure the route, it would highly likely further undermine Russia's defense of Kremina. And to wrap it all up, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy launched 28 missiles and airstrikes. It should be noted that the Russian occupiers carried out 27 airstrikes against civilian infrastructure using the Shahed 136 UAV. All these drones were shot down. The enemy, losing a lot of manpower, continues to focus on conducting offensive actions in Bakhmut and tries to improve the tactical position in the Kupiansk and Avdiivka directions. On December 31st, up to 10 units of enemy military equipment of various types were destroyed and damaged in the area of concentration in the settlement of Makivka Donetsk region. The losses of personnel of the occupiers are being specified. Russian invaders continue to commit illegal actions against local residents in the temporarily occupied territory of the Kherson region. The occupiers collect information about persons engaged in business activities and seize their vehicles and goods. And with that, another news report is finished. Interested in any of the articles I mentioned? Links to them can be found in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone, and thank you for tuning in. This is The Account with the first report in 2023. I hope you all had a good New Year celebration. Today is day 312 of the war in Ukraine. The UK Ministry of Defence has not released a daily update, so we will be skipping that part. News were dominated by more Russian missile and UAV attacks on Ukraine. More on that in a moment before we go over the usual news segment with the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories and the international developments. However, there have been only a few articles to report on. First though, we start with the flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. Russia reportedly made small gains north of Bakhmut, while Ukraine managed to make some gains south of the city. Highly unconfirmed rumors started spreading today, claiming Ukraine managed to liberate Kodyumivka. Personally, I would file those claims more under sensationalism than truth. Considering other reports of small advances by Ukraine, the situation most likely puts Kodyumivka as contested again. Makivka. Allegedly, Ukraine hit the former School 19 building, wounding and killing many Russian soldiers. Locals are angry because no one is talking about it and authorities have closed off the area while acting like nothing happened. A video shared on social media shows the building being completely destroyed. I am mentioning this incident because claims from both sides suggest a lot of Russian casualties. The numbers range between 60 to 600. Huliaipol. The Russian Ministry of Defense reported that Doroshnyanka, just to the south of the city, was captured. However, most Russian propaganda channels only reported Russian troops tried to advance in the area. Recent reports suggest fighting is still ongoing without any conclusion. And now for the latest on Russia's missile and UAV attack on Ukraine. After yesterday's missile and UAV attack, Russia launched another one during the night. Vitaly Kim, head of Mykolaiv Oblast Military Administration, reported shortly before midnight that 2 waves of Shahed drones had been launched at Ukraine. Shortly after midnight, air raid sirens started sounding throughout Ukraine. In Kyiv, they started at around 12:34 a.m. and lasted until roughly 5 a.m. According to information also confirmed by the General Staff of Ukraine, approximately 45 UAVs were launched during the night. The Kyiv City Military Administration stated that 32 aerial targets were destroyed over Kyiv. However, they did not specify whether those were UAVs or missiles. Yuri Inat, spokesperson for the Ukrainian Air Force, said air defense personnel had barely time to reload systems and were firing them like artillery. He once again called on allies to consider providing additional systems to help reduce the strain. The head of the Kyiv Regional Military Administration, Oleksiy Kuleba, meanwhile reported damaged infrastructure in Kyiv due to the UAV attack, but did not provide further information. However, it was confirmed that water and heat was working in the city. Multiple metro stations were shut down around Kyiv as debris and fragments from missiles were discovered. Bomb disposal experts were called in to clear the tracks. In its morning statement, Ukrenergo stated that the energy system was currently stable and no emergency shutdowns were needed. Later during the day, DTEK, Ukraine's biggest private energy company, reported damage to one of its thermal power plants but did not provide any further information. Blackouts were reported in Kherson and neighboring settlements after a Russian attack targeted a critical infrastructure facility and caused damage. In Kyiv, the Taras Shevchenko National University was severely damaged in the Russian attack on December 31st. The damage this time is several times larger than the damage caused by the strike on October 10th. Tonight around 10 p.m. Kyiv time, Mykolaiv Regional Military Administration head Vitaly Kim reported another 2 waves of suicide drones being launched by Russia. Moving on to the latest news out of Ukraine. This year began on February 24th, without prefaces and preludes. Sharply, early, at 4 o'clock. It was dark, it was loud. It was hard for many and scary for some. 311 days have passed. It can still be dark, loud, and complicated for us. But we will definitely never be afraid again, and will never be ashamed. It was our year, the year of Ukraine, the year of Ukrainians. President Zelensky said in his New Year's speech. During the day, Russia massively shelled Zaporizhia Oblast. In the city of Orikhiv, 1 civilian was killed and 3 injured. Overall, 15 communities were targeted on January 1st. Nothing has been reported out of the occupied territories today, so we will be moving on to the international developments. In its daily assessment, the Institute for the Study of War writes about Russian President Vladimir Putin's continued uncertainty to be able to shape Russian information space. In his speech, President Putin tied the existence of Russia to a victory in the war against Ukraine, suggesting Russia has historical rights to Ukraine and that Russia's independence and sovereignty depend on regaining control of Ukraine. The banality of most of the speech is consistent with previous assessments that Vladimir Putin may have postponed his annual address to the Russian Federation Assembly because he was uncertain of his ability to shape the Russian information space amidst increasing criticism of his conduct of the war, the report said. The Institute further wrote that Russia is unable to maintain the high pace of operations in Ukraine as Russian troops are depleting artillery ammunition stocks. The report mentions a comment by Kirilo Budanov, who claimed Russia is currently using 19 to 20,000 artillery shells a day, down from about 60,000. This echoes the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update from December 24th, saying Russia is lacking the required artillery ammunition to support any large-scale offensive operations. The Ministry of Defense of Russia claimed that the New Year's Eve attack on Kyiv targeted a defense complex that was involved in the production of combat drones. Allegedly, storage parking lots and UAV launch sites were destroyed, and therefore Russia thwarted Kyiv's plans to carry out terrorist attacks against Russia in the near future. According to Vadim Shibitsky, a representative of the main intelligence directorate of the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, Russia has started to combine and change tactics in its attacks on Ukraine. Especially various configurations of Iranian-made UAVs, old-type missiles, high-precision ballistic missiles, and modified S-300 missiles are being used. He further noted that the production of missiles does not stop, even though Russia is struggling to procure components. Missiles that were manufactured in the fourth quarter of 2022 have been found recently, suggesting produced stock is directly given to the military for use against Ukraine. Alexander Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, has signed his first decree on January 1st, proclaiming 2023 a year of peace. The decree aims to consolidate the Belarusian people, strengthening the ideas of peace and creative work in society. It is important to keep in mind that Belarus is providing Russia with infrastructure and military equipment to attack Ukraine. According to the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, the United Kingdom will stop the import of Russian LNG starting today. According to Natalia Humenyuk, spokesperson of the Operational Command South, on December 31st, Russia, for the first time, used missile carriers of the Caspian Sea Fleet to fire missiles at Ukraine. This could indicate problems with logistics and delivery of additional ammunition to the naval base in Sevastopol, Crimea. And now for the intelligence updates. Since the UK Ministry of Defence did not release a statement today, we will be going straight to the evening report of the General Staff of Ukraine. During the day, the enemy carried out 35 airstrikes, in particular with the Shahed 136 UAV, all of which were shot down by units of the Defense Forces of Ukraine. The Russian occupiers also fired 16 rockets from multiple rocket launchers, in particular at a children's hospital in the city of Kherson. The enemy, who lost 760 people killed only yesterday, continues to attempt offensive actions in the Bakhmut area and tries to improve the tactical positions of its troops in the Kupiansk, Liman, and Avdiivka directions. The enemy is defending in the Novopavlovsk and Zaporizhia directions and is regrouping troops in the Kherson area. In order to destabilize the humanitarian situation in the temporarily occupied territories of the Kherson region and to force the local population to the so-called voluntary evacuation, the Russian occupation forces are firing mortars at Oleshki, Gola Pristani, Plavna, as well as country settlements between the mentioned settlements. Mobilization measures continue in the temporarily occupied Ukrainian Crimea. Military commissariats have started checking lists of people who have not yet participated in a large-scale invasion of Ukraine and are subject to conscription for mobilization in 2023. The enemy continues to use civilian facilities for the treatment of armed Russian occupiers. Thus, in the city of Permovaisk, Alshevsk district, Luhansk region, on the premises of a local school, the occupiers deployed a field hospital and are treating about 100 servicemen of the occupying forces. In addition, more than 150 wounded mercenaries of the Wagner PMC are being treated on the premises of the local brothel, equipped as a military hospital. And that concludes today's report. If you want to check out any of the articles I mentioned, you can find links to them in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in. You're listening to The Account, bringing you the news report for New Year's Eve and day 311 of the war in Ukraine. Before the usual news segment today, I will go over a quick recap of yesterday's most important news. For today, the main topic was the Russian missile attack launched at Ukraine around noon. We will take a look at that first before we go over the rest of the news quickly by taking a look at the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But as usual, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Kreminna. Reports of Ukrainian forces attacking Holikove and Chitlivka north of Kreminna. Additionally, slow but steady progress of the armed forces of Ukraine is reported south of Kreminna. According to Serhiy Haidai, the head of Luhansk Oblast Military Administration, the liberation of Kreminna would allow Ukrainian forces to advance on Starobilsk and Rubizhne Severodonetsk. This could weaken Russian positions around Bakhmut. Bakhmut. Over the past days, Russia has launched several attacks against and around Bakhmut, which saw success but have proven quite costly. Allegedly, the Russian forces were ordered to capture Bakhmut by the end of the year by any means necessary. A video shared on social media shows Russian soldiers on the premises of the champagne factory being targeted by Ukrainian artillery. Unconfirmed claims by Russian sources that Wagner units managed to break into southern Bakhmut from north of Klishchivka, marked with a cross. And now for a quick recap of yesterday's news. Lieutenant General Yevgeny Nikiforov is likely in the process of taking over command of Russia's Western Group of Forces, WGF, in Ukraine. He would be at least the fourth commander of the formation since the invasion and replaces Colonel General Sergei Kuzolev, who was appointed just 3 months ago. As the Chief of Staff of Russia's Eastern Group of Forces, EGF, during the early weeks of the invasion, Nikiforov would have been heavily involved in planning the disastrous attempt by the EGF and airborne forces to advance on Kyiv from the northwest via the Chernobyl area. WGF is almost certainly currently tasked with holding Russia's right flank, the area of Luhansk Oblast around Kremna and Svatove. As either side could plausibly attempt an offensive in this sector, Nikiforov assumes an important operational role in the conflict. The continued churn of senior Russian officers probably reflects internal divisions regarding the Russian Ministry of Defense's future conduct of the war. One of the biggest news yesterday was the liberation of Novoselivsk in Luhansk Oblast by Ukraine's Kraken unit and the 92nd Mechanized Brigade. Aided by artillery and heavy equipment, they managed to push Russian units out of the settlement and establish firm control over it. There are many different opinions about the liberation. Many suggest that the Kraken video is most likely from earlier in the year and the situation has become more fluid since. I cannot comment on any of that, as I have no insight. However, this is the official report. Dmitry Peskov, press secretary of the President of the Russian Federation, explained why President Putin will not be speaking to journalists as he usually did before the pandemic. According to him, the reason is the flu and coronavirus mutations. The General Staff of Ukraine updated the number of missiles fired at Ukraine and amount shot down during the December 29th attack. They now report 70 missiles were fired and 58 were shot down. During the night of December 29th and December 30th, the Air Force of Ukraine reported Russia launched 16 Shaheds at Ukraine, with all of them shot down by air defense. And now the latest on the Russian missile attack on Ukraine today. Today, shortly after midday, air raid sirens started sounding throughout Ukraine amid a new Russian missile attack. According to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Valery Zaluzhny, 12 out of more than 20 missiles were shot down. Air defense engaged targets throughout Ukraine amid explosions reported in multiple oblasts. So far, authorities reported at least 1 civilian killed and 28 injured. In Kyiv, at least 8 explosions were reported, with 1 killed and 11 injured, 1 critically. Due to the attack, several oblasts were preemptively cut off from power. And now for the news out of Ukraine. The General Staff of Ukraine reports that on December 30th, Russia launched 10 Shahed drones, 5 missile strikes and 29 airstrikes across Ukraine. All Shaheds were reportedly shot down by the air defense. Ukraine has returned another 140 prisoners of war, among them defenders of Mariupol and Snake Island. Meanwhile, Russia said it was bringing home 82 soldiers who reportedly were in mortal danger. Taking a look at the latest out of the occupied territories. The General Staff of Ukraine reported that Russia has already prepared lists of men from Crimea to be conscripted in January 2023 and handed them to the responsible draft officers. Earlier, the head of Ukrainian military intelligence, Kirill Budanov, has warned of an incoming wave of mobilization in Russia from January 5th. Petro Andriushchenko, the advisor to the Mariupol mayor, reports about new deployment of Russian military personnel and equipment to Berdyansk. On average, 10 tracked vehicles are being transported in the direction every day, as well as trucks filled with Russian mobilized men. Russian commanders also advise soldiers to buy local SIM cards and switch off Russian ones. The now famous raccoon stolen from Kherson Zoo has been accepted by Russian occupation authorities to the University of Melitopol. Allegedly, the raccoon applied for the forestry and information security faculties. And to wrap up the news segment, as always, the international developments. The Kremlin has released a guide on how propagandists should recap the year 2022. The document has 4 sections of recommendation. First, main themes. Here, the usual daily propaganda can be found. For example, Vladimir Putin made the right decision sending Russian troops into Ukraine as the West prepared to attack, conquer, and divide Russia. Second, strengthening Russia. Emphasizing Russia's closely united society and approval of President Putin shows unwavering support for the special military operation. Third, the special military operation. Any reports should be about the success of the special military operation. Fourth, the New World Order. Russia is described as a leader of countries who refuse Western exceptionalism and a leader of a just and democratic world. Putin is giving Europe a chance to come to its senses and regain subjectivity and its future. According to the head of Ukrainian military intelligence, Kirilo Budanov, Russia is facing mounting problems with their strategic bombers. For example, Tu-95Ms are wearing out as maintenance is required. Russia does not have the same strategic aviation production as the USSR had. All current strategic bombers are old planes that have been modernized, extended, and updated. He went on to state Russia can at best produce 50 cruise missiles per month. Budanov claims Russia has enough missiles left for 2 more massive attacks on Ukraine. According to the latest assessment by the Institute for the Study of War, Russia is using increased drone attacks on Ukraine due to a depleting stock of cruise missiles. Russian President Vladimir Putin delivered his New Year's speech. Standing in front of people wearing military uniforms for 10 minutes, he repeated the standard Kremlin narrative. The war was necessary to defend the Donbas and fight Nazis in Ukraine. And now for the daily intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 29, 2022, Russian forces launched another wave of long-range strikes across Ukraine, once again primarily targeting the power distribution network. Since October, Russia has sustained a general pattern of conducting an intensive wave of strikes every 7 to 10 days. Russia is almost certainly following this approach in an attempt to overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses. However, there is a realistic possibility that Russia will break this pattern to strike again in the coming days in an effort to undermine the morale of the Ukrainian population over the New Year holiday period. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. In the period from 12:40 to 14:30, the enemy launched a massive missile attack. According to preliminary data, a total of about 20 missile launches were carried out. Several of them did not reach Ukraine and fell on the territory of the Russian Federation. Information is being clarified. The forces and means of air defense of the Air Force destroyed 12 cruise missiles in Kyiv, Zhytomyr, and Khmelnytsky regions. Also in the Kyiv region, an enemy UAV Orlan-10 was shot down, which was conducting aerial reconnaissance during a missile attack and was trying to identify the positions of our air defense. The Russian occupying forces strengthened the administrative and police regime for the period of the New Year holidays in some settlements of the temporarily occupied territory. So from December 31, 2022 to January 6, 2023, the city of Henichesk in the Kherson region was closed to the public, and residents of the surrounding villages were also prohibited from leaving. In order to install a system of engineering barriers in the temporarily occupied and occupied territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson regions, the occupiers are recruiting civilians from the territory of the Russian Federation. And this wraps up today's news report. If you're interested in any of the articles, you can find links to them in the description as usual. Thank you for tuning in, have a great day, and Happy New Year to everyone. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. This is The Account, bringing you the news update for day 309 of the war in Ukraine. On a personal note, I will be traveling again tomorrow, and since it will take most of the day, I will not be able to make a report. I apologize for that. News today were dominated by Russia's latest massive missile and UAV attack on Ukraine. Naturally, we will go over these news first, before we do our usual news segment with the situation in Ukraine, the occupied territories and the international developments. First, though, we will take a look at the flashpoints along the front. Svatove. The village of Pitkoichansk, marked with a 1, has been liberated, as well as at least the northern part of Kolomichicha. This information is based on a report by the Institute for the Study of War. The General Staff of Ukraine reported repelled attacks on Stelmakivka, marked with a 2, and Andriivka. Ukraine further reported a shelling in the area of Kovalivka for the first time since October, indicating an advance in the area. Kremina. Not much information is published of the fighting around the city. According to Alexei Gromov, Deputy Chief of the Main Operational Directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Ukrainian forces managed to advance roughly 2.5 kilometers over the past week towards the city. Serhiy Haidai, head of the Luhansk Oblast Military Administration, reports heavy battles around Kremina and that Russia continues to send reinforcements. Bakhmut. Heavy fighting continues north of Bakhmut. Russia claims small advances in Pithorodne, which, allegedly, are only 2 trenches. Bakhmut Mayor Oleksiy Reva said 90% of Bakhmut residents have been evacuated from the city. Some 8,700 civilians continue to live under constant Russian shelling. The mayor urged them to consider evacuating. And now for our news update on the missile attack on Ukraine. Russia launched another major missile and UAV attack on Ukraine, with strikes reported in 10 regions. Missiles and UAVs were launched from Volgodonsk, Rostov region, the northern part of the Caspian Sea, and the Black Sea. According to Valery Zaluzhny, the chief commander of Ukraine's armed forces, Ukrainian defenders managed to shoot down 54 out of 69 missiles Russia had fired. Vitaly Kim reported 5 missiles shot down over the Black Sea, while in Kyiv all 16 missiles were shot down. In Lviv Oblast, only 4 out of 6 missiles were shot down, with an electric substation being hit and damaged. Additionally, the General Staff of Ukraine reported in the morning update that 11 out of 13 Shaheds fired at Kharkiv were shot down. The Ukrainian Energy Minister Herman Halushchenko reported damage caused to the Ukrainian power grid due to Russia's attack. 40% of Kyiv residents are reportedly without electricity after the attack, Vitaly Klitschko, the Kyiv city mayor, reported. Andriy Zadovi, the Lviv mayor, reported 90% of the residents in Lviv were left without electricity. According to Ukrainian authorities, the attack killed 2 civilians and injured 7. A Ukrainian S-300 missile reportedly fell inside Belarus in the Ivanava district of Brest Oblast. The Belarusian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has summoned the ambassador of Ukraine to protest the incident. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine stated they are ready to investigate the issue using independent investigators. Currently, 2 versions of the incident are being investigated by Belarus. First, the missile fell in a similar incident as in Poland. Second, the Belarusian anti-air defense shot down the missile. And now for today's news out of Ukraine. Kirill Budanov, the head of the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, told the BBC in an interview that the fighting in Ukraine has reached a stalemate. Neither Ukraine nor Russia currently is able to achieve significant success. What Ukraine lacks the most to break the deadlock is additional resources. Moving on to the situation inside the occupied territories. A humanitarian disaster continues in Mariupol. While Russian officials claim there is no humanitarian disaster, life has just got a little worse. Thousands of residents queue for a plate of warm porridge and a loaf of bread. Meanwhile, in schools, collaborators teach children about their rights under Russian law. One photo shared is a vivid testimony of what children in the occupation lack the most: the right to food. And to wrap up the news segment, the latest international developments. According to the latest assessment by the Institute for the Study of War, Russian forces are less likely to conduct a new offensive in the Zaporizhia Oblast, considering Russian mining and fortification efforts. The researchers further write that they can observe a culmination of Russian forces around Bakhmut. US military doctrine defines culmination as the point at which a force no longer has the capability to continue its form of operations, offense or defense, and when a force cannot continue the attack and must assume a defensive posture or execute an operational pause. Several officials told the New York Times about an expanding US program that aims to cut off Iran's ability to manufacture combat drones. The Biden administration is trying to deprive Iran of Western components used in Shahed drones in an effort to stop the supply to Russia. Air raid sirens once again sounded over the Russian airbase at Engels. Explosions were reported as Russian air defense activated and reportedly destroyed an unknown object. And now for the daily intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. In the early hours of December 26, 2022, Russia's Engels airbase was attacked for the second time in 3 weeks. Russian media reported that uncrewed aerial vehicles, UAVs, were responsible for the strike on the facility, one of the main operating bases of Russia's strategic bomber fleet. Russia has long given a very high priority to maintaining advanced ground-based air defenses, but it is increasingly clear that it is struggling to counter air threats deep inside Russia. One challenge for Russia is probably the exceptional demand on its fleet of modern medium-range air defense systems such as Sa-22 Pantsir, which would typically be expected to take a major role in countering UAVs. As well as providing point defense for strategic sites such as Engels, these systems are currently required in large numbers to protect field headquarters near the front line in Ukraine. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy is concentrating its efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Bakhmut and Zaporizhia areas and is trying to improve its tactical position in the Liman and Avdiivka areas. In the Kupiansk and Novopavlivsk areas, the enemy conducts an active defense. In the Kherson direction, the enemy is regrouping troops to other directions, is being reinforced by units of territorial troops, and is conducting positional defense. In the morning, the Russian occupiers launched a massive missile attack on the territory of Ukraine. The enemy launched air and sea-based cruise missiles as well as anti-aircraft guided missiles of the S-300 anti-aircraft missile system at energy and civil infrastructure facilities in the eastern, central, western and southern regions of Ukraine. According to confirmed data, 69 cruise missiles were used. Defense forces of Ukraine destroyed 54 of them. The enemy continues to use the network of civilian healthcare facilities in the temporarily occupied territory to treat wounded Russian servicemen and mercenaries of private military companies. Thus, in Bilovodsk Starobil district, Luhansk region, more than 100 wounded representatives of the Wagner PMC continue to be treated. In addition, in the city of Tokmak, about 120 wounded occupiers are being treated on the territory of the so-called military hospital. In the city of Donetsk, the invaders organized the removal of medical equipment and medical workers from the Kalinin Donetsk Regional Clinical Hospital to Mariupol. On December 28th, more than 50 occupiers were eliminated as a result of fire damage by units of the defense forces of enemy positions in the Berdyansk district of the Zaporizhia region. And that wraps up today's news report. If you're interested in any of the articles I mentioned, you can find links to them in the description as always. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Hello and welcome to another update on the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account, bringing you the news for day 308. Again, it was a quiet day and nothing spectacular happened, so we have no major news to go over. I do have one interesting article I want to highlight before the news segment though. As for all the minor news, I grouped them into the usual situation in Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But first, we will take a look at the flashpoints along the front. Kremina. Heavy fighting continues while Ukrainian forces seem to have the momentum. The UK Ministry of Defence Daily Intelligence Update is talking about Kremina today. More on that later. The New York Times reported about Ukrainian troops getting closer to liberating Kremina while Russia is defending a hard-earned gain. The General Staff of Ukraine in turn urged people to wait for official news on the liberation. Bakhmut. Heavy fighting is reported north of Bakhmut. Russian sources say Wagner mercenaries attacked around Solidar. The head of the main intelligence directorate of the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, Kirill Budanov, has visited Bakhmut today. He listened to frontline reports and decorated soldiers who distinguished themselves. Footage of his visit was geolocated to 500 to 1,000 meters from the front lines. President Zelensky in turn published photos taken from Bakhmut on his Telegram channel. And to start the news segment, here's the article I wanted to highlight. The article, which is in Russian, was released by The Insider today. Translated, it is titled, TikTok in the Service of the FSB, How a Social Network for Funny Videos Turned into a Mouthpiece for Kremlin Propaganda. During the beginning of the war, the platform was flooded with slogans like Russia onwards and the letter Z in different combinations, with many young bloggers glorifying Putin and Kadyrov and suggesting sanctions are useless to stop Russia. The Insider suggests many of these were not posted by political zealots, but paid for with money. The average cost for the service was supposedly €100. The article looks at the details behind the scenes and how the platform quickly turned into a propaganda mouthpiece for the Kremlin. I recommend checking the article out. Moving on to the latest developments inside Ukraine. The Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Mikhailo Fedorov, announced that Ukraine is working on a new type of drone capable of intercepting Iranian-made Shaheds. Ukraine so far has purchased about 1,400 drones for reconnaissance and now plans to invest into attack drones as well. This morning around 9 a.m., Russia attacked Kharkiv with S-300 missiles. So far only one injured civilian has been reported. No critical infrastructure was damaged according to authorities. Ukrenergo has reported an increase in the power deficit in Ukraine's grid due to several power plants being shut down in the eastern part of Ukraine after being attacked by Russia. It was not specified which facilities were attacked. The Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov said in an interview that Ukraine is de facto part of NATO and has so far managed to liberate 54% of the territories occupied by Russia. In his speech to the Verkhovna Rada, President Zelensky called on Ukrainians to adhere to the principles of unity, security, and justice. He also promised to hold Russia accountable for the crimes committed and called the restoration of territorial integrity and the return of all captured Ukrainians the goal of Ukraine. He went on, saying Ukraine's reconstruction will become one of the biggest economic projects of Europe. His speech lasted 52 minutes. Russia has fired Shahed suicide drones at Ukraine. Air raid sirens are sounding in Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kharkiv, and Cherkasy oblasts. Residents of the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast have reported explosions on social media, and the East Air Command later reported 5 UAVs were shot down. And now a look at the situation in the occupied territories. Russian authorities have forbidden residents of Mariupol to attend mass gatherings during the New Year holidays. This will affect any gathering of more than 50 people, including celebrations inside cafes or restaurants. Occupation authorities in Luhansk Oblast are forcing parents to apply for Russian citizenship for their children or face dismissal from work or denial of social benefits. Residents are given only one chance and are not allowed to consider the issue. According to the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry, Vladimir Putin's decree to facilitate abandoning Ukrainian citizenship for Russian citizenship shows Russia's unwillingness to negotiate. The ministry further noted that the decree clearly shows the Kremlin's desire to continue the war, absorb the territory of Ukraine, and the forceful assimilation and genocide of the Ukrainian people. And to wrap up the news segment, the latest international developments. The Kremlin made it clear that any peace with Ukraine must be based on the fact that the Russian army will not leave the captured territories and return control over them to Kyiv. According to President Putin's spokesman Dmitry Peskov, no plan that does not take into account these realities created by Russia can be adopted. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov stated in an interview that Russia will continue its war until Ukraine agrees to Russian terms. According to the latest assessment by the Institute for the Study of War, Lavrov added that Ukraine and the United States must recognize Russia's seizure of occupied Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson oblasts. The spokesman of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Christoph Burger, noted that Russia does not show any desire to abandon its initial goals of the war, namely the destruction of Ukraine's statehood. This is evidenced in particular by the words of the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. According to Burger, this should always be kept in mind, and that is why Germany and the West continue to support Ukraine, its right to self-defense, without reducing aid. Dmitry Peskov, spokesman of President Vladimir Putin, also reiterated the Kremlin's stance on any peace plan in Ukraine. No plan that does not accept Russia's annexation of Ukrainian territories will be considered. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu has deployed his own PMC called Patriot to Ukraine. Mercenaries of the Patriot PMC have been seen near Vuhledar in Donetsk Oblast. And now for the daily intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. In recent days, Russia has likely reinforced the Kremlin sector of its frontline in Luhansk Oblast as it comes under continued pressure from Ukrainian operations. Kremlin has been relatively vulnerable since Ukrainian forces advanced through the town of Liman to the west in October. Russia has constructed extensive new defenses in the area and will likely prioritize holding the line here. The area is logistically important for Russia's Donbas front, and it is also a significant town in Luhansk Oblast. The Kremlin claims that the liberation of this area is a core justification for the war. And last but not least, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy continues offensive operations in the Bakhmut and Avdiivka areas and tries to improve the tactical position in the Liman area. In other areas, the enemy is defending. Russian occupiers continue to die ingloriously in Ukraine. In the Zaporizhia region, the destruction of one S-300 anti-air missile system, 8 units of military equipment of various types, and types of ammunition was confirmed in the previous days. More than 150 servicemen were injured. The number of those liquidated is being specified. At the same time, in the temporarily occupied territories of the Zaporizhia Oblast, Russian servicemen and mercenaries of the occupation forces are leaving their places of service en masse. Separate divisions of the Russian Guard were sent to the city of Primorsk for search operations. According to preliminary information, more than 200 people are wanted. And that ends today's news update. If you're interested in reading up on any of the articles I mentioned, you can find them in the description below. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. This is The Account, bringing you the news update for day 307 of the war in Ukraine. First, I wanted to thank you all for your continued support and all the comments you leave me. I'm happy my work is reaching so many people, and once I get home, I will work on improving the report and integrate some of the ideas you left me. So, thank you everyone. And now for the report. Today was a rather quiet day, so we have no major news to go over. There's just one interesting article I want to highlight before the news segment. All the minor updates are grouped into the situation in Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international development as always. However, first we will take a look at the flashpoints along the front. Kremina. Russia attacked Chervono-Popivka but was repelled according to the General Staff of Ukraine. Fighting is ongoing around Dibrova and Kremina. Russia is pulling together huge amounts of reserves and equipment to stop a Ukrainian advance. A video allegedly shows Ukrainian forces operating tanks in the area marked with a cross, but it is unconfirmed for now. Bakhmut. Wagner launched assaults on Bakhmut to regain lost positions, and reports indicate they managed to recapture part in the east, around the area marked with a cross, and in Opytne, where they control about 50% of the settlement again. Before we start with the news segment, I want to point out another interesting article I found. The article by the Ukrainska Pravda is titled, "An Orchestra of Murderers. Who are the Wagner Group mercenaries fighting against Ukraine?" It is an incredibly long but detailed account of the Wagner private military company. The article looks at every step of the making of Wagner, from its beginnings in the shadows to their infamous combat deployments all over the world, to their role in Russia's war against Ukraine, and Russia's tries to create the military Wagner brand, promoting membership of the group, making films about mercenaries, and dedicating songs to them. I highly recommend reading this article. And now for the news, starting with the latest out of Ukraine. Yuri Horovets, Maxim Mikhailov, Taras Karpiuk, and Bohdan Liahov, 4 Ukrainian soldiers, were killed during a combat mission inside the Russian Federation. The FSB claimed they eliminated 4 Ukrainian soldiers, but photos shared suggested they died in a mine blast. Yesterday, during his nightly address, President Zelensky confirmed that 9 million Ukrainians are still without electricity. President Zelensky has held another Supreme Commander-in-Chief meeting, this time discussing the situation in Kremina and Bakhmut and whether Ukrainian forces are provided with the necessary weapons. According to the Washington Post, since the beginning of the war, the armed forces of Ukraine have captured hundreds of Russian tanks, armored personnel carriers, and infantry fighting vehicles. But many of those vehicles are in storage facilities without being repaired, as spare parts are not easy to find. According to the National Bank, Ukraine's GDP will shrink by 1/3 due to the war. This will also affect the growth forecast for 2023. Especially the attacks on the electrical infrastructure increase the risk of financial instability. Russian forces continue to target civilian infrastructure in Kherson with artillery. Today, the maternity ward of a hospital was hit and severely damaged. 2 babies were born here today, but luckily no one was injured. Moving on to the situation in the occupied territories. According to the National Resistance Center, Russia has started to forcibly integrate religious organizations in the occupied territories into Kremlin-controlled churches and mosques. Religion is one of the main channels of the Russian government to spread Russian propaganda and ideology. The National Resistance Center further reports that Russia is planning a so-called evacuation of residents of occupied Enerhoda, Zaporizhia Oblast. In the report, the center stated that the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant should prepare buses which will take residents to Jankoy in Crimea. In occupied Makivka, a family of 8, including 4 children, was killed. The youngest was just 1 year old. The so-called Ministry of Internal Affairs of the occupation authorities quickly reported that 3 thieves, who already had a criminal background, have been apprehended. However, based on reports by local residents, Petro Andriushchenko, advisor to the mayor of Mariupol, said the crime was committed by the Russian military and probably Wagner mercenaries. And now for the latest international developments regarding the war. The Institute for the Study of War writes in its latest assessment that the statement by Russian President Vladimir Putin for readiness for negotiations is just a bluff to trick the West. This continues the cycle of the Kremlin's deliberate information campaign that Russia has always tried to negotiate but was left with no other choice, the researchers wrote. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, has been outraged by an alleged threat by representatives of the US Department of Defense against Vladimir Putin. While Lavrov did not name any specific representatives, the media suggests it is regarding a Newsweek article published in September, citing military sources as saying that the US is considering a decapitating strike against Russia as a response for the use of nuclear weapons. Hanna Maliar, Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, claimed in an interview that Russia's goal is still to fully occupy Donetsk Oblast by the end of the year. According to her, the Donbas region is seeing the most intense fighting of the war currently. Maliar further stated Bakhmut is Ukraine's eastern fortress, where Russia has amassed the majority of weapons and personnel. The head of the Defense Committee of the Bundestag, Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, disagrees with Chancellor Olaf Scholz's statement that the Russian Federation's economic ties with the West can be restored in the future if the Kremlin abandons its war against Ukraine. According to her, normal relations with Russia will not exist for decades. The political system in the Russian Federation must be completely changed. On December 26th, 8 men aged 20 to 44 came to the police station in Podolsk near Moscow with automatic rifles, saying they wanted to hand over their weapons and surrender. During an investigation, it turned out that they were mobilized soldiers from the Kaliningrad region and, after training, were sent to Luhansk. The weaponizing of energy by the Kremlin continues. President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree that will prohibit the delivery of Russian oil to entities involved with the Russian oil price cap. And now the daily intelligence updates, starting with a report by the UK Ministry of Defence. Over the last 48 hours, fighting has remained focused around the Bakhmut sector of Donetsk Oblast and near Svatove in Luhansk. Russia continues to initiate frequent small-scale assaults in these areas, although little territory has changed hands. To the north, elements of Russia's First Guards tank army were probably amongst the Russian forces recently deployed to Belarus. This formation was likely conducting training before its deployment and is unlikely to have the support units needed to make it combat ready. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy, despite significant losses in manpower, does not stop offensive actions in the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions. The enemy is trying to improve the tactical position in the Liman direction. In connection with significant losses of personnel, there is an increase in the number of desertions of Russian servicemen and their leaving combat positions in the Luhansk region. In order to maintain control over the situation, the Russian military leadership increased the number of patrols to detain and return deserters to units. And that wraps up another one of our news reports. If you're interested in one of the articles I mentioned, you can find the link to them in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in to the news report for day 306 of the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. Today we will go over some official updates regarding the situation in Crimea during the Flashpoint segment, and after we will take a look at the incredible second attack on the Engels 2 airbase last night. As for the other minor updates, I grouped them as usual into the situation in Ukraine, the occupied territories and the international developments. But as always, we start with the flashpoints along the front. Crimea. The situation here seems to be escalating. Russian military command reportedly has relocated to Rubishne. This could probably explain reports suggesting Russia is retreating over the Krasna River. So far, no panic in Russian telegram channels can be observed, which means the situation is critical, but Russia is still holding Crimea firmly to a degree. We will probably have to deal with a lot of confusing information here for a while. And now for a little bit more official report on the situation. Luhansk Oblast Governor Serhiy Haidai said fighting is still ongoing and troops are stationed within 20 kilometers of Crimea. Reports of liberation or units moving into the city are not true, according to him. Haidai further stated that Russian plans to attack towards Liman were thwarted by Ukrainian forces. He also mentioned that Russian command was moved out of Kreminna. Bakhmut. Reports of further positional losses of the Russian army around the settlement, while reports allege Ukraine has started to push into Ivanrad. Over the past day, there were 28 battles and 225 artillery strikes on Bakhmut. The armed forces of Ukraine further stated that there are no signs of an operational pause yet. However, Russia has suffered serious losses and cannot maintain the pace. Dnipro River. Russian sabotage and reconnaissance groups have tried crossing the Dnipro River near Kherson, but were discovered and eliminated. And now for a look at the attack on the Engels 2 air base in Russia. Last night, air raid sirens sounded over the Engels 1 air base in Saratov Oblast. The air base is located some 700 kilometers from the border with Ukraine. Surveillance cameras captured a flash of light and the sound of an explosion. Yuri Inat, Air Force spokesman, called the explosion a simple consequence of Russian aggression. If the Russians thought that the war would not affect them deep in the rear, they were wrong, added Inat. Engels Airfield is home to Russia's fleet of strategic bombers and was already attacked once on December 5th by a Ukrainian UAV, which the UK Ministry of Defense called some of the most strategically significant failures of Russian force protection. Later today, the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation urged residents to remain calm and said air defense shot down a Ukrainian UAV, but the falling debris killed 3 soldiers and wounding 4. However, Baza Telegram channel reported that following the explosion a fire broke out, which covered 120 square meters. So far, there is no information about what exploded, where, and what the damage was. Later today, videos were shared on social media showing the air raid sirens sounding again over Engels. We are waiting for information. Before we start with the regular news updates, I want to point out this article by the Ukrainska Pravda. It is titled, Threat at 200 meters away, how the border with Belarus is being fortified. Are they waiting for Lukashenko's command to conduct offensive? Ukraine is surrounded by 2 neighboring authoritarian enemy regimes. Although Belarusians were on friendly terms with Ukraine for a long time, the country's leader decided to join Russia's aggression. We can find weekly news about the situation in Belarus and the threat it could pose to Ukraine. Journalists of the Ukrainska Pravda visited the 0 kilometer of the Belarusian border. They share what is happening there and whether the military envisions a threat of breakthrough and what they think about the Belarusians. I highly recommend checking out this article. And now the latest news updates out of Ukraine. The Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security released the top 10 Ukrainian victories for the 10th month of the war. First, preserved statehood. Second, liberation of Ukrainian territories. Third, destroying the myth of the invincibility of the world's second strongest army. Fourth, strong international support for Ukraine and isolation of Russia. Fifth, actualization of the issue of liberating Crimea. Sixth, activation of Euro-Atlantic integration. 7th, effective communication. 8th, powerful volunteer movement. 9th, resistance movement in the occupied territories. And 10th, unity of the Ukrainian people. Over the past week, Russian forces attacked Zaporizhia Oblast 590 times. About 150 buildings were destroyed, including a school and critical infrastructure. While some have been repaired already, others will take months. According to the head of the Joint Press Center of the Southern Defense Forces, Natalia Humenyuk, Russia is once again preparing a major missile strike on Ukraine. While Ukraine is ready for any attack, the threat of damage to critical infrastructure remains. Humenyuk further commented on the situation along the front, saying that Ukrainian forces are gradually pushing Russian forces back and try to prevent them from pulling up reserves. She said, "We establish fire control, try to stop their logistics supplies, do not let them rest, and force them to constantly look for new locations." Kirilo Budanov, head of Ukraine's intelligence directorate, said Ukraine will need to use force to take back Crimea. "But nothing will happen without force. Our units will go there with weapons in hand," said Budanov. He further noted that he does not expect many changes over winter, as Russia appears to be at a dead end. Moving on to the latest developments in the occupied territories. According to the National Resistance Center, Russia is planning to create a propaganda training center in Berdyansk. The occupation authorities want to offer express courses for training teachers aligned with Russian doctrine. The occupied territories experience a major shortage of teachers, as those sent from the Russian Federation tend to not stay due to the fact they cannot be sure the region will be part of Russia in the future. The Luhansk Oblast Military Administration reports that the Russian army is wary of a possible advance by Ukrainian forces. For that reason, only one pontoon bridge over the Siversky Donets River is operated. Yevhen Yerin, the spokesman of the defense forces of the Tavria region, stated during an interview that Russia is moving reserve forces to the occupied areas of the Zaporizhia Oblast. There is no need for concern, however, as no significant reinforcement of the Russian army can be observed, and therefore a possible offensive is unlikely. And to wrap up the news segment, here are the latest international developments. The main concern for Russians this year was the war in Ukraine. Anxiety has doubled over the special military operation, according to a poll. The three main fears of Russians this year were the war, inflation, mobilization. In its daily assessment, the Institute for the Study of War writes about a deal between Vladimir Putin and Yevgeny Prigozhin to nationalize properties and wealth of Russian oligarchs to finance the war. While attending a funeral for a fallen Wagner mercenary, Prigozhin said that luxury items and properties should be confiscated from those who do not support the war against Ukraine. Putin also indirectly criticized Russian oligarchs, saying that Russians who pump money from abroad and have no connection with the country are a danger to Russia. Russia is facing a major shortage of ammunition and is trying to source supplies from all over the world. According to Kirilo Budanov, head of Ukraine's intelligence directorate, Russia is especially lacking 122 and 152 mm shells, tank high explosive shells, and Grad missiles. And now for a quick update from Twitter. Apparently, several military helicopters were spotted in the skies over Moscow. The reason is currently unknown. If we learn anything, we will update. And now for the daily intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. Russian forces have largely focused on constructing defensive positions along many sections of the front line in Ukraine since October. This includes laying additional fields of anti-tank and anti-personnel mines, almost certainly going beyond Russian doctrinal guidelines. Minefields only present an effective obstacle for trained troops if covered by observation and fire. A major challenge for the Russian forces will likely be a shortage of surveillance assets and trained personnel to effectively monitor large areas of the new minefields. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The occupiers continue to focus their efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Bakhmut and Liman areas. In the Kupiansk, Avdiivka and Zaporizhia areas, they are trying to improve their tactical positions. The enemy is defending in the Novopavlovsk and Kherson directions. On December 24th, the defense forces struck the area where the enemy's manpower was concentrated near the Polovinkino-Starobil district of the Luhansk region. The occupiers lost up to 150 soldiers dead and wounded. On December 25th, in the temporarily occupied territory of the Kherson region, the invaders lost up to 50 servicemen killed and up to 100 wounded. About 5 units of military equipment of various types were also destroyed. The enemy continues to use the network of civilian healthcare facilities in the temporarily occupied territory to treat wounded servicemen of the Russian occupation forces and mercenaries of private military companies. Thus, in the village of Bilovodsk, Starobil district, Luhansk region, up to 300 wounded representatives of the Wagner PMC are being treated. In addition, in Permovaisk, on the territory of the so-called military hospital, deployed on the basis of a multidisciplinary lyceum, up to 300 occupiers who were injured in the area of the city of Bakhmut are also being treated. In the settlement of Tokmak, Zaporizhia region, the Russian invaders intensified administrative and police measures. Military personnel, together with local collaborators, search for patriotic Ukrainian citizens, check personal laptops and phones, and search residences. And that wraps up another one of our news reports. If you're interested in reading up on any of the articles I mentioned, you can find links to them in the description as always. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Hello and welcome to another daily news update on the war in Ukraine. This is The Account and it is day 305 since the Russian invasion started. Today, we have a few things to go over before we do the usual reports on minor news out of Ukraine, the occupied territories and the international developments regarding the war. First, we have a bit more extensive report on the flashpoint of Bakhmut. I also want to point out 3 videos for you showing the destruction in Bakhmut, Pavlivka and Popasna. I will be mentioning these at the end of the flashpoints along the front segment. And then we will start the news segment with a look at the aftermath of the Christmas Eve shelling and the ongoing attacks on Ukraine. And now here are the flashpoints along the front. Kremina. Russian sources report Ukrainian artillery shelled the city all day long from 3 sides and 2 Ukrainian attacks were repelled. Vorgonzo also reported Chervonopopivka and Dibrova are no longer held by Russian forces. Further reports claim Ukrainian forces are trying to cut the P-66 highway south of Kremina. Ukraine already has fire control over that area, which threatens Russian supply lines. Just before I finished the video, I received reports of Ukrainian advances around and in Kremina by both Ukrainian and Russian sources. I wanted to talk a bit more about it, but shortly after, an officer of the Armed Forces of Ukraine asked for a media blackout, so I will leave it with this small update. Bakhmut. Ukraine repelled several attacks around Yakovlivka, Bakhmutske, Solidar and Bakhmut itself. Generally, Russian momentum from earlier in December has slowed down significantly. Some analysts claim it is due to the need of conserving ammunition. Opytne has been reported as fully under Ukrainian control now. Pro-Russian accounts refute those claims, however, and claim in turn Russia made progress. The armed forces of Ukraine have slowed down the advance of the Russian army in the Bakhmut area. It is likely that the Russian command may seek an operational pause. This was reported in the daily assessment by the Institute for the Study of War. However, while the speed of the Russian advance has slowed down, it is too early to draw conclusions about whether its offensive has reached its climax. The researchers argue that the lack of personnel and ammunition in the Russian army will not allow it to maintain the current pace of offensive operations in the near future. According to Serhiy Haidai, head of the Luhansk Oblast Military Administration, Russia is currently losing thousands of soldiers in the Bakhmut area. The armed forces of Ukraine report that the war strategy is to make sure Russian soldiers cannot rest and are constantly attacked. Marinka. Positional fighting continues along the line of contact. A video shows Russian forces shelling Marinka with incendiary ammunition. Videos shared on social media allege it as thermite.
Вот, теперь будем смотреть, как они горят, нахуй. Ебать, что у них там. Ого. Так нахуй дом сгорит нахуй. Фу, ебать дыма нахуй. Гадость. Да там по-любому магний есть. Ебать, уебало.
And now I wanted to share these 3 videos with you. They contain scenes of the destruction from Bakhmut, Pavlivka and Popasna. 2 of the videos are quite long, so we only have a small excerpt here, but you can find links to the full videos in the description. I'm sorry for the lagging video, it's just my tablet. And now for a quick update on the Christmas Eve and ongoing shelling of Ukraine. On Christmas Eve, Russia killed 16 civilians and injured 72 when shelling Ukraine. In Kherson Oblast alone, 71 shellings were recorded, 16 civilians were killed and 64 injured. The city of Kherson especially experienced extensive shelling. The settlement was fired upon 41 times. Besides the killing and injuring of civilians, the attack also affected industrial premises, health facilities, detached houses and apartment blocks. Additionally, 7 were injured in the Donetsk region and 1 in the Kharkiv region. The National Police of Ukraine and State Emergency Service of Ukraine have released pictures showing the ongoing repairs in Kherson to ensure civilian homes are safe. Teams are working fast to deal with the aftermath, even while being under threat of the ongoing Russian shelling. It has emerged that Russia shelled 2 hospitals in Kherson yesterday. Luckily, no one was injured or killed. As seen in a video shared on social media, the Kherson Regional Clinical Hospital was hit. In addition, a doctor's office, heat supply systems, and the roof were destroyed at the Regional Psychiatric Care Facility. In Donetsk Oblast, Russian forces continued the shelling throughout the night and in the morning on Sunday, injuring 7 civilians and damaging several civilian houses and apartment blocks and 1 hospital in Avdiivka. In Kramatorsk, 3 Russian missiles hit an industrial zone. No casualties were reported. Kramatorsk was heavily shelled on December 23rd, damaging 10 apartment blocks and a school. Nikopol in the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast was shelled throughout the night with heavy artillery as well. The State Emergency Service are currently trying to evaluate the consequences of the attack. And now for the news updates, starting with the latest developments out of Ukraine. Volodymyr Yeshov, a developer of the successful Stalker video game, has fallen in Bakhmut. He joined the armed forces of Ukraine after the Russian invasion on February 24th. The General Staff of Ukraine has released photos of how the Ukrainian soldiers celebrate Christmas at the front. Usually, Christmas is a family holiday. However, this year they have to celebrate together with their other family, their sworn brothers in arms. And now a look at the situation inside the occupied territories. According to Petro Andriushchenko, advisor to the mayor of Mariupol, Russia has begun moving equipment and manpower from areas around Mariupol towards Melitopol and Berdyansk. In occupied Vasilivka, Zaporizhia Oblast, Russian authorities have imposed a curfew in the period from December 28th this year to January 4th, 2023. Only emergency service workers with a special pass are allowed to leave their homes. Other local residents are prohibited from leaving theirs and moving around the settlement. Ukraine's National Resistance Center reported that Russia is moving security personnel to the occupied south. In Berdyansk alone, about 500 police officers from the Russian Federation have been deployed. According to the center, Berdyansk lately experienced many cases of pro-Ukrainian material being distributed. And to wrap up the news segment, the latest international developments. In his Christmas Day address, Pope Francis has called for an end to Russia's senseless all-out war against Ukraine. May the Lord inspire us to offer concrete gestures of solidarity to assist all those who are suffering, and may He enlighten the minds of those who have the power to silence the thunder of weapons and put an immediate end to this senseless war, he said. Iran's top general, Mohammad Bagheri, commented on Western claims that Russia is using Iranian-made Shahed drones against Ukraine. According to him, this speaks of the effectiveness of Tehran's unmanned aerial vehicles. Meanwhile, Western intelligence believes that Moscow is preparing to transfer up to 24 Su-35 aircrafts to Tehran. These could be fighter jets that were originally intended for Egypt as part of a deal that the US scrapped. China reports it will strengthen its ties with Russia in the next year. Beijing and Moscow will deepen strategic mutual trust and mutually beneficial cooperation. Yuri Trutnev, Russian Deputy Prime Minister, and Sergei Kiriyenko, the first deputy head of the Russian president's administration, have asked President Putin to create training centers for fighters across the country. The inspiration comes from a similar program in Chechnya. President Putin has stated that he does not consider the current developments in the war in Ukraine dangerous for the Russian Federation. He reiterated that invading Ukraine was the right thing to do to protect national interests and that Russia will continue to wage war until all goals are achieved. He further claimed Russia was ready for negotiations, but it is the West who refuses to talk. Alexander Buzakov, the general director of the company Admiralty Shipyards, has died. The circumstances of his death were described as his life ended prematurely and tragically. His company is producing advanced diesel submarines capable of carrying and launching Caliber cruise missiles. And now for the intelligence updates. Sadly, the UK Ministry of Defence did not publish their daily assessment today, so we will be skipping directly to the evening report of the General Staff of Ukraine. The Russian occupiers, for the purpose of intimidation, continue chaotic shelling of the civilian population in the liberated towns and villages along the right bank of the Dnipro River. The city of Berislav, Kherson region, is subjected to systematic mortar shelling. Also in the Kherson direction, the civil infrastructure of the settlements of Kherson, Respublikanets, Tianginka, Zelenivka, Inchenerne, Antonivka, Sadove, and Veletenske was damaged by shelling. There are casualties among civilians. The damage to the invaders' manpower and equipment in the previous days has been confirmed. In the Donetsk region, 4 self-propelled artillery installations, 2 S-7 Pions, were destroyed. In the Zabirini district of the Kherson region, the headquarters of the occupiers was hit, where a meeting of officers of the Southern Military District of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation was held. As a result, up to 70 servicemen were injured. The number of dead is being clarified. And that wraps up the report for today. If you're interested in one of the articles and want to read up on it, you can find the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Welcome everyone. This is the account bringing you the latest news updates for day 304 of the war in Ukraine. It is Christmas Eve, and I wish you all a wonderful holiday season. Sadly, today's news are dominated by a horrific Russian shelling in Kherson, killing and wounding scores of civilians. We will go over these developments first, and after look at the minor news out of Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments regarding the war. But first, we will take a look at the flashpoints along the front. Svatove. Reports claim Ukraine is making steady advances around Kolomytsycha. Serhiy Haidai, the head of Luhansk Oblast Military Administration, reported that Russia is moving the administration from Svatove to Luhansk. This could indicate a worsening situation for Russia, as Ukrainian forces have gained momentum around Svatove lately. Bakhmut. The armed forces of Ukraine have either cleared or almost cleared Opitne, according to a geolocated video. The video itself contains Ukrainian positions and therefore should not be shared. According to the Eastern grouping of Ukrainian forces, there were 225 Russian strikes and more than 28 battles during the day. Ukraine further claims Russia suffered 90 soldiers killed and 100 wounded in 24 hours. Pavlivka. Reports today indicated a Ukrainian unit got ambushed and lost equipment and personnel here. And now for the latest of the shelling in Kherson today. Some of the articles contain disturbing scenes and accounts, so viewer discretion is advised. Over the past day, Russia shelled Kherson Oblast 74 times, killing 5 and wounding 17. The attacks targeted critical infrastructure, kindergartens, schools, hospitals, shops, factories and homes. Shortly after the daily shelling update, Russia started another attack targeting the center of Kherson. More than 8 people have been reportedly killed and at least 58 wounded so far. President Zelensky said, "Social networks will most likely mark these photos as sensitive content. But this is not sensitive content. This is the real life of Ukraine and Ukrainians. The terrorist state is continuously bringing their Russian world in the form of shelling of the civilian population. Kherson, the morning of Saturday, on Christmas Eve, the central part of the city. These are not military facilities. This is not war by the rules. This is terror. This is murder for the sake of intimidation and pleasure." As more information was released during the day, we learned that 66 cars were on fire during the attack. In the evening, an update brought more sad news. Some people succumbed to their injuries, the death toll now standing at 10 with 55 injured. After the attack today, Dmytro Kuleba, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, called on the West to increase the support for Ukraine. Moving on to the latest development out of Ukraine. The Prosecutor General's office reported that so far authorities have discovered 54 torture chambers in liberated territories. More than 5,000 inquiries into torture and other inhuman treatment has been opened so far. Currently, a pre-trial investigation is being conducted in 855 criminal proceedings over war crimes against children. President Zelensky has congratulated Ukrainians on Christmas and asked everyone to remember how much Ukraine has gone through. Meanwhile, families of captured Azovstal defenders organized the Azov Regiment Christmas in Captivity campaign. The families are asking everyone who celebrates Christmas on December 25th to pray for the Azovstal defenders. And now for a look at the situation inside the occupied territories. According to the Center for Strategic Communications, Stratcom, Russia is turning Mariupol into a massive military base. A huge healthcare facility, built allegedly for treating the civilian population, turned out to be a military facility instead. There is a huge inscription reading Army of Russia on one of the buildings. Covert mobilization continues in Crimea. Russia is trying to make serving in the army more popular by promising recruits plots of land for their service. This is reported by the National Resistance Center. According to a statement made by Serhiy Haidai, the head of Luhansk Oblast Military Administration, 100 wounded Russian soldiers were taken to Starobilsk yesterday. Over the past day, the Ukrainian Air Force reported 13 strikes on clusters of Russian personnel. In addition, rocket forces and artillery units hit 2 command posts, 2 ammunition dumps, and 11 clusters of Russian personnel. And to wrap up the news segment, the international developments. In its latest assessment, the Institute for the Study of War again pointed at the Kremlin's continued deflection of criticism about Russia's military failures in Ukraine. Yesterday, Dmitry Peskov said that Russian forces achieved significant progress in its war objective of the demilitarization of Ukraine. In response, Igor Girkin, a key figure in the start of Russia's war against Ukraine, sarcastically noted that Ukraine's armed forces increased from about 250,000 soldiers to 700,000, and that Ukrainian forces are now equipped with advanced Western anti-tank ground missiles, precision artillery, and other systems that Ukraine did not have before Russia's invasion. Several current and former Russian officials and people close to the Kremlin described Vladimir Putin as isolated and unable or unwilling to believe that Ukraine would successfully resist. Putin has long refused using the internet, fearing digital surveillance, which makes him dependent on advisors. Frontline commanders report to the Federal Security Service, or FSB, the successor to the KGB, which edits reports for experts at the Security Council, who passed them to Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev, the Archhawk who had... According to the Moscow Times, Russian media has been forbidden from sharing any information on mobilization issues. This ban even includes reporting on official statements about mobilization made by the State Duma or the Federation Council. Serhiy Nayev, the commander of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, reported that Belarus moved a motorized rifle battalion and 2 tank battalions to the border with Ukraine. Russia has deployed a 4th cruise missile carrier to the Black Sea, raising the available caliber cruise missiles to 24. Operational Command South warns of a possible missile attack. And now for the intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defence. Russia has augmented its force in Ukraine with tens of thousands of reservists since October. Despite the easing of its immediate personnel shortages, a shortage of munitions highly likely remains the key limiting factor on Russian offensive operations. Russia has likely limited its long-range missile strikes against Ukrainian infrastructure to around once a week due to the limited availability of cruise missiles. Similarly, Russia is unlikely to have increased its stockpile of artillery munitions enough to enable large-scale offensive operations. A vulnerability of Russia's current operational design is that even just sustaining defensive operations along its lengthy front line requires a significant daily expenditure of shells and rockets. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy is concentrating its efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Liman, Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions and is trying to improve the tactical position in the Kupiansk direction. In the Kherson direction, the enemy continues to terrorize the civilian population. The civilian infrastructure of Chervono-Grigorivka, Dnipropetrovsk region and Burgunka, Antonivka and Kherson were affected by shelling. There are dead and wounded among peaceful Ukrainian citizens. In Gornostaevka, Kherson region, the Russian occupiers imposed a 24-hour curfew in the period of December 25, 2022 to January 3, 2023. For almost 10 days, local residents are prohibited from leaving their homes and moving around the settlement. And that wraps up today's report. If you're interested in reading up on some of the articles, I provided the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in, have a great day, and Merry Christmas. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome, and thank you for tuning in once again. This is The Account, bringing you the news for day 303 of the war in Ukraine. Today we have a lot of smaller things to go over, but nothing really that stands out. So we will take our usual look at the situation in Ukraine the occupied territories, and the international developments. Still, there are two articles I want to highlight before we start. First, I want to highlight an investigative article by the New York Times titled "Caught on Camera, Traced by Phone: The Military Unit That Killed Dozens in Bucha." It is an 8-month visual investigation by the New York Times into what exactly happened and who is responsible for it. Journalists spent months in Bucha interviewing residents, collecting security camera footage, and obtaining exclusive records from government sources. The article and video contain disturbing accounts and scenes. Viewer discretion is advised. The second article I want to highlight is a very nice and informative chronological recount of the war up to day 300 by Ukrinform titled "How Ukraine's Armed Forces Seized Strategic Initiative, a 2022 review." And now, before we go over the news, we will check out the main flashpoints along the front. Svatova. Reports of fighting in Kolomichicha and north of Cherelne. Should Kolomichicha be liberated, it would open the way to the PO7 and a possibility for attacking Kuzymivka from the south. Krymina. The General Staff of Ukraine reported repelled attacks in the areas of Makivka, Ploszczanka, Czerwonopopivka, Yampolivka, and Dibrova. Bakhmut. Heavy artillery duels are raging. Ukrainian presence was confirmed at a tower east of the city, marked here with a cross. Clashes continue east of Bakhmut and in Opytne. A video shared on social media shows Russian forces shelling Ukrainian positions with incendiary ammunition. Vuhledar. Reports by Ukrainian sources claim the armed forces of Ukraine operate in northwest Mykylske. Moving on to the news segment, starting with today's news out of Ukraine. President Zelensky held another meeting of staff of Supreme Commander-in-Chief today. It comes after his visit to the USA and the announcement of a Patriot system being prepared for Ukraine. Zelensky stated, "We are preparing for the next few months and the next year in general. The commanders were heard at the meeting today. We see prospects on the front." According to Kyiv Oblast Governor Oleksiy Kuleba, the energy deficit in Kyiv's power system stands at 50% currently. The situation is especially difficult in the Bucha, Brovary, and Boryspil districts, where power is available just 2 to 4 hours a day. Over the past day, Russia attacked the Donetsk, Kherson, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Sumy, Zaporizhia, and Luhansk oblasts, killing 5 people and wounding 14. In Donetsk Oblast alone, Russian forces killed 4 civilians and injured 7 more. In the morning today in Kherson, Russia fired on the city using Grad MLRS, targeting residential areas and critical infrastructure. As a result, 2 civilians were killed. Because Russia is shelling Kherson daily now, part of the city may be left without electricity, water, and heating. Residents are urged to evacuate, especially in the Ostriv microdistrict. In Kramatorsk, Russian forces attacked residential areas using S-300 missiles. 12 apartment blocks and 3 houses, housing over 100 families, and 2 schools were partially destroyed, according to the Kramatorsk city administration. The National Police of Ukraine reported 10 high-rise buildings and 1 school damaged. And now for a look at the situation inside the occupied territories. Russia has begun demolishing the theater in Mariupol. The theater was destroyed in the Russian attack on April 16th when 2 missiles directly hit it. It served as the city's main bomb shelter until the destruction. Reportedly 300 people died in what Amnesty International called a clear war crime. Timur Ivanov, Deputy Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation, is profiting from construction in Mariupol. Among his responsibilities are the construction of military facilities for the Russian army. The Russian Defense Ministry's military construction company is in charge of these constructions. Ivanov and his partners have made more than 17 billion rubles, approximately 235 million euro, from the construction of residential blocks in Mariupol alone. The Associated Press reported on satellite images revealing another 10,300 graves at Mariupol cemeteries, most in the Stary Krim cemetery. According to calculations made by the AP, the area containing newly dug graves is more than 51,500 square meters large. Loud explosions were heard in Melitopol today when a car bomb exploded. Currently, it is unknown who the target was. According to Serhiy Haidai, head of the Luhansk Regional Military Administration, the FSB is engaging in terror against the Luhansk population. FSB agents will randomly select civilians for counter-subversive measures and, in case of anything suspicious found, the residents are detained. If lucky, they are able to return after undergoing re-education. Last night in Tokmak, Zaporizhia Oblast, the headquarters of the Russian occupation forces was destroyed. According to local sources, it housed many Chechens at the time of the strike. Information on casualties is being clarified. And finally, the latest international developments regarding the war in Ukraine. For the first time since the missile attack on December 16th, Russia has deployed 3 missile carriers armed with 20 caliber cruise missiles in the Black Sea. In its daily assessment, the Institute for the Study of War writes about Putin's tries to absolve himself of responsibility for conducting protracted war in Ukraine. Since the fall of Lysychansk on July 3rd, the Russian forces have not achieved any significant or strategically important victory. While Putin used the term war for the first time to describe the situation, a few military bloggers quickly stated that they have always used both war and special military operation interchangeably because every thinking person knows that what is happening in Ukraine is a hot war. According to the director of Israeli intelligence, Mossad, Iran is preparing to expand its supply of advanced weapons to Russia. He further warned of Iran's renewed attempts to expand the uranium enrichment project. Vladimir Putin has told the Russian defense industry to ramp up production so the military will receive everything they need for their war against Ukraine. Dmitry Peskov, the press secretary of the President of the Russian Federation, stated in an interview that he believes Russia has significantly advanced on the path of demilitarization of Ukraine, one of the goals of the special military operation. Vladimir Putin called the Patriot missile system an outdated weapon that Russia will be able to counter easily. The Patriot is currently the most advanced air defense weapon in the US arsenal. But according to Putin, the Russian S-300 system is superior in any way, and Russia will just crush the Patriot. The Green Party in Germany, which is part of the government, demanded that Chancellor Olaf Scholz hand over Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine. After the US announcement that Ukraine would receive Patriot air defense systems, the Greens began pressuring Scholz to expand military aid to Ukraine as well. And now for the intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 21st, President Putin was presented with plans to expand the Russian military by around 30% to 1.5 million personnel. It isn't clear when this level would be achieved. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu explained that the expansion would involve at least 2 brigades in northwestern Russia, growing to divisional strength. He cited the supposed threat from Finland and Sweden's accession to NATO. This constitutes one of the first insights into how Russia aspires to adapt its forces to the long-term strategic challenges resulting from its invasion of Ukraine. It remains unclear how Russia will find the recruits to complete such an expansion at a time when its forces are under unprecedented pressure in Ukraine. And finally, to wrap up the report, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy has increased the volume of railway transport of personnel, military equipment and ammunition to the areas of hostilities. The enemy continues to focus its efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Liman, Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions. In the Kupiansk direction, the enemy is trying to improve the tactical position. In the Novopavlivsky, Zaporizhia and Kherson directions, the enemy is defending. In order to strengthen administrative and police measures in the temporarily occupied territory of the Zaporizhia region, about 500 servicemen from the Russian Guard arrived in the city of Berdyansk. And that concludes today's news update. Interested in one of the articles mentioned and want to read up on it? I included all the links showcased in the report in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in to The Account. Since there was not much in the news today and I couldn't do an update yesterday, I decided to do a joint report for day 301 and 302 of the war in Ukraine. In case the audio is a bit weird, I apologize as I am using my tablet to record while on vacation. First, we will take a look at President Zelensky's visit to the United States and the various reports around it, and after quickly go over the other reports out of Ukraine, the occupied territories and the international developments. But as usual, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Kremina. Near both Serebryansky Forest and Makivka, a build-up of Ukrainian forces is reported by Russian sources. An attack seems imminent. Pro-Russian account Wargonzo reports the area north of Kremina as a grey zone. A video shared on social media shows a column of 10 T-90M tanks near Severodonetsk moving towards Kremina. Solidar. Ukrainian forces report an increase in Russian attacks on the city. Battles are ongoing. Bakhmut. Drone footage of the area around the Sinya champagne factory shows no Russian presence anymore. Some reports even suggest Russia had to fall back all the way to the MO3 highway. It is clear Ukrainian forces managed to push back Russian forces significantly. Reports out of Opytne, south of Bakhmut, say heavy battles are still ongoing. Marinka. Heavy battles for the city continue. It is reported that Ukrainian units managed to push back Russia from the center. And now let's take a look at President Zelensky's visit to the United States. President Zelensky has embarked on his first foreign state visit since the beginning of the war. Yesterday, he arrived in the United States to meet with President Biden and speak to the Congress. While meeting with President Biden at the White House, President Zelensky handed over the Cross of Military Merit Award from a Ukrainian captain of a HIMARS unit. He also thanked the President, Congress, and the American people for their continued support. After the meeting with President Biden, President Zelensky addressed the US Congress and handed over a flag signed by the defenders of Bakhmut. The 5 key points of his speech to Congress are: continued financial support. Aid to Ukraine is not a charity but investment in global security. Strengthening sanctions against Russia and bring those responsible for crimes to justice. Russia is using everything they have, and yet Ukrainian defenders hold the line. Ukraine will celebrate Christmas this year, no matter what. Ukraine will achieve absolute victory. Returning from Washington, President Zelensky said he is returning with good results and is bringing what Ukraine has been waiting for. One of these results is surely the Patriot air defense system that has been announced in the latest aid package worth $1.8 billion. And now we will take a look at the developments inside Ukraine. According to the Kyiv City Military Administration, the worst electricity situation is in the city of Kyiv itself, where about 60% of the transformers are not operational. Due to damage to the high power voltage grid, the city cannot be supplied by the national grid. This situation is made worse by a rather random system. It was described as, if you think that it can't be that among 10 powered houses there is one without electricity just because it is on a line with a destroyed substation, then you're wrong. This is the real situation. In Kherson, authorities found 7 torture chambers and 8 detention centers. In the Berezlavsky district, 4 torture chambers and 7 detention centers were located. In addition, a mass burial site was found in Kherson. The burial site also includes remains of Ukrainian servicemen. During occupation, local morgues reportedly received 700 bodies, of which 100 showed signs of abuse. Investigators are collecting DNA samples. And now I want to point you to an interesting video. The Special Operation Forces released a 5-minute video containing a short interview and footage of unique locations and operations they took part in. I recommend checking it out. And now for the latest out of the occupied territories. Andriy Stepa, the Russian-appointed leader of the village of Lyubimivka in occupied Kherson, died when his car was blown up. Stepa had conflicts with many residents, and he pointed the occupiers to where certain people lived and said that he would take revenge on everyone. After his appointment in summer, reports of terror started spreading. Dmitry Rogozin, the former head of Roscosmos, and Vitaly Khotsenko, the so-called head of the government of the DPR, received injuries in Donetsk supposedly after an attack from Ukraine's side. After the attack, doctors reported that they are not able to remove shrapnel from Rogozin's body. And to wrap up the news segment, here are the international developments. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin made an announcement almost akin to a declaration of total war. In it, he promised the military that there are no monetary limits for victory in Ukraine. He said, "The country and government is giving everything that the army asks for. Everything. I trust that there will be an appropriate response and the results will be achieved." Especially outdated equipment should be replaced with the most modern alternatives, and it needs to be replaced quickly. Putin further announced that the Zircon hypersonic missile would enter service in January. At the same time, Sergei Shoigu, the Minister of Defense of Russia, announced that the Russian army must be extended to 1.5 million soldiers. This will be accomplished by increasing the draft age limit. According to its latest assessment, the Institute for the Study of War writes about Russia not being interested in reducing its war efforts despite the growing toll on Russian society. During a Russian Ministry of Defense collegium in Moscow, Putin and Shoigu repeatedly rejected the possibility of an independent Ukraine and emphasized Russia's need to keep Ukraine within the Kremlin sphere of influence while defeating the Ukrainian Nazi regime. The researchers state that Russia's goal remains as follows: the recognition of illegally annexed territories, regime change of the Ukrainian government under the pretext of denazification, control of Ukraine's political and social character, Western granting of Russia's desired security guarantees. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, has gathered his security and military commanders to discuss moving troops to the Ukrainian border. While he insists Belarus will not enter the war against Ukraine, he insisted the military must be prepared for any aggression unleashed towards Belarus. He said, "If you want peace, prepare for war." The Wagner mercenaries reportedly received a shipment of weapons from North Korea to strengthen their forces in Ukraine, which indicates the expansion of Wagner's role in Russia's war against Ukraine. According to a US assessment, based on intelligence data, the number of weapons delivered by North Korea will not change the dynamic of hostilities in Ukraine. The United States further estimates there are about 50,000 Wagner PMC fighters in Ukraine, including 10,000 contractors and 40,000 convicts recruited from Russian prisons. And now for the intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 19, 2022, President Putin travelled to Minsk to hold talks with President Lukashenko of Belarus. The president's decision included talk of a single defence space. Although Russia and Belarus prominently publicize Russian units' deployments into Belarus, the armed forces of Belarus have likely recently taken on a significant but more discreet role in training thousands of newly mobilized Russian reservists. The likely use of Belarusian instructors is an attempt to partially remediate the lack of Russian military trainers, many of whom are deployed in Ukraine or have become casualties. Belarus have an extensive background of military cooperation. The training of mobilized Russian personnel by Belarusians represent a role reversal. Belarusian forces have traditionally been considered by Russia as inferior to Russian forces, and their employment as trainers is an indication of overstretch within the Russian military system. And to finish the report, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. On December 20th of this year, the Defense Forces struck a concentration of enemy personnel in the Mykolaiivka area of the Skadovsky district of the Kherson region. As a result, up to 140 servicemen of the Russian occupation forces were injured and 8 Kamaz trucks with ammunition were destroyed. According to detailed information, the occupiers lost up to 150 people killed and about 50 wounded as a result of the attack on the enemy's field airfield in the Kakhovka district of the Kherson region on December 20th. Up to 20 units of military equipment of various types were destroyed. And that wraps up the report. If you're interested in one of the articles I mentioned, I provided links to all of them in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in. You are listening to The Account. Before we start, I want to mention that tomorrow I probably will not be able to prepare a daily report as I'm traveling almost all day for the upcoming holidays. Today's news report comes on a sad anniversary. It is day 300 of the war in Ukraine. The news were dominated by President Zelensky's visit to Bakhmut today. Naturally, we will have to take a look at those reports. Other news to point out today were the results of Putin's visit to Belarus and the aftermath of Russia's drone attack on Ukraine. We will go over the rest of the news quickly while taking a look at the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But as usual, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Kremina. Allegedly, Russian forces retreated from the remaining northern part of Zebryansky forest towards the city. This video shared on social media shows Ukrainian soldiers confirmed 5 kilometers from the city. Considering they are casually walking around, they seem to not be close to the combat lines. It was further reported Ukrainian positions inside Chervodopopivka and Dibrova were shelled by Russians. Some pro-Ukrainian sources have started suggesting the battle for Kremina is imminent. Bakhmut. Not much has happened here today except for President Zelensky's visit. However, some battles were reported around Pithorodne and Opytne. And now for the reports on President Zelensky's visit to Bakhmut. In a surprise move, Ukrainian President Zelensky has visited the frontline hero city of Bakhmut and handed out awards to the defenders. He also inspected advanced positions of one of the mechanized brigades whose soldiers are repelling the enemy on the approaches to the city. He further listened to reports about the situation and proposals on further action. According to President Zelensky, Bakhmut remains the hottest point along the front, and he mentioned the fact that wherever Russia takes its flag, it leaves burnt earth and destroyed life. Pain, ruins, and graves. This is the so-called Russian world, and this is what Ukrainian heroes stop. The defenders of Bakhmut presented President Zelensky with a Ukrainian flag signed by all of them, which they would like to be handed over to the US Congress. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the founder of Wagner, in a media stunt allegedly flew to the Bakhmut frontline to fire a shot from a self-propelled gun as an invite to Zelensky for a meeting. Moving on to the aftermath of the drone attack. The situation regarding the power supply remains critical. According to Ukrenergo, about 80% of Kyiv Oblast is still without electricity. Kyiv Oblast Governor Oleksiy Kuleba said that it would take at least 2 to 3 days more until power might be restored. Denis Shmyhal, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, warned of further attacks on Ukraine over the next week. He said, "Russian terrorists will do everything to leave Ukrainians without electricity by the new year. It is important for them that Christmas and New Year in Ukraine pass in darkness. Therefore, we must prepare for new attacks." And finally, the result of Putin's visit to Belarus. As a result of their meeting, President Putin and President Lukashenko agreed on joint security for the two countries. Lukashenko also thanked Putin for the S-400 and Iskander systems Russia provided to Belarus, which were put on combat duty already. Other talking points included the joint production of military equipment and Russia training Belarusian pilots in a special combat unit. The Institute for the Study of War writes in its daily assessment, Lukashenko probably rejected Putin's attempts to force Belarus to make further concessions regarding integration with Russia. It seems that during the meeting, Vladimir Putin also agreed with the arguments of Lukashenko regarding a Belarusian participation in the war. The assessment states that Belarus's involvement in Putin's war against Ukraine is unlikely. And now for the latest out of Ukraine. Ukraine has reached a deal with SpaceX to receive more than 10,000 Starlink antennas to help counter Russian air attacks. Mikhailo Fedorov, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Digital Transformation, said this in an interview with Bloomberg. The devices, which provide internet service beamed down from satellites, will be sent to Ukraine in the coming month. Valery Zaluzhny, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, has publicly appealed to President Zelensky to sign a law on strengthening criminal responsibility of military personnel. According to him, this is about toughening liability for absence without leave, desertion, escaping a battlefield or snubbing orders, including to take up arms and fight. Moving on to the developments in the occupied territories. As it turns out, Shoigu's visit to the front lines was quite a distance away. According to open source intelligence, the trenches in the video were geolocated to the village of Armyansk in Russian-occupied Crimea, about 80 kilometers behind the front. A Russian soldier who tried to escape from the Russian army 5 times was detained by Ukrainian forces. According to him, soldiers in his unit were scared of Ukrainian forces and refused to fight. He tried to run away 5 times, but was caught each time and sent back to the front. According to Natalia Humenyuk, head of the Joint Press Center of the Operational Command South, Russian occupiers are repeating the Kherson scenario in Melitopol. In Kherson, the Russian forces also seemed to be preparing for street fights, but ended up looting everything and running away. And now for a rather long but interesting article in Russian. It is titled, Friendly Fire, How the Russian Military Kill Each Other. During the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russian soldiers died not only in battles, but also suffered non-combat losses, including friendly fire, although the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation hides that statistic. The investigation claims that the carelessness of the command and the low quality of military training are exhausting the Russian troops even before they are sent to the front. One of the most common reasons for the death of soldiers is the careless handling of weapons. In the verdicts of garrison military courts studied by the media, the same story is repeated. A soldier forgot to put on the safety and accidentally or as a joke shot a comrade. Furthermore, drunkenness in the army, negligence of commanders, inability to use military equipment and domestic conflicts often lead to the death of soldiers. I highly recommend reading the article. And finally, the international developments. Russia has started to move military equipment in Belarus towards the Ukrainian border. Reportedly, tanks, trucks, and personnel of the armed forces of Russia were being transported from the northern and central parts of Belarus closer to the border with Ukraine. Despite statements about the end of the mobilization inside Russia, President Putin has ordered the formation of a working group on mobilization and training of recruits. He also demanded a monthly update on the issue. According to Yuri Inat, the spokesman for the Air Force Command, Russia is using 40 airfields to carry out attacks on Ukraine, with 5 to 6 being located inside Belarus. Since the full-scale invasion, 1 or several long-range radar detection A-50s have been deployed over Belarus, tracking all air targets on the territory of Ukraine. Putin has awarded Denis Pushilin and Leonid Pasichnik. Explosions in Belgorod Oblast, Russia, left parts of the city of Shebekinsky without electricity. A huge explosion and fire was reported at the Urengoy Center 2 main gas pipeline in Russia. According to Russian news, 3 people died. And now for today's intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 16th, Russian President Vladimir Putin visited the joint headquarters of the Special Military Operation. Putin was filmed meeting with a number of senior military officers, including Chief of General Staff Valery Gerasimov and Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu. He invited proposals for next steps of the special military operation. Commander of the Russian group of forces in Ukraine, General Sergei Surovikin, was one of those who presented a report. In this choreographed meeting, Putin likely intended to demonstrate collective responsibility for the special military operation. This display likely aimed to deflect Putin's responsibility for military failure, high fatality rates, and increasing public dissatisfaction from mobilization. The televised footage was probably designed to also dispel social media rumors of General Gerasimov's dismissal. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The Russian occupiers continue to conduct full-scale armed aggression against our state. They do not stop striking critical infrastructure and civilian homes on the territory of Ukraine, violating the norms of international humanitarian law, the laws and customs of warfare. The volume of transfers of mobilized personnel, weapons and military equipment, fuel and lubricants and ammunition from the Far Eastern regions of the Russian Federation is increasing. The enemy is concentrating its efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions. He is trying to improve the tactical position in the Kupiansk and Liman directions. In other directions, the enemy defends previously occupied lines, concentrates efforts on restraining the actions of units of the defense forces of Ukraine, and at the same time continues to shell the positions of our troops and civilian objects along the contact line. The enemy continues to suffer losses. On December 18th, it was confirmed that units of the Defense Forces of Ukraine fired at areas where the enemy's manpower and equipment were concentrated in the temporarily occupied territory of the Zaporizhia region. In particular, in the areas of the settlements of Polohi, Vasilivka, and Kamyanka-Dniprovska. The losses of the enemy are more than 130 wounded occupiers, up to 10 units of weapons and military equipment of various types were destroyed. Information about the dead invaders is being clarified. The enemy continues to use the network of civilian healthcare facilities in the temporarily occupied territory to treat wounded Russian occupiers and mercenaries of private military campaigns. According to the available information, in Luhansk, the city's multidisciplinary hospital is equipped as a military hospital of the Russian occupying forces, which is already overloaded with wounded occupiers. And that wraps up our report for day 300 of the war. In case one of the articles mentioned caught your interest, I included links to all of them in the description. Thank you for tuning in to today's report and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone, thank you for tuning in. This is The Account with a news update for day 299 of the war in Ukraine. Once again, Russia launched a massive attack on Ukraine over the night, this time using the new batch of Iranian-made Shahed drones they received recently. Naturally, the news today were dominated by these events. We will take an in-depth look at them before we go over the minor developments inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But as usual, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Kremina. Russia reportedly shelled Ukrainian positions inside Dibrova. We have mentioned this before on here, but it is highly likely the settlement is either contested or under Ukrainian control. Solidar. Russia claims it managed to capture the village of Bilhorivka east of Yakovlivka, while the General Staff of Ukraine reported a repelled attack. Bakhmut. The MO3 highway north of Bakhmut has been cleared, as you can see here in this video shared on social media. A video shared on social media shows the fighting in the eastern parts of Bakhmut. The video is 3.5 minutes long, so if you want to watch it entirely, I put the link in the description. Ukrainian units reportedly managed to advance about 500 meters in the Pytne area south of Bakhmut. Marinka. The best assessment that can be given is that Marinka is now divided along the Drushby main road. And now for the news on the Russian drone attack on Ukraine today. According to President Zelensky, the attack consisted of 34 Shahed drones, all from the latest batch Russia received from Iran. He further claimed the batch included 250 UAVs. The attack came while Ukrainians were still struggling with the aftermath of Russia's missile attack on December 16th. Ukraine's Air Force reportedly downed 30 of the Shaheds sent by Russia. The UAVs were once again launched from the eastern side of the Sea of Azov. In Kyiv, explosions were heard in 2 central districts, while the governor of Kyiv Oblast urged residents to stay in shelters and said the air defense is working. In Kyiv alone, 18 out of 23 Shaheds were shot down. However, falling debris and the remaining UAVs caused serious damage to critical infrastructure, leaving 3 districts without electricity, damaging at least 9 houses and injuring 3 civilians. In southern Ukraine, especially Mykolaiv, air defense shot down 10 Shaheds. Vitaly Kim, head of the Oblast State Administration, complained about no air raid sirens sounding after the drones were detected and some were already shot down. In Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Russia not only used drones for their attack but also MLRS and artillery, causing extensive damage. Nikopol Oblast especially was shelled with more than 60 Grad rockets and heavy artillery targeting residential areas and civilian infrastructure. 11 homes, 6 buildings, cars, a gas pipeline and a power line were damaged in one area alone. Furthermore, the power supply to a water pumping station was destroyed and several villages are without water supply. Ukrenergo reported that, due to the attack, the power situation has worsened significantly. Emergency power outages continue in 10 oblasts and restoration may take a long time. Currently, the most affected areas are the central, eastern and Dnipro oblasts. And now for the developments inside Ukraine. Speaking to the German newspaper Bild, the representative of the main Directorate of Intelligence of the Ministry of Defense, Vadim Skibitsky, said Ukrainian special forces are conducting operations on the territory of the Russian Federation. He further stated missions were very difficult and require serious training. The Russians protect their military facilities well. However, the targets are purely military. Facilities of the Russian armed forces which are involved in attacks on Ukraine, in particular, logistics centers and command posts or garrisons with a large number of soldiers. During the interview, he also stated Russia is still trying to completely seize the Luhansk, Donetsk and Zaporizhia regions. The State Border Guard Service of Ukraine has yet to detect any changes to the situation inside Belarus. Although the checking of the troops' combat readiness and exercises conducted together with the Russian military are noteworthy, they do not change anything for Ukraine. The State Border Guards continue to carry out enhancements along the border to completely prepare for defense should anything change. Moving on to the situation in the occupied territories. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree that will give land to military personnel awarded for their merits in the war, the veterans and relatives of the perished army servicemen. The General Staff of Ukraine reported in its morning update about an increase of Russian military troops near occupied Melitopol. Melitopol has experienced several high-profile attacks lately, and Forbes wrote on December 12th that signs of a possible Ukrainian counteroffensive can be observed in the area. Russia is boosting efforts to track down and detain deserters. According to Serhiy Haidai, head of the Luhansk Regional Military Administration, multiple roadblocks across motorways were set up throughout Luhansk Oblast. Local residents are increasingly unwilling to fight in the war. While not everyone has the financial means to bribe someone and leave for Russia, some reportedly hide in their attics or basements for extended periods to avoid deployment. There are few men left in the temporarily occupied territories. Meanwhile, in Mariupol, Russian authorities are searching for a group of convicts who deserted with their weapons. Allegedly, they disappeared while being transported from Russia through Mariupol. A peculiar explosion on the Kinburn Spit has Russian soldiers panicking. Messages of an alleged tactical nuclear weapon used by Ukrainian forces are flooding social networks. According to the head of the Mykolaiv Regional Military Administration, Vitaly Kim, the weapon used was a 9-kilogram thermobaric munition that had been modified. And now for the international developments. In Berlin, the meeting between the president of Russia and Belarus is being watched with anxiety, and they do not rule out the expansion of the Belarusian participation in the war against Ukraine after it. The visiting delegation includes the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Sergei Lavrov, and the head of the military department, Sergei Shoigu. This is the first time in 3 years since Russian President Vladimir Putin has visited Belarus, and therefore the meeting is being watched closely. The Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has threatened Greece over the possibility of old S-300 air defense systems being transferred to Ukraine. It argues plans to hand over S-300 systems and other air defense equipment to Ukraine is a provocation and openly hostile to Russia. Maria Zakharova, spokeswoman of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said Greece will become a direct accomplice of Ukrainian neo-Nazis who are waging a criminal war against the peaceful civilian population of the Donbas, Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts, in particular the numerous ethnic Greeks who live there. Dmitry Peskov, the press secretary of the President of Russia, stated that the planned visit to Belarus by Russian President Vladimir Putin is not designed to drag Belarus into war. He said, "Treat it as utterly stupid, groundless claims. Belarus is a number one ally and partner of Russia. It is with Belarus that we have the highest level of integration, so there is no coercion. Everyone takes the steps which are most corresponding to A, the interests of our nations, B, the interests of our ally state." Alexei Danilov, Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, believes Chechnya will be part of Russia only for as long as Putin is alive. According to him, the only reason Kadyrov stays aligned with Russia is an agreement between him and Putin that provides everything to Kadyrov: money, preferential treatment, opportunities, and medals. According to Ukrainian intelligence, Russia is preparing terrorist attacks on NATO soil to undermine military aid to Ukraine. The report claims captured Western weapons are supposed to be distributed to extremist groups with the aim to carry out attacks. Depending on how the war in Ukraine develops in 2023, Russia might be preparing for an invasion of Moldova, the Moldovan intelligence claims. The head of the Information and Security Service sees a possibility of Russian troops trying to capture northern Ukraine and, in case of success, reaching all the way to Moldova. The largest ammunition warehouse in Europe is located in the Moldovan breakaway region Transnistria and could help resupply the Russian army for possible further military conflict. And now for the intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defence. Russian military proxy group Wagner continues to take a major role in attritional combat around the Donetsk Oblast town of Bakhmut. In recent months, it has developed offensive tactics to make use of the large number of poorly trained convicts it has recruited. Individual fighters are likely issued a smartphone or tablet which shows the individual's designated axis of advance and assault objectives superimposed on commercial satellite imagery. At platoon level and above, commanders likely remain in cover and give orders over radios, informed by video feeds from small uncrewed aerial vehicles, UAVs. Individuals and sections are ordered to proceed on the pre-planned route, often with fire support, but less often alongside armored vehicles. Wagner operatives who deviate from the designated assault routes without authorization are likely being threatened with summary execution. These brutal tactics aim to conserve Wagner's rare assets of experienced commanders and armored vehicles at the expense of the more readily available convict recruits, which the organization assesses as expendable. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. During the day, the enemy launched one rocket attack and also launched about 10 attacks from rocket salvo systems. The enemy also used 28 Iranian Shahed 136 attack UAVs, 23 of which were shot down by the defense forces of Ukraine. As a result of enemy strikes, civilian infrastructure and the civilian population were damaged. Due to the significant losses of the invaders, the repurposing of hospitals in the temporarily occupied territories of Luhansk region into military hospitals continue. Thus, the Luhansk Regional Clinical Hospital, the Luhansk City Multidisciplinary Hospital No. 15, and the Railway Hospital were handed over for use by the Russian occupation forces. The local population is refused service and suggested to turn to other medical institutions. In the previous days, in the districts of Berdyansk, Tokmak, and Polohi of the Zaporizhia region, an ammunition depot, about 15 units of military equipment of various types were destroyed, and more than 150 servicemen of the Russian occupation forces were injured. And with that, we finish today's report. In case one of the articles mentioned caught your interest, I included links to all of them in the description. Thank you for tuning in to today's report and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome to the news update for day 298 of the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. Thank you for tuning in. Today was a quiet day for news regarding the war. There was nothing in particular worth giving an extra section to, so we will just take a look at the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But as usual, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. An aerial video was shared on social media today showing the ongoing battles inside Bakhmut. I will let it play while going over the key points. Not much has changed over the past 24 hours. Russian military bloggers confirmed that Ukrainian defenders managed to push Russian units out of the residential areas in eastern Bakhmut and the garbage dump. Heavy battles continue around eastern Bakhmut, Opytne, and Lysychivka. Marinka. Vorgonzo reported Russian forces occupied a quarter of 5-story buildings on Zavodskaya Street. Many pro-Russian accounts have celebrated the capture of Marinka by Russian units. However, videos released on social media show Ukrainian defenders holding positions inside Marinka. Therefore, we can assume Russia had some successes in the area, but nothing as major as complete control over the settlement. The map published by pro-Russian Rybar Telegram shows Russian positions along the central street going through Marinka while claiming heavy battles continue. Vorgonzo further reported that in the village of Popyeda, units of the Bars 11 and Ahmad Zapat stormed the fur farm in the outskirts. By the evening, reports of Ukrainian defenders pushing Russian troops back were published. And now for the situation in Ukraine. President Zelensky held another Supreme Commander-in-Chief staff meeting to discuss the situation along the front, the progress of repairs after the Russian missile attack, and the potential threat posed by Belarus. Ukraine is still struggling with the aftermath of Russia's missile attack. The electricity deficit in Ukraine's power system is still significant, Ukrainergo reports. The reason for that is the damage caused by the Russian missile attack, but also seasonal drop of temperatures. Meanwhile, in Kyiv Oblast, more than 600,000 people are still without electricity. On the other hand, according to the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, the heating in Kyiv has been completely restored. In Kherson, Russian forces continue to fire on residential areas in the city center. Over the past day, 3 civilians were killed and 6 injured. The city has experienced almost daily shelling since the liberation on November 11th, and with the Dnipro River acting as a natural barrier, it is almost impossible to push Russian artillery out of range. Moving on to the occupied territories. The Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation, Sergei Shoigu, has made a surprise visit to the occupied territories. According to the report, Shoigu made his visit to the southern military district and inspected troops in the area of the special military operation, as well as the accommodation for personnel in the field and the work of medical and logistics units. The National Resistance Center reported on the various achievements by Ukrainian partisans. Thanks to the work of the resistance, a collaborator in Kherson Oblast was blown up and several locations of Russian personnel in Luhansk and Donetsk Oblasts were destroyed. Partisans also helped locate enemy positions in Holivka, leading to over 100 Russian soldiers being killed by long-ranged strikes on December 12th. Another achievement was the destruction of an enemy headquarters in Chechastia in Luhansk Oblast on December 16th. According to President Zelensky, Russia has stationed over 500 soldiers on the premises of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and warned about the threat of an accident due to Russian shelling. Ivan Fedorov, mayor of Melitopol, reported that Russian troops are carrying out preparations for street battles in Melitopol. He shared a picture of dragon teeth being installed in the city. Melitopol is currently roughly 84 kilometers behind the front lines. Photos shared on social media show the trenches along the beaches of Crimea dug by Russia. And to wrap up the news segment, the international developments. In its daily assessment, the Institute for the Study of War pointed out several important factors today. First, Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to show himself as a competent wartime leader. This is one of the reasons for the meeting Putin held with his Minister of Defense, Chief of the General Staff, and generals. Russian propaganda is using the meeting to portray Putin as someone who is fully involved in the planning and conduct of the war. Most likely, this is to counter sharp criticism of Vladimir Putin following a series of military setbacks. Second, regarding the latest New York Times investigations, which we discussed on here yesterday as well, the researchers pointed out the flawed planning and assumptions of Russia's military. Russian units were expected to be able to capture significant Ukrainian territory with little to no Ukrainian military opposition. This is indicated by Russian command placing riot police in the spearhead of the invasion, even though the riot police is not able to conduct combined arms or mechanized warfare. Third, Russia is weaponizing invocations of the negotiation process to isolate Ukraine from partner support. The Kremlin likely seeks to use any ceasefire and negotiation window to allow Russian troops time to reconstitute and relaunch operations, thus depriving Ukraine of the initiative. Germany has opened its floating liquefied natural gas terminal in the North Sea port of Wilhelmshaven, marking a crucial milestone in its quest for energy independence from Russia. The Esperanza, a specialized ship the length of nearly 3 football fields, is carrying 170 million cubic meters of LNG, much of it originally from the US. Enough to supply 50,000 households with gas for a year. Over the coming weeks, it will be reconverted to gas and fed into Germany's onshore pipeline network. The infrastructure for the Wilhelmshaven terminal was built in 10 months, a record for a country where big energy projects tend to take years to complete. Ramzan Kadyrov urged Muslims around the world to unite against NATO. According to him, the alliance threatens the whole world. But Russia, contrary to all the forecasts of the West, has challenged this evil and is confidently moving towards victory. Today, explosions were heard in Belgorod, Russia. A column of smoke could be seen in the city. The governor of Belgorod reported 4 apartment buildings, 14 private houses, and 9 cars were damaged, while 1 person was killed and 8 wounded. The commander of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine believes the meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Belarusian President Lukashenko will include discussions about a greater involvement of Belarus in the war against Ukraine, in particular ground warfare. And now for the daily intelligence updates, starting with the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 14, 2022, the Russian Ministry of Defense announced the establishment of 2 frontline creative brigades tasked with raising the morale of troops deployed on the special military operation. Russian media reports that the ranks will include opera singers, actors, and circus performers. This follows a recent campaign by the Russian Ministry of Defense to encourage the public to donate musical instruments to deployed soldiers. Military music and organized entertainment for deployed troops have a long history in many militaries, but in Russia they are strongly intertwined with the Soviet-era concept of ideological political education. Fragile morale almost certainly continues to be a significant vulnerability across much of the Russian force. However, soldiers' concerns primarily focus on very high casualty rates, poor leadership, pay problems, lack of equipment and ammunition, and lack of clarity about the war's objectives. The Creative Brigade's efforts are unlikely to substantively alleviate these concerns. And finally, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy is trying to restore the lost positions in the Liman direction. In the Zaporizhia direction, the enemy restores railway infrastructure to improve logistics support. The enemy concentrates efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions. In other directions, the enemy is conducting defense, concentrating its efforts on restraining the actions of units of the defense forces of Ukraine. Russia continues to use educational institutions in the temporarily occupied territory to cover its units. Thus, in some settlements of the Vasiliev district of the Zaporizhia region, the occupier has placed personnel in school buildings. At the same time, the educational process continues. Children attend educational institutions. Mobilization measures are ongoing in the temporarily occupied territory of Luhansk Oblast. Since December 5th of the current year, military commissariats have sent registration cards to all enterprises in the region. A similar situation is observed in the temporarily occupied territory of Donetsk Oblast. In the city of Holivka, employees of communal enterprises are subject to mobilization. And that wraps up today's report. In case one of the articles mentioned caught your interest, I included the links to all of them in the description. Thank you for tuning in to today's news report and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome and thank you for tuning in. This is The Account with a daily news update for day 297 of the war in Ukraine. Today nothing really big stood out. The news mostly covered the aftermath of the Russian missile attack yesterday, and there was only one article by the New York Times that is really worth mentioning. We will take a look at that one in a moment and after go over the aftermath of yesterday's attack. As for the rest of the news, we will take a look at the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments as usual. But first, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Svatove. Volodymyrivka is most likely under Ukrainian control now. Yesterday it was reportedly shelled, and today a Ukrainian attack towards Sofiivka was reported. Kremina. Chervonopopivka is most likely under full Ukrainian control now. Vogonzo reported a Ukrainian attack on Holikove, north of the settlement. Without control of Chervonopopivka, an attack on Holikove is dangerous as the southeastern flank would be exposed. Please take the next part with a grain of salt. It is claimed that units of the 30th Motorized Rifle Brigade and the Russian Bars 20 have begun a disorderly withdrawal from Svidlivka. According to these reports, the retreat started after sustaining losses and losing centralized control. As this retreat was not ordered by the military command, it can be considered a mass desertion. Yakovlivka. Vorgonzo reported that Wagner does not control the settlement. Other sources also claim the northern parts of the settlement are still contested. It seems Russia jumped the gun here and wanted to report good news, however the reality seems to be different. Solidar. As reported some days ago, it seems Russia was indeed pushed back. This video, shared on social media, claims to show Russian frontline positions getting shelled by Ukrainian artillery. Geolocation confirmed those positions are behind the currently claimed front. Bakhmut. Heavy fighting for control of the city continues. According to yet unconfirmed reports, Russian forces have been pushed out of the residential area in the east. Trenches have appeared in the city center, showing Ukrainian forces are preparing for heavy street fighting. Videos shared on social media show the situation in Bakhmut.
По Україні героям цьому. За те, що підари роблять, вони поплатяться.
Третья не просрала. Интересно, они глубоко закапываются в землю, вот этой дверь.
Marinka. Not much has changed here, however an aerial video of the destruction was shared on social media and I just wanted to include it. The video is about 2 minutes long, so if you want to watch the entire footage, please check out the link provided in the description. And now for the New York Times article titled Putin's War. A Times investigation based on interviews, intercepts, documents, and secret battle plans shows how a walk in the park became a catastrophe for Russia. The article highlights the issues the Russian army faced when invading Ukraine, from using outdated information from Wikipedia to navigating with maps from the 60s to communicating on open cell phone lines, revealing their positions. The article itself is incredibly long, but here are a few key takeaways. Reached by phone inside Russian hospitals, wounded soldiers described being sent to war with little food, training, bullets, or equipment, and watching about 2/3 of their platoon get killed. Many of the people closest to Mr. Putin fed his suspicions, magnifying his grievances against the West. The United States tried to stop Ukraine from killing the chief of the General Staff of the Russian Army, General Valery Gerasimov. A senior Russian official told the CIA Director William J. Burns last month that Russia would not give up, no matter how many of its soldiers were killed or injured. Days into the invasion, Mr. Putin told Israel's leader that the Ukrainians had turned out to be tougher than I was told. Invading Russian soldiers used their cell phones to call home, enabling the Ukrainian military to find and kill them. The day of the invasion, Mr. Putin set a trap for Russian business tycoons, putting them on television to tar everyone there, as one of them described it. Mr. Putin's fractured armies have sometimes turned on each other. One soldier said a tank commander deliberately fired on a Russian checkpoint. I highly recommend reading the article. Moving on to the updates on the aftermath of the Russian missile attack on Ukraine yesterday. The power supply in Kharkiv and Kharkiv Oblast was restored after Russian forces hit the region with 10 S-300 missiles yesterday. In Kyiv, water supply was fully restored. However, about 30% of the city remained without electricity this morning. More than 50% of Kyiv Oblast was still without power this afternoon. It was further reported that the metro has resumed operations. In Kryvyi Rih, the death toll rose to 5. In the early morning, rescuers pulled the body of an 18-month-old child from the ruins. Due to the blackouts in the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, about 3,000 miners were stranded underground. By now, all of them have been rescued. And now the general situation in Ukraine. The Ukrainian government, with the help of Amazon Web Services, secured all governmental and public records by digitalization. It was called Operation Snowball, and it made sure that Russia cannot erase records of any kind important for any country. The operation was being kept secret as it literally put the government into a box and shipped it around the world before it was uploaded to the cloud. Chief Intelligence Directorate of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine spokesman Andriy Yusov claimed the Haichushi hotline has been called by more than 1.2 million people, most of them in the Russian Federation. According to his claims, not only individual Russians surrender, but also whole divisions and groups of officers. President Zelensky, answering a joking question about a physical match with Russian President Vladimir Putin, said that he is always ready and this will be Putin's last summit. Moving on to the occupied territories. The Russian occupiers are planning to force all hospitals in the Luhansk region to refuse civilian patients and only focus on the injured soldiers. This was reported by the National Resistance Center. National Security and Defense Council Secretary Oleksiy Danilov stated that fortifications on Crimea will not help the Russians. They came easily, and they will leave easily, he said, commenting on Russians who moved to the peninsula. In its morning update, the General Staff of Ukraine reported the withdrawal of some Russian forces from Kakhovka and Novokakhovka. Russian soldiers have also reportedly been spreading information that Kakhovka will be abandoned by Russian troops by the end of the year. Local collaborators are offered the option to move to Russian-occupied Crimea. A video shared on social media shows Russian military equipment being moved through occupied Mariupol towards Zaporizhia Oblast. There are reports of traffic jams caused by the transports. And to wrap up the news, the international developments. In its daily assessment, the Institute for the Study of War writes about Putin's planned visit to Belarus on December 19th. According to the report, he will be trying and pressure Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, to agree to enter the war against Ukraine. The analysts, however, mentioned once again that the possibility remains low. A representative of the Biden administration recently told members of Congress that Ukraine has the military capacity to liberate the temporarily occupied Crimea, but some officials are concerned that any large-scale offensive on the peninsula could prompt Russian President Vladimir Putin to use nuclear weapons. CIA Director Bill Burns said in an interview that while the war in Ukraine has so far been a failure for Russia, the Russians are not serious about any negotiations. He further stated the Ukrainian military, building on previous successes, will try and keep up the pressure. However, they also need time to refit and resupply. Asked about the nuclear threats by Russia, he commented, "We don't see any clear evidence today of plans to use tactical nuclear weapons." Russia has resumed using Iranian-made Shahed drones after receiving a new batch. However, Russia is using the drones in smaller numbers compared to previous attacks. Yuri Inat, spokesman for Ukraine's Air Force, said in an interview that Russia is monitoring social media networks to plan their missile attacks. Mikhail Fotin, military commissar near Moscow, stated that citizens called up in spring 2023 will have to serve 1.5 years, and citizens called up in the autumn 2023 will have to serve 2 years in the military. He further talked about the partial mobilization only being suspended and not completed. In his opinion, it is needed as Russia's northern neighbors are joining NATO. The video was quickly deleted and later claimed to be 2 years old. However, it is important to point out that 2 years ago neither Finland nor Sweden considered joining NATO. And now for the intelligence updates. First up, the daily report by the UK Ministry of Defence. In recent days, there has been an uptick in Russia's campaign of long-range strikes against Ukraine's critical national infrastructure. The waves of strikes have largely consisted of air and maritime-launched cruise missiles, but have almost certainly also included Iranian-provided uncrewed aerial vehicles, UAVs, being launched from Russia's Krasnodar region. Previously, these UAVs had been primarily launched from locations within occupied Crimea. The change of launch site is likely due to Russian concerns about the vulnerability of Crimea, while it is also convenient for resupply from the weapon's likely arrival point in Russia at Astrakhan. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy continues to focus its efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions. On the Liman direction, the enemy is trying to regain his lost positions. In other areas, the enemy is concentrating its efforts on restraining the actions of units of the Defense Forces of Ukraine. During the current day, the enemy launched 5 missile strikes. In particular, the civil infrastructure of the cities of Drushkivka and Kramatorsk in the Donetsk Oblast came under fire. 2 Onyx-type missiles launched from the temporarily occupied Crimea against the Odessa region were successfully destroyed by air defense forces. In addition, the occupiers fired more than 10 rounds of anti-aircraft fire at the positions of our troops in various directions and at the civilian infrastructure of Kherson. On December 15th, the enemy lost more than 100 people wounded and a warehouse of ammunition in the areas of Tokmak and Polohi settlements. Information on eliminated occupiers is being clarified. And with that, the daily report is finished. In case one of the articles mentioned caught your interest, I included links to all of them in the description as usual. Thank you for tuning in, and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome, and thank you for tuning in again. This is The Account with the daily news update for day 296 of the war in Ukraine. Today's news reports were dominated by Russia's 7th major missile attack on Ukraine, targeting critical infrastructure across the country. While the Air Force reportedly shot down most of the missiles, sadly, enough managed to hit their targets, which caused widespread blackouts, even affecting Moldova. We will take a look at the situation first, before we move on to the other news out of Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But first, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. The front seems to be stabilizing while battles continue. According to reports, Russian units that managed to penetrate Ukrainian lines are still holding out in the eastern suburbs, but Ukraine is slowly pushing them out. Unconfirmed reports claim Russia has once again abandoned the garbage dump in the southeast, marked here. In recent days, we have seen major artillery bombardment on Russian positions around Bakhmut and several strikes deep into Russian-held territory along the ground lines of communication leading to Bakhmut. West of Osaryannivka, Ukrainian artillery used airburst shells to devastate Russian trench fortifications. A gruesome drone video shared on social media shows 35 to 40 Russian soldiers, of which at least 17 were killed. In the evening, Russia once again shelled Ukrainian positions around Bakhmut with incendiary ammunition. Yakovlivka. The settlement has just fallen to Russia's Wagner mercenaries. A picture shared on social media shows Russian units in the center of Yakovlivka. Earlier today, footage was released showing Russian units operating in the settlement. And now for the updates on the Russian missile attack on Ukraine. Using Tu-95MS and Tu-22M3 strategic bombers, Su-35 fighter jets, and the Admiral Makarov, Russia launched its seventh missile attack on Ukraine, mainly targeting Kyiv. Overall, it is reported Russia launched 76 missiles on Ukraine. Valery Zaluzny, the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, reported 60 were shot down. Ukrenergo has declared a state of emergency after over 50% of electricity had been lost due to the attack. The Ukrainian government announced the introduction of emergency blackouts across Ukraine. Blackouts especially affected the railway in the Kharkiv, Kirovohrad, Donetsk, and Dnipropetrovsk oblasts. Backup diesel locomotives will help drive passenger trains. The Russian attack also led to blackouts in Moldova. A journalist of ICTV Facts had the unique opportunity to film the explosions by Russian missiles from a plane. The Kyiv City Military Administration reported 37 out of 40 missiles were shot down. However, explosions were reported in the Desnyansky, Dniprovsky, and Holosivsky districts of the city. The water supply has been suspended in some areas, and the metro has been stopped for the day, while underground stations serve as shelters. In the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, 10 missiles were shot down by anti-aircraft. However, explosions were reported in Kryvyi Rih, where a residential building was hit. At least one missile hit the entrance to the residential building, killing 2 and wounding 5. Further casualties might still be under the rubble. Latest reports say 3 civilians were killed and 13 injured, and more might still be under the rubble. Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, was left completely without power after critical infrastructure was hit 3 times. Ihor Terehov, the mayor of Kharkiv, reported about enormous infrastructure damage, especially on the electrical grid. Due to power outages in the regional capital Poltava, residents were asked to switch off electrical appliances. In the Zaporizhia Oblast, authorities reported 15 missile strikes. We are waiting on further information. In the evening, it was reported that 1/3 of Kyiv residents had their heat and water supply restored, with the rest following tomorrow. In the city of Kharkiv, the power supply was partially restored, while in Sumy Oblast, the power supply was fully restored. Moving on to the latest developments inside Ukraine. Yesterday's shelling of Kherson city center by Russian forces left 4 civilians dead and 9 wounded. A Red Cross paramedic was killed when a building used by local authorities and volunteers to distribute aid to civilians was hit. The Kyiv Independent released a video report about the Kherson Local Law Museum, which housed over 180,000 exhibits but now stands empty. Overall, 40 museums have been reportedly looted all over Ukraine. Let's move on to the latest news out of the occupied territories. The The Russian occupation authorities have implemented an all-night curfew in Melitopol and Berdyansk. No official explanation are given, however, people are told that this is related to measures for fighting saboteurs and terrorists. Additionally, the movement of military equipment through Mariupol has intensified and the area is being fortified. And finally, the international developments. This is a bit older but constantly updated article by the Oryx project. It is tracking Russian false claims regarding the war in Ukraine, specifically the tally of supposedly destroyed equipment. There are few countries indeed which have weaponized disinformation to the extent Russia has done over the past years. Their attempts to sway public opinion through false narratives are staggering. However, Russia is putting in surprisingly little effort when fabricating these claims. Here are some made by Russian propaganda. 20 HIMARS claim to have been destroyed or captured by Russia's Ministry of Defense as of October 1, 2022. Only 16 HIMARS have been delivered to Ukraine as of the making of these claims. There is no visual evidence that supports the loss of any HIMARS. 1,000 Bayraktar TB2s were claimed to have been destroyed by Russian state TV as of June 30, 2022. Baykar Tech, the producer of the TB2, has never made more than 450 TB2s. Visual evidence at that time supported the destruction of 9 TB2s. A total of 14 are currently visually confirmed to have been destroyed. The General Staff of Ukraine reported in its morning update the use of mobile crematoria in occupied Tokmak. The report states, "The Defense Forces of Ukraine destroyed up to 10 units of Russian military equipment of various types in the city of Tokmak, Zaporizhia Oblast on December 14th. About 180 enemy servicemen were wounded. It is noted that Russian mobile crematoria are in operation in the city." Bloomberg reports the Pentagon is using undefinitized contract action to replenish US stocks and help resupply the armed forces of Ukraine. This allows for rapid contracting and delivery before all terms and prices are made final. These steps are specifically taken for missiles for the Stinger and Javelin systems. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, stated on Telegram which targets Russia views as legitimate. First, any enemy forces, legitimate combatants and illegal combatants that have not officially withdrawn from its armed forces. Second, any military and auxiliary equipment belonging to the enemy. Third, any military infrastructure as well as civilian infrastructure that contributes to the achievement of military goals. These include bridges, transport stations, roads, energy facilities, factories and workshops that are at least partially fulfilling military orders, and so on. Fourth, the military and political leadership of the enemy country. Fifth, the armed forces of other countries that have officially entered the war, which are allies of the enemy country, and facilities located on their territory that are mentioned in paragraphs 1 to 4. The Kyiv Independent, in its weekly Belarus update, states that Belarus conducted the inspection of the troops after the visit by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu. Belarus also continues to engage in covert mobilization. Russia, on the other hand, has redeployed its MiG-31K aircrafts to Belarus. These are capable to fire the Kinzhal missiles. Belarus, trying to distance itself further from the West, has decided to remove the euro from its currency basket weightings, giving extra weight to the Russian ruble, and is considering nationalizing of foreign-owned enterprises. The White House reported that the next security assistance package for Ukraine will contain additional air defense capabilities. A decision to send Patriot systems to Ukraine could be announced within the week, according to several reports. Now for the intelligence report by the UK Ministry of Defence. As shown by imagery in recent weeks, Russian forces have continued to expend considerable effort to construct extensive defensive positions along the front line. They have likely prioritized the northern sector around the town of Svatove. The Russian constructions follow traditional military plans for entrenchment, largely unchanged since the Second World War. Such constructions are likely to be vulnerable to modern precision indirect strikes. The construction of major defensive lines is further illustration of Russia's reversion to positional warfare that has been largely abandoned by most modern Western militaries in recent decades. And to wrap up the report, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. In the morning, the enemy launched a massive missile attack on the civilian infrastructure of our country. According to updated data, the Russian invaders fired 70 cruise missiles and 4 guided air missiles. 60 cruise missiles were shot down by our air defense forces. As a result of the strikes, several energy infrastructure facilities and residential buildings were hit in the Zhytomyr, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk and Zaporizhia oblasts. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the enemy continues assaulting our positions, trying to find weak spots in our defense lines for a breakthrough. The enemy continues to strengthen the defense line on the border of the Kherson region and the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. It also strengthens the defense and protection of water supply facilities to the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea, in particular the North Crimean Canal. For this purpose, units mobilized from the Krasnodar territory were additionally sent. And with that, we are done with today's news update. In case one of the articles mentioned caught your interest, I included links to all of them in the description. Thank you for tuning in to today's news report and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in. You are listening to The Account, bringing you today's news update for day 295 of the war in Ukraine. Today we had several articles based on an interview with the Ukrainian Commander-in-Chief, Valery Zaluzhny, discussing, among other things, a potential new attack on Ukraine by Russia and the Ukrainian need for weapons. We will go over those articles first and after take a look at the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories and international developments. But as usual, we will begin with the flashpoints along the front. But before we go over them, I just wanted to mention that the Ukrainska Pravda article I mentioned the other day has now also been released in English. It is titled, Sinking the Moskva, Previously Undisclosed Details, How the Ukrainian Neptune Destroyed the Flagship of the Russian Fleet. I provided the link in the description. Novoselivske. Reports indicate Ukraine regained control over the destroyed settlement. Vorgonzo reports about fighting in the vicinity. Kremina. Ukrainian artillery has targeted the P-66 highway near Stara Krasnyanka in an attempt to cut Russian supply lines and isolate the city. This is significant as Ukraine now has fire control over all supply lines into Kremina. Russian artillery fired at Pischane today, indicating Ukrainian presence. It is also reported that near Siglivka, Ukrainian forces managed to get a bridgehead over the Krasna River. Oleksiy Romov, deputy head of the main operative directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, mentioned in his briefing a 1.5-kilometer advance of Ukrainian units near Dibrova. Bakhmut. Heavy battles for the city continue, with Russian artillery shelling targets all around Bakhmut. Wagner units are fighting in the eastern parts of the Bakhmut industrial zone and on the outskirts of the city. Around Opytne, Wagner is attempting to break through the defensive lines of the Ukrainian defenders, pro-Russian accounts wrote today. This contradicts Wagner's claim that they control 90% of the settlement. Opytne is currently seeing the fiercest fighting along the front. A video shared on social media shows heavy fighting in November. Russia's claimed gains around Soledar have so far not been visually confirmed, and recent reports dispute them. The General Staff of Ukraine again reported shelling of positions in Kudyumivka and Ozaryanivka, indicating Ukraine still has a presence in the settlements. Marinka. The fighting continues. The situation here is increasingly being called a meat grinder as well. A video of a Russian tank supported by infantry indicates Russia was either pushed back or their earlier claims were simply false. Once again, Ukraine reported strikes in Tokmak, Polohi, and Berdyansk. Recently, we have seen daily attacks on logistic hubs of the Russian army and command posts in this area. Further strikes were reported in the occupied Kherson Oblast, where the cities of Skadovsk and Zalysny port were hit. A video shared on social media shows the aftermath of the strike on Zalysny port, where a hotel that housed FSB personnel was destroyed. Another strike was reported in Luhansk Oblast, where an ammunition depot in the city of Irmino was destroyed. Videos shared on social media show a massive fireball, and secondary explosions can be heard.
Ебать! Блядь! О, это... Ебать! Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой! Ой-ой-ой-ой! Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой!
Russia, on the other hand, released a video showing the destruction of an S-300 air defense system by loitering munition in the Kherson region. It should, however, be pointed out that the system was already destroyed, as you can see on the video. And now the articles and interviews discussing a potential new attack on Ukraine. General Valery Zaluzny, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, has given an exclusive interview to The Economist. In it, they discussed his views on the war, the situation in Ukraine, and what Russia might be planning. According to Zaluzny, the biggest issue Ukraine is currently facing is a lack of weapons. We have enough people, and I can clearly see what I have. I have enough. I don't need hundreds of thousands more. We need tanks. We need armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and we need ammunition, Zaluzny said. He went on to say, the Russians are preparing some 200,000 fresh troops. I have no doubt they will have another go at Kyiv, adding that Russia has a reserve of 1.2 to 1.5 million people. According to him, Russia has the option to launch an attack from Donbas in the east, from the south, or from Belarus in the north of Ukraine. Zaluzny further added that Ukraine is preparing a new major offensive. However, the military has to deal with limited resources, which will make it very difficult to conduct large-scale military operations. He also stated Ukraine will need 300 tanks, about 700 infantry fighting vehicles, and 500 howitzers to liberate all territories occupied by Russia since the beginning of the full-scale invasion on February 24th. Moving on to the situation inside Ukraine. President Zelensky is convinced that Russian President Vladimir Putin will not be able to win the war and should consider withdrawing the troops from Ukraine. He said in an interview with The Economist, the sooner the war ends, and if Russia admits that starting the war was a tragic mistake, the longer the Russian president will save his life and the lives of those around him. Today, Russia again massively shelled the city of Kherson, targeting the Oblast Military Administration building and the city center. 2 civilians were reportedly killed in the attack. According to local residents, there have been several explosions in the city in the morning. Judging by the photos posted on social media, the reason for at least some of them is artillery strikes on residential areas. The shelling also targeted and destroyed critical infrastructure, effectively cutting Kherson off from the power grid. And now the latest out of the occupied territories. Russian occupation authorities in Crimea are preparing to repel the attacks of the Ukrainian armed forces. They have begun mining the area, digging trenches, and laying so-called dragon's teeth. This was reported by the main Directorate of Intelligence of the Ministry of Defense. And finally, the international developments. The Pentagon plans to more than double the number of Ukrainian troops trained at the US Army base in Grafenwöhr, Germany. US instructors will be able to train a battalion of Ukrainian soldiers, between 600 and 800 people, every month starting early next year, according to sources. The US is considering providing Ukraine with advanced electronic equipment that turns unguided aerial munitions into smart bombs capable of hitting Russian military positions with a high degree of accuracy. While it can be attached to a variety of systems, it was not specified which Ukrainian weapon systems would be augmented with the smart bomb kits. In its latest assessment, the Institute for the Study of War writes that President Vladimir Putin has cancelled his annual message to the Federal Assembly, citing an inability to cope with mounting criticism amid setbacks in Russia's war against Ukraine. Analysts say Putin's decision to cancel the message stems from his lack of confidence in his ability to shape Russia's information space amid mounting criticism of his wartime decisions. A representative of the Center for Research of Trophy and Advanced Weapons and Military Equipment stated that Russian UAVs are capable of operating in any weather conditions. According to experts, Russian UAVs have been seen utilizing special devices that can heat up the external sensors. Russia has released a video of an intercontinental ballistic missile being loaded into a launch silo days after reports surfaced that the US is preparing to send an advanced Patriot air defense system to Ukraine. Russia initially said in response that it would wait for official confirmation before reacting, and then said that it would consider the Patriot missile system a legitimate target. And now the daily intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 3rd, Belarus played a key enabling role in Russia's assault towards Kyiv from February 24, 2022. However, the exercising Belarusian troops and Russian units are currently unlikely to constitute a force capable of conducting a successful new assault into northern Ukraine. And to wrap up the report, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy continues to focus its efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Bakhmut and Avdiivka areas. He is trying to improve the tactical position in the Liman direction, and in the Kupiansk and Zaporizhia areas he is building up troops. In other directions, the enemy is concentrating its efforts on restraining the actions of units of the Defense Forces of Ukraine, shelling the positions of our troops and civilian objects along the contact line. The enemy continues to suffer losses. Thus, on December 13th, in the areas of Tokmak, Polohi, and Berdyansk in the Zaporizhia region, the Defense Forces destroyed 2 enemy ammunition depots, 2 artillery systems with ammunition, as well as 6 units of military equipment of various types. More than 200 enemy servicemen were injured. In connection with the overflowing of medical facilities and morgues in the city of Melitopol, the Russian invaders are transporting corpses and evacuating wounded servicemen to the temporarily occupied Crimea. In order to replenish the current losses, the invaders are forced to supplement the operational tactical command level with officers in the reserves and even retired officers. They are sent to the areas of hostilities. And that's it for today's news update. If you're interested in certain topics and want to read up on them, I included the links in the description as usual. Once again, thank you for tuning in, and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Hello and welcome to today's news update for day 294 of the war in Ukraine. Thank you for tuning in. You're listening to The Account. Today the news were dominated by the Russian morning attack with Shahed drones on Ukraine, the situation in Bakhmut, and Russian crimes in the Kherson area. We will discuss those first before we switch to the usual look at the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and international developments. As usual, though, we will start with a look at the flashpoints along the front and the situation in Bakhmut. Bakhmut. Heavy battles continue, especially on the eastern outskirts. The situation remains foggy. There are too many different claims to give a proper assessment. Many sources report Russian units are putting huge pressure on the Ukrainian defenders, captured 2 blocks in the east and gradually pushing into the city while suffering heavy losses. Other sources claim Ukrainian defenders managed to stop the Russian advance and ambush several Wagner PMC units. Videos shared on social media confirm both claims. We will have to wait for further information over the next 24 hours. Reports from Kurdyumivka suggest the Russian advance there is bogged down and Russia is shifting focus to Pitorodne. Kremina. A total Russian silence on what is happening could indicate the situation has deteriorated for them. The General Staff of Ukraine reported repelled attacks at Chervonopopivka, Serebryansk, and Bilohorivka, suggesting Russia is trying to relieve pressure on Kremina. Vodiane. Again, we have conflicting reports here. The Russian Ministry of Defense claims to have captured most of the settlement, while Ukraine claims Russian units got pushed back. We will have to wait on further information over the next 24 hours. Marinka. Heavy street fighting is reported. Both sides claim successes. Russian sources are celebrating the cutting of the supply lines from Krasnohorivka, while Ukraine claims Russia got pushed back considerably from the center. We have a short video of the street fighting in Marinka. And now for the news, starting with the situation inside Ukraine. First, I want to point out this interesting article by the Ukrainska Pravda. It is already a week old, but only came to my attention today. It is titled, Secret Front of Kherson Oblast, How Resistance Draws Ukraine's Victory in Russian-Occupied South Closer. It details the life and work of the resistance and the daily danger they faced. Please check it out, it is highly interesting. Russia launched another drone attack on Ukraine this morning. Shortly after 6 a.m., 13 Iranian-made Shahed drones were sent to Kyiv and Kyiv Oblast. President Zelensky commended the Ukrainian Air Force and said all drones were shot down. Later, however, it was reported that 5 buildings in Kyiv and a private house in Kyiv Oblast were damaged by falling debris, but no one was injured. It is claimed the drones were launched from the eastern coast of the Sea of Azov, and one of the drone wreckages found showed a tail fin with the inscription For Ryazan. Authorities in liberated Kherson discovered torture rooms specifically adapted to detain and torture children. One 14-year-old boy was arrested for simply taking a picture of broken Russian equipment. He was locked up and tortured in one of these chambers. Children were given little water and almost no food, constantly being told that they had been abandoned and would never return home. During the day, Russian forces shelled Kherson, damaging the Kherson Oblast Administration building and killing an 8-year-old boy. The square in front of the building was used by civilians to celebrate the liberation of the city. A short video shared on social media shows the building moments after the shelling. The Kherson Oblast military administration has begun urging civilians to evacuate from Kherson due to Russian forces targeting critical infrastructure. In particular, the heating in the Korabel district of the city had to be suspended after Russian attacks caused an accident. Meanwhile, Serhiy Khlan, a member of the Kherson Regional Council, stated that Russia is trying to create a grey zone on both banks of the Dnipro River. According to Dmitry Lubinets, the Verkhovna Rada Commissioner for Human Rights, 7 million Ukrainians, or 20% of the Ukrainian population, left the country due to the Russian invasion. Moving on to the occupied territories. And we begin with another interesting article I found, this time by the New York Times. It is titled, Defenses Carved into the Earth. Russia, with an incredible pace, has begun to construct massive fortifications over the past month. These fortifications show how Russia's military is trying to set up more defensible positions against Ukrainian pressure, often with the help of natural obstacles like rivers. It is a very informative article, and I can only recommend reading it. The armed forces of Ukraine destroyed another ammunition depot of the Russian forces in the Zaporizhia region, leaving up to 100 soldiers wounded. Due to a significant number of wounded invaders, the so-called decree of the occupying power designated Hospital No. 15 in Yuvilene settlement in Luhansk region and Hospital No. 3 in Luhansk city for the needs of the military. This was reported by the General Staff of Ukraine. The National Resistance Center reported that the armed forces of Ukraine killed over 100 Russian soldiers in Holivka due to information provided by partisans. The operation became possible thanks to the coordination of the resistance and the armed forces. The military received data on the location of the occupiers' personnel and their equipment. As a result, Ukrainian forces conducted the operation using the coordinates. According to preliminary data, over 100 enemy personnel and equipment were destroyed. Satellite images shared on social media show Russian fortification in the occupied territories. The location is currently unknown. Russian occupation authorities have begun the demolition of entire neighborhoods in occupied Mariupol. A video shared on social media shows special equipment at work in the Livoberesny, Primorsky, and Centrali districts. These areas were heavily damaged by fighting during Russia's siege of the city. Russian aggression caused one of the biggest humanitarian disasters in Mariupol. Enemy shelling destroyed almost 90% of the city. The invaders and their accomplices do not repair the damaged housing, but demolish it to hide traces of their crimes. And finally, the international developments. The UK has started to train Ukrainian judges in preparation of war crime trials against Russian soldiers. So far, Russian forces have committed more than 50,000 crimes of aggression and war crimes since the start of the invasion, the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office reported. The head of the National Police, Ihor Klimenko, said that around 47,000 Russian war crimes have been recorded as of December 10th. The governor of Belgorod Oblast has published pictures of the newly constructed fortifications called Zasechnya Line on the border with Ukraine. On top of cancelling his yearly press conference, Russian President Vladimir Putin has also cancelled his other traditional New Year's Eve plans. He will not be playing ice hockey on the Red Square, and he will not address Russia's Federal Assembly. According to the National Resistance Center, Wagner has recruited 23,000 convicts to fight in Ukraine. These units will most likely be thrown into battle and used as cannon fodder during assaults. Since the deaths of these convicts have no impact on Russian society or the morale of the military, it allows for the unique opportunity to not care about losses. Alexander Bogomas, the governor of Bryansk Oblast, Russia, once again reported that the air defense of the city of Klintsy shot down Ukrainian missiles. However, locals reported hearing 6 explosions and the village of Ardon was left without power. And now the intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 6, 2022, Igor Girkin, a well-known Russian nationalist and former military intelligence officer, claimed he had spent 2 months embedded with the Donetsk People's Republic Battalion on the front line. He said his recent experiences had revealed a crisis of strategic planning in Russia's Ukraine operation. Since his deployment, Girkin has also derided the Russian military's current emphasis upon constructing extensive positional defensive works, questioning their utility in modern warfare. His comments highlight the fraught debate about the conduct of the war, which continues within Russia's security community. Rumors circulating on social media within the last 48 hours, suggesting that Russian Chief of the General Staff General Valery Gerasimov could have been fired, cannot be verified. However, factional tensions likely extend to the top of Russia's military hierarchy. And to finish the report, the evening update by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy is focusing its efforts on the offensive in the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions. He is trying to improve the tactical positions on the Kupiansk and Liman directions. Fire damage was confirmed on December 12th of the current year in the area where the invaders were concentrated near Verbovoy, Zaporizhia region. Up to 10 units of weapons and military equipment of various types were destroyed. Losses among enemy servicemen are being specified. The enemy continues to use a network of civilian health facilities in the temporarily occupied territory to treat wounded soldiers of the occupation forces and mercenaries of private military campaigns. In the city of Luhansk, on the premises of the city's skin and venerological dispensary, wounded soldiers of the Wagner mercenaries are being treated. And that concludes today's news update. If you're interested in certain topics and want to read up on them, I included the links as usual in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in. This is The Account, bringing you today's news update for day 293 of the war in Ukraine. Nothing really significant was reported in the news today. The only major development would be the situation around Bakhmut, which we will discuss shortly. So the news report today will focus mostly on political developments and some recap stories inside Ukraine, the situation in Melitopol and the occupied territories, and some minor international developments. But first, let's take a look at the main flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. The situation is extremely critical while heavy battles are raging. Russian forces have reportedly advanced on the Lumumba and Maximenka streets. An unnamed Pentagon official also stated Russia has achieved some success in Bakhmut. However, Ukrainian defenders still hold the city. According to the spokesperson for the Eastern Group of Troops of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Bakhmut is now the hottest area of the front, but Ukrainian defenders are destroying Russian ammunition depots and weapons. Marinka. Russian forces have taken control of one of the main roads from Krasnohorivka. This was one of the supply lines for Ukrainian defenders. Heavy fighting continues in the center of the city. A video shared on social media is showing Russia shelling the area with its Tornado MLRS. Kremina. Fighting continues around the settlements of Chervono-Popivka and Zidlivka. There is no further information available. However, Serhiy Haidai, the head of the Luhansk Oblast military administration, has... And in case anyone is wondering why the progress on the front has slowed down lately, here's a nice video showing the current conditions on the ground. Let's move on to the news. First up, the situation in Ukraine and the mentioned recap stories. Ukrainian and Russian forces recently engaged in artillery-on-artillery counter-battery around Hulepole and Polohi in southern Ukraine's Zaporizhia Oblast, a little over 100 kilometers northeast of Russian-occupied Melitopol. Although such battles are not uncommon, the December 9th artillery duel was marked by the Ukrainian army reportedly massing mechanized forces around Hulepole. If that's true, it could be a sign that Ukraine's fourth counteroffensive might be imminent, despite the onset of winter, Forbes reports. It is alleged a large number of Neptune missiles was sabotaged in the beginning of the war. After the first combat use, an inspection discovered a very suspicious pattern. All missiles had one part damaged, which caused the missiles not to detonate as they should have. Luckily, the issue was quickly resolved and led to the famous sinking of the Moscow battleship. It was further reported that the first ever use of the Neptune system was in February when it saved Mykolaiv from a Russian naval landing. Despite the fact that none of the 3 Neptunes launched in February hit their target, they completed their mission to protect Ukrainian territory as Russia realized the threat of the missiles was real and ordered the landing ships to return. Going on, it was revealed how exactly the Moscow battleship was discovered and sunk. Apparently, nature itself helped Ukraine. The battleship entered strike range of the Neptune missiles because Russia was sure that the armed forces of Ukraine relied on conventional radar systems and therefore should not be able to see the ship. According to the report, Ukraine did not operate any over-the-horizon radars at the time, and conventional radar systems usually only detect targets no further than 18 kilometers. However, on April 13, around 4 p.m., a radar unexpectedly showed a target located 120 kilometers off the coast. It seems dense cloud cover reflected the radar signal to the surface of the Black Sea, which bounced it back to the cloud cover and to the radar system. This information was all revealed in the latest article by Ukrainska Pravda. Sadly, the original article is in Ukrainian, but I recommend checking it out nonetheless, as it contains a lot of interesting details about the Neptune system and how it helped destroy Russia's pride. And now for a look inside the occupied territories. A large explosion was once again reported in Melitopol. According to the mayor Ivan Fedorov, the explosion could be heard around 2 p.m. in the very center of Melitopol. Shortly after, Russian authorities started blocking all roads. Local residents reported hearing gunfire and seeing a body covered in black film. No further information is currently available. The Institute for the Study of War stated in the latest assessment that Russian forces appear to lack sufficient infrastructure to support their troops in Crimea. It further reported about claims made by Russian military bloggers saying a hospital in Sevastopol is facing a blood donor shortage for wounded soldiers. Since the hospital did not receive any support or supplies even after notifying the Russian authorities, the bloggers further alleged corruption might be the reason behind this. The Institute further states that the shortages on the peninsula might also be directly linked to the damaged Kerch Bridge. And finally, the international developments. In a surprise move, Belarus has decided to check the combat readiness of its military. The troops should advance to the designated areas as soon as possible, implement the engineering equipment, organize security and defense, as well as establish bridge crossings over the Neman and Berezin rivers. This is reported by the press service of the Ministry of Defense of Belarus. Dmitry Peskov, the Russian president's press secretary, refused any possibilities of withdrawal and advised Kyiv to accept the realities that have developed over all this time. He most likely referred to the annexation of occupied territories by Russia in September. Earlier, President Zelensky appealed to the Kremlin to begin the withdrawal of its troops from Ukraine by the end of the year. Alexander Bogomas, governor of Bryansk Oblast, Russia, accused Ukraine of launching a rocket on Klintsy, which is roughly 60 kilometers from the border. According to him, Russian air defense intercepted the missile and fragments fell on the premises of the industrial zone. He explicitly stated that there was no damage caused. A motor rifle regiment is allegedly stationed in the city. However, later today, footage of the aftermath was shared on social media and shows a huge crater with several damaged military vehicles. Allies of Ukraine have pledged over $1 billion to help Ukraine through the winter. This was announced by the French foreign minister after the In Solidarity with the Ukrainian People conference in Paris. About half of the funds will cover restoring Ukraine's energy sector and the food sector, water supply, health, and transportation, while the rest has yet to be allocated. Allies of Ukraine have pledged over $1 billion to help Ukraine through the winter. This was announced by the French foreign minister after the In Solidarity with the Ukrainian People conference in Paris. About half of the funds will cover restoring Ukraine's energy sector and the food sector, water supply, health, and transportation, while the rest has yet to be allocated. And just as we were about to finish the report, CNN broke huge news. The Biden administration is finalizing plans to send Patriot missile defense systems to Ukraine. While the plan still needs to be approved by Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin before it is sent to President Joe Biden for his signature, 3 officials told CNN that approval is expected. It is currently unknown how many missile launchers will be sent. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. On December 12, 2022, the Kremlin confirmed that President Vladimir Putin will not hold his traditional end-of-year press conference. This will be the first time in 10 years that Putin has not held the annual event, while the usual public phone-in also did not take place this year. The press conference has become a significant fixture in Putin's calendar of public engagement and has frequently been used as an opportunity to demonstrate the supposed integrity of Putin. Although questions are almost certainly usually vetted in advance, the cancellation is likely due to the increasing concerns about the prevalence of anti-war feelings in Russia. Kremlin officials are almost certainly extremely sensitive about the possibility that any event attended by Putin could be hijacked by unsanctioned discussion about the special military operation. And last but not least, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. For the purpose of replenishing the losses and replenishing the units of the 1st Army Corps of the occupying forces, measures of forced mobilization were intensified in the territory of the Donetsk Oblast. Therefore, in the city of Horlivka, men are subject to conscription, in particular those with the armor mark on their military tickets. On December 11th, the enemy lost up to 60 servicemen killed and up to 100 wounded in the area of Kadivka settlement of Luhansk Oblast as a result of the destruction of the personnel deployment point of the Russian occupying troops. The defeat of the enemy by the defense forces of Ukraine in the previous days in the Zaporizhia Oblast was confirmed. Thus, in addition to the destruction of the command staff of the 58th Army in the city of Melitopol, 3 artillery systems, up to 10 units of military equipment of various types were destroyed in the areas of Enerhoda, Tokmak, Hulepole settlements, and about 150 enemy servicemen were wounded. And that's it for today's news update. If you're interested in certain topics and want to read up on them, I included the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You are listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome to today's news update for day 292 of the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. Thank you for tuning in once again. The slow news days continue. Today, nothing that really stands out has been reported. So, the update will focus on the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments only. However, there has been one very strange report in the international developments today. But first, let's take a look at the main flashpoints along the front. Chervonopopivka and Sidlivka. Battles for the settlements resumed. Russian forces reported they drove Ukrainian units out of the settlements, while the General Staff of Ukraine reported repelled attacks. Bakhmut. Heavy battles continue. Footage published on social media shows Russian forces using incendiary ammunition to dislodge Ukrainian defenders. An interesting graphic was shared by Andrew Perpetua on Twitter today, showing the Russian progress around Bakhmut since August 1st. Vodyane. Russian forces managed to advance north of Donetsk airport and reach the outskirts of the settlement. An out-of-bound shelling was reported in Opytne. While reported to be under Russian control, Russian artillery targeted the settlement today. Pavlivka. It is reported that Ukrainian forces are keeping pressure on Russian positions. The front line allegedly runs along the central road from east to west. During the recording of the report, we received information about new HIMARS strikes and explosions in Melitopol. Currently, we do not have any information about the strikes or the targets. One video shared on social media shows a destroyed bridge between Kostiantynivka and Melitopol. Authorities claim partisans planted explosives on the bridge support. And now the latest developments in Ukraine. The Russian army once again massively shelled Kherson over the past 24 hours. 57 incidents were reported and 2 civilians died while 5 were injured. During the day, further shelling caused damage to the residential sector, electrical infrastructure, and healthcare facilities. Another major shelling was reported in Khiernik, Donetsk Oblast. Russian forces used the Uragan MLRS to target the center of the city. 2 civilians were killed while 10 were wounded. President Zelensky appeared on David Letterman's My Next Guest Needs No Introduction special on Netflix. During the interview, he stated that the war will end when Vladimir Putin dies. He further stated, Vladimir Putin fears death and loves life, and it is therefore unlikely he will ever use nuclear weapons. Finally, when asked about his plans for the future, President Zelensky said, Until our victory, I will definitely remain president. And afterwards, I don't know. I'm not thinking about it now, not ready for it. I really want to go to the seaside. To be honest with you, David, I want to go to the sea. Just to go to the sea when we have won the war. And I would really like to drink some beer. And finally, I want to point out this article by Ukrainska Pravda. It is titled Invincibility Center Bakhmut, What is Happening at the Most Difficult Axis of the Front. The article details the development of the fight around the City of Heroes. Journalists closely monitored the situation on the Bakhmut front since the beginning of June, and this is their story. I highly recommend giving it a read. And now let's take a look at the situation in the occupied territories. Over the weekend, the armed forces of Ukraine hit 3 important Russian objects in the Melitopol area. This was stated by the mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov. First, a checkpoint in Novobodianivka, which houses an important railway hub for the deployment of Russian military. Second, a radar installation used for air defense and air navigation. Third, the much talked about hotel and restaurant complex on the outskirts of Melitopol. The mayor further revealed additional information about the third strike. Allegedly, on top of housing military personnel, the complex was also used by a unit of the Russian FSB responsible for analytics and maintenance of FSB databases. Last night, a hostel used by Russian military personnel and Wagner mercenaries was hit in Svatove. This was stated by the press service of the Luhansk Oblast Military Administration. No further information is currently available. A video circling on social media allegedly showing the aftermath was quickly proven as false information, as said footage was geolocated to Alchevsk in Luhansk Oblast and most likely shows the aftermath of a strike on a building used by Russian military personnel on December 4th. In Luhansk Oblast, the occupation authorities are preparing to close unprofitable businesses. This will especially affect mining businesses as the authorities continue to scrap mining equipment, especially around the village of Dovzhansk. At least 700 miners have been told to find new jobs. Additionally, mobilization efforts have been intensified in the area. Vacancies, especially in the law enforcement agencies, are slowly being filled by Russians as the representatives of the pseudo-republics are either fighting or are already through with fighting. And to wrap up the news, let's look at the international developments. The intimidation attempts of Ukrainian diplomats continue. This morning, the Embassy of Ukraine in Greece received the 28th package containing animal parts. Due to matching modus operandi, the package is likely sent by the same sender as the previous ones. According to his spokesman Dmitry Peskov, Vladimir Putin will not be holding his annual big press conference. The press conference has been a recurring event since 2012. In November, it was reported that there was still no decision on whether to hold it before the end of the year. Belarus is already unlikely to invade Ukraine due to internal dynamics within the country. That is the assessment in today's report by the Institute for the Study of War. Due to relying heavily on his security forces to quell unrest within the country during the protests in 2020 and 2021, should Lukashenko commit a substantial amount of security forces to the war in Ukraine, Belarus would most likely be left exposed to renewed unrests. In conjunction with the previous article, the head of Rivne Oblast Military Administration, Vitaly Koval, believes that Belarusians have neither motivation nor any plans for taking part in the war. He further stated he believes only a monetary reward would motivate some to take part in hostilities. A Russian citizen has been fined 30,000 rubles, the equivalent of $477, for a dream he had about Zelensky. The court of the Russian city of Chita fined 26-year-old Ivan Losev under an administrative article on discrediting the Russian army. Losev posted the following description of his dream on Instagram. Today, I had a dream that I was enlisted and brought to some training camp, and at that moment the armed forces of Ukraine, headed by Zelensky, burst in. Everyone was detained, and they were going to shoot us. And at that moment, Zelensky passed by me and said, "Oh, I saw your stories on Instagram. Glory to Ukraine." I answered, "Glory to the heroes." Zelensky happily patted me on the shoulder and said, "Okay, let him go and shoot all the others." And so, we are standing with him, looking at all this, and I ask him, "May I take a selfie with you for Instagram?" And Zelensky answers, "Help yourself." Apparently, the FSB has been monitoring Losev's Instagram account for quite a while. Already in October, they saw signs of discrediting the Russian army. However, it seems the dream was the final straw. And now let's look at the intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defence. On December 8, 2022, Russian presidential spokesman Dmitry Peskov re-articulated the main goals of the special military operation. He said that one of Russia's main objectives was the protection of residents of the Donbas and southeastern Ukraine, but claimed there was still much work to be done regarding liberation of those territories. Peskov's comments suggest that Russia's current minimum political objectives of the war remain unchanged. Russia is likely still aiming to extend control over all of the Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson oblasts. Russian military planners likely still aim to prioritize advancing deeper into Donetsk Oblast. However, Russia's strategy is currently unlikely to achieve its objectives. It is highly unlikely that the Russian military is currently able to generate an effective striking force capable of retaking these areas. Russian ground forces are unlikely to make operationally significant advances within the next several months. And lastly, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy is concentrating its efforts on conducting offensive actions in the Liman, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, and Zaporizhia directions. In other directions, the enemy is trying to restrain the actions of units of the defense forces of Ukraine. Russian occupiers continue to loot civil infrastructure objects in the temporarily occupied territory of the Kherson region. Thus, as of December 11th of the current year, the equipment of local agriculture enterprises was removed from the settlement of Rubanivka. In Mishvotny and Chornomorsky in Crimea, the Russian occupying power intensified administrative and police and counterintelligence measures. The enemy continues to suffer losses. There are more than 100 enemy servicemen with injuries of varying degrees of severity in the local hospital of Kremina, Luhansk Oblast. With the aim of replenishing the losses in manpower and restaffing the units of the 1st Army Corps, women are called up for mobilization. 28 women have already been drafted and sent for training by the Kalinin District Military Commissariat of the city of Donetsk. And that's it for today's news report. Interested in reading up on certain topics? I included the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone and thank you for tuning in. You are listening to The Account, bringing you today's news update for day 291 of the war in Ukraine. Again, we had a slow news day, however, we do have one major point to go over. Last night, a lot of Russian military bases have been going up in flames, causing widespread damage and casualties. We will discuss this first and after take our usual look at the situation inside Ukraine, the occupied territories, and the international developments. But as usual, we start with the main flashpoints along the front. Svatove. It seems Ukraine managed to establish fire control over parts of the P66 highway between Troitske and Svatove. Alexander Kovalenko, journalist of the information resistance group, said, "Meanwhile, on the Troitske-Nizhnya-Duvanka-Svatove highway, we established what could be called full fire control on a number of sections. The northern artery to Svatove is gradually cut, and not far off, Physical control. Heavy battles continue for Novoselivsk. Russia released this video showing their TOS-1A thermobaric system shelling Ukrainian-held ruins in Novoselivsk. Another video shared on social media shows a tank fight between Ukrainian T-64BV and Russian T-72B3 in the settlement. A satellite image shared by the DevMon Twitter account shows Novoselivsk is completely destroyed, providing barely any cover for military operations. Therefore, it can safely be considered a contested gray zone. Kremina. The situation is tensing up. Ukrainian forces again repelled attacks around Chervonopopivka and Zitlivka. This was reported as well over the past days and would indicate the settlements are partially under Ukrainian control now. Should Ukraine manage to liberate Zitlivka, it would put Russian forces in Kremina at risk of being encircled and could force a Russian retreat. Russia confirmed they shelled Ukrainian forces in Dibrova. Yesterday it was indicated both Dibrova and Kuzmina might be under Ukrainian control, but so far we do not have any evidence. Bakhmut. Russian forces have partially been pulled back from Kurdyumivka to strengthen the offensive capabilities south of Pithorodne. The situation in Yakovlivka is still unclear. The General Staff of Ukraine reported repelled attacks and shelling in the area. Both settlements are marked as contested. Generally, it seems the situation around Bakhmut is stabilizing after being in a critical state over the past days. Allegedly, Ukraine rotated troops and this caused the lines to shift. Sources claim Russia was pushed out of parts of Ivanrad and is now launching attacks on Opitne. Velika Novosilka. Russia reportedly launched a major offensive towards the city. Later it was claimed they lost 5 BMP-2 and 1 T-80BV in the attempted breakthrough. Not much is known about this attack except for the Russian announcement and the loss report. And now for the events of last night. We have reports of fires and explosion in Tokmak, Melitopol, Sovietsky, and Kadivka. The strikes in Tokmak were reportedly on military positions, but no further information is currently available. According to Russian news, on the evening of December 10th, the armed forces of Ukraine targeted a non-operational hotel in Kadivka. Allegedly, it was empty and no casualties are reported. However, Russian Telegram channels quickly pointed out that the local Wagner headquarters stopped responding. Russians do not even hide that there are huge losses, Luhansk Oblast Governor Serhiy Haidai said. He further stated that the losses are significant and he expects at least 50% of the wounded to perish due to lack of medical treatment. On December 10th, Russia further reported explosions in Jankoy, Sevastopol and Simferopol in Crimea. On top of the reported explosions, a large fire broke out in Sovietsky. We already mentioned this in our report yesterday. The partisan movement ATESH, Movement of Ukrainian and Crimean Tatars, claimed responsibility for setting fire to military barracks. The barracks were said to house hundreds of mobilized soldiers. The Crimean government alleges that at least 2 soldiers died and 200 had to be relocated after the fire. In Melitopol, strikes on a recreational center caused a large-scale fire. Ivan Fedorov, mayor of Melitopol, said it is located at a church in the east of the city. This narrowed down the possibilities for the strike, and it was quickly geolocated to this area. Videos shared on social media show widespread damage and destruction, as you can see here. Locals reported the following. Preliminary estimates amount to about 200 occupiers killed. Wounded are immediately taken to Crimean hospitals, since local hospitals are overcrowded. Ambulances from all parts of Melitopol are being deployed, and not just from the eastern side where the fire is burning. Not all ambulances are going to hospitals. Some are immediately going to the morgue. And now for the latest developments in Ukraine. Denis Shmyhal, Prime Minister of Ukraine, reported today that all thermal and hydroelectric power plants and up to 40% of high-voltage networks in Ukraine have been damaged in Russian missile attacks. In his statement, he emphasized citizens need to take into account that the country will spend the winter with significant restrictions on electricity consumption. The established priorities for electricity are: first, critical infrastructure and hospitals; second, facilities vital for the war effort; third, facilities providing goods of critical importance for the country; fourth, the residential sector. During the night, up to 1.5 million people in Odessa Oblast were left without electricity due to the Russian attack earlier. Misquoting a message by the Department of Life Support Systems and Energy Efficiency of Odessa Regional State, Telegram channels started to provoke panic in the city by claiming there will be no power until spring. The message, however, mentioned the amount of time it would take to fully restore the system and not how long it would take to reconnect the power. Later in the afternoon, the governor of Odessa Oblast reported only 300,000 customers remain without power. Ukroboronprom is developing a new type of kamikaze drone that has the possibility to return. This was claimed by Oleg Boldyrev, head of Ukroboronprom's projects. The drone is described as being similar to the Iranian-made Shaheds, but includes a special feature. Minister of Defense Oleksiy Reznikov revealed in a press conference when the Ukrainian armed forces will resume their counteroffensive. According to him, current weather conditions do not allow for heavy equipment to move. However, the moment the ground freezes, the armed forces will resume the liberation of Ukraine. Moving on to the news from the occupied territories. Russian authorities are going to intensify mobilization efforts in occupied Luhansk, the General Staff of Ukraine reported. Shortly after, Serhiy Haidai, head of the Luhansk Regional Military Administration, claimed that the Russian proxies plan to forcibly mobilize all men. In its latest assessment, the Institute for the Study of War reports that the Kremlin is risking to lose support of its proxies in Luhansk and Donetsk over Russia's failure in the Donbass. Igor Girkin called out Putin for failing to push Ukrainian forces out of artillery range of Donetsk city and failing to protect civilians. Russian military activity is increasing in Mariupol, said Petro Andriushchenko, an advisor to Mariupol's mayor. According to him, an unusual number of combat helicopters flew from the Zaporizhia region towards Azovstal steel plant. A second camp for mobilized soldiers was set up in Yalta, about 35 kilometers from Mariupol. 500 soldiers are being housed in the village of Komishuvate. A column of tanks were transferred to Nikolsk. And finally, the international developments. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council, stated on Telegram, Russia is increasing the production of new powerful weapons. He did not state what type of weapons he was talking about, but that these new weapons of the Russian Federation are based on new principles. Oleksiy Makeyev, the ambassador of Ukraine to Germany, announced an increase in military aid from Germany. According to him, Germany will increase the supply of weapons and ammunition. And that wraps up the news. Now let's get to the intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defense. On December 5, 2022, President Putin signed the law on Russia's federal budget. Draft budgets have stated over 9 trillion rubles, $143 billion, will be allocated across defense, security, and law enforcement in 2023. This is a significant increase compared to prior years and will represent over 30% of Russia's entire budget. The budget approved by Putin is likely over-optimistic in its expectation of revenue and spending in 2023. Therefore, other parts of Russia's budget are likely to come under increasing pressure to support the costs of the war. And lastly, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the enemy continues to make attempts to break through the defense of our troops. Russian occupation leadership continues the forced passporting of the population of the temporarily occupied territory of Ukraine. These measures are ongoing in the Melitopol district of the Zaporizhia region. Ukrainian hryvnias are gradually withdrawn from the circulation of trade networks. The population is forced to switch to Russian rubles. The occupiers are also trying to financially encourage the local population to collaborate, providing cash assistance to pensioners in the amount of 10,000 rubles and charging a higher salary to loyal local residents who agree to work in the institutions of the so-called occupying power. And that's it for today's news report. If you're interested in reading up on certain topics, I included the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account, bringing you the news of day 291 of the war in Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in to today's news update for day 290 of the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. It was a very uneventful day, but we still have a few things to bring to you. So first, let us take a look at the situation inside Ukraine, move on to what happened inside the occupied territories, and after go over some international developments. But as usual, we start with the main flashpoints along the front. Kremina. There is still no confirmation that Dibrova and Kuzmin is under Ukrainian control. However, Russians were reportedly shelling the area around Dibrova, indicating a Ukrainian presence. Bakhmut. Russian sources reported a massive strike on Pervomaisk east of Bakhmut. The settlement is an important Russian rear area for their ground communication lines. Wagner units continue to put pressure on the eastern outskirts of Bakhmut. The spokesman of the eastern group of forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine reported Russia has changed its tactics and is now creating assault units which are divided into groups and subgroups. Avdiivka. Russian forces made small gains toward the settlement of Vodiane. Pisky. Information about the situation in Pisky is divided. Yesterday, it was reported that Ukrainian troops pushed east of Pervomaisk and entered the settlement. However, as the dust settles in, it seems the assault ended in partial failure. While it seems Ukrainian units managed to push back Russian forces, they did not manage to take or hold any part of Pisky. Most likely, the situation ended with the front line settling in around the M04 crossroads. This would also corroborate reports of Russian forces attacking north of Pisky. Marinka. Heavy fighting ongoing in the contested settlement. Reports indicate Russia had to pull back slightly from the center due to heavy Ukrainian shelling. Zaporizhia front. During the recording, we received reports of big explosions in Tokmak and Melitopol. No further information was available at that time. And now for the news. First up, the latest developments out of Ukraine. A Russian drone attack on Odessa last night left all but critical infrastructure without electricity. During the afternoon, Kirilo Tymoshenko, deputy head of the President's Office of Ukraine, stated the repairs are ongoing and will take more time than expected. In conjunction with the previous report, the Ukrainian Air Force reported it shot down 10 of the 15 Iranian-made Shahed 131 and 136 drones over Kherson, Mykolaiv and Odessa oblasts. Kherson Oblast was shelled 51 times over the past 24 hours, killing 2 people and injuring 8. As a result of the nighttime shelling, 2,500 consumers were cut off from electricity. Later in the afternoon, the Kherson City Council announced electricity and heating was restored in Kherson City. Moving on to the latest from the occupied territories. Journalists working for Radio Liberty have studied satellite images extensively, trying to identify Russian military facilities. They have counted 10 military airfields and 2 aircraft engineering factories in Crimea. The article is in Ukrainian and quite long, but I recommend giving it a read. A fire at a military base in the village of Sovietske in Crimea was reported last night. The base was said to be home to hundreds of Russian mobilized soldiers, and reports claim many of them are wounded. And finally, the international developments. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Russia could adopt the US preemptive strike concept. While Putin referred to conventional weapons when talking about adopting the US strategy, he specifically noted that it does not rule out the first use of nuclear weapons. Russia's nuclear doctrine currently states the country can only use nuclear weapons if it comes under a nuclear strike or if it is faced with an attack of conventional weapons that would threaten the very existence of the Russian state. The Pentagon has given tacit endorsement of Ukraine's long-range attacks on Russia. It seems Washington is now less concerned about the fact that the Ukrainian military is striking targets on the territory of the Russian Federation and that these strikes could lead to an escalation of the conflict. The only restriction is that Ukraine should not attempt to specifically target civilians inside Russia. The Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Oleksiy Danilov, later stated, "We will be capable of everything, because we will not ask anyone about what concerns our interests and how and where we should hit the enemy. Some are now advising us what we should do to avoid escalating something there. It has escalated for years and years, and we cannot betray those people who gave their lives for Ukraine." During yesterday's UN Security Council meeting, the permanent representative of Ukraine said, "Russia is trying to make fakes look like facts." Russia once again accused Ukraine of transferring Western weapons to third countries. And now the intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defense. Iran has become one of Russia's top military backers since Russia invaded Ukraine. Iran's support to the Russian military is likely to grow in the coming month. Russia is attempting to obtain more weapons, including hundreds of ballistic missiles. In return, Russia is highly likely offering Iran an unprecedented level of military and technical support that is transforming their defense relationship. Russia has highly likely expended a large proportion of its stock of its own SS-26 Iskander short-range ballistic missiles, which carry a 500-kilogram warhead up to 500 kilometers. If Russia succeeds in bringing a large number of Iranian ballistic missiles into service, it will likely use them to continue and expand its campaign of strikes against Ukraine's critical national infrastructure. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. At night, the enemy attacked the energy infrastructure facilities in the Odessa and Mykolaiv regions with allegedly Iranian attack UAV Shahed 136. 10 out of 15 UAVs were intercepted. The threat of the enemy launching missile strikes on the objects of the energy system and critical infrastructure throughout the territory of Ukraine remains in the future. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the enemy continues to make attempts to break through the defense of our troops. In order to counteract numerous cases of desertion in its units of the Russian occupation forces in the territories of Luhansk Oblast, SMS messages are being sent to subscribers of the Lugacom mobile network with a warning about the criminal liability for leaving the places of service and permanent deployment points of military units. The defeat of the concentration area of the occupiers in the temporarily occupied territory of the Zaporizhia region has been confirmed. Thus, up to 150 invaders were injured, 50 of them were taken to the hospital in the city of Melitopol. Information about liquidated ones is being clarified. At the checkpoints around the city of Berdyansk, counter-subversive measures have been strengthened, the number of servicemen of the Russian occupation forces has increased, and checks of civilians have begun to be carried out more thoroughly. People without local registration are not allowed into the city. In the temporarily occupied territory of the Donetsk Oblast, in the city of Horlivka, since December 8 of this year, the occupation administration offers representatives of small and medium-sized businesses to switch to remote work mode due to the increased risk of shelling allegedly from the defense forces. To intimidate local residents, the Russian occupiers fired 4 152mm artillery rounds into the city center. And that wraps up today's report. If you're interested in reading up on certain topics, I included the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone, and thank you for tuning in. This is The Account with a daily news update for day 289 of the war in Ukraine. Nothing that really stands out was reported today, so we will simply take a look at the situation inside Ukraine, move on to the reports out of the occupied territories, and after go over some international developments. But first, we will take a look at the main flashpoints along the front. Crimea. According to Russian sources, namely Vorgonzo, Ukraine has allegedly started a major offensive north of Bilohorivka. They claim up to 80 Ukrainian soldiers crossed the Seversky Donetsk River under cover of tank fire and tried to break into Privilia. Further reports claim Russia shelled the settlement of Pischane, which would indicate it is under Ukrainian control, effectively cutting the P-66 highway. Pro-Russian accounts further claimed Russian units are conducting an offensive towards the west of Crimea. However, so far there is no concrete evidence. Solidar. Claims about a Russian retreat of up to 500 meters in the city. Reports about the 93rd Brigade of the Ukrainian forces being withdrawn from Solidar due to heavy losses. Conflicting claims about Yakovlivka north of Solidar. Russia claims full control, but more concrete reports suggest the town is divided along the T-1302. Bakhmut. Heavy fighting ongoing. The situation is critical. The front line was pushed up to the eastern outskirts. The area around the main crossroads in the southeast and the garbage dump are now under Russian control. Further reports indicate that Wagner forces took the southern half of Vopitne and Ivanrad. Again, the general staff reported shelling in Kurdiumivka and Osaryanivka, even though Russia claims full control over the settlements. During his evening speech, President Zelensky said that Russian invaders practically destroyed Bakhmut. Pisky. Heavy battles have been reported east of Pervomaiske. A video released on social media suggests Russian forces have been pushed back at least 3 kilometers. This is indicated by Russian artillery shelling soldiers inside an abandoned church, which is roughly 3 kilometers from the previous front lines. There are further claims that the entire area south of the Stavok-Peskovsky reservoir is under Ukrainian control. Now let us switch over to today's news. First up, the latest developments out of Ukraine. Russian forces shelled Kherson Oblast 68 times yesterday, targeting mostly residential neighborhoods, private houses, apartment blocks and other buildings in Kherson city. 8 civilians were reportedly injured. Emergency blackouts continue in Kyiv and the Dnipropetrovsk, Odessa and Kyiv oblasts. According to DTEC, the implemented schedules for stabilization power outages currently do not function. Russia has fired over 1,000 missiles and drones at Ukrainian energy infrastructure since October 10th, said Volodymyr Kudrytsky, chairman of the management board of Ukrenergo. So far, 8 large waves and more than a dozen smaller strikes targeted the vital infrastructure. He further praised Ukraine's air defense, saying it repelled the latest Russian missile attack way more efficiently. Moving on to the latest from the occupied territories. This afternoon, explosions were reported in the occupied city of Donetsk. Alexei Kulemzin, the leader of Moscow-installed proxies in Donetsk, blamed the armed forces of Ukraine. On the other hand, Oleksiy Melnik, a military expert at Ukrainian Razumkov Center, suggests this is Russia's way of turning the local population against Ukraine. Locals reported explosions at a military training ground in Ursów near Mariupol. No further information is currently available. An increase in deliveries of medical supplies and doctors has been noticed in the Luhansk Oblast. These are exclusively for military use. Locals are outraged as they are forcibly discharged and refused admission to hospitals. Furthermore, medical supplies are running low in public healthcare institutions. Hassan Ibragimov, the nephew of Ramzan Kadyrov, was allegedly sent to Ukraine as a representative in the occupied territories of Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts. The mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov, said, "He will make sure that the money goes exclusively into the right pocket, terrorize civilians, and, what is most important, control the local collaborators." Volodymyr Zaldo, a collaborator from Kherson Oblast, claims Russian President Vladimir Putin is planning to build an entirely new city housing a new governmental quarter on the Arabat Spit. Satellite images shared on Twitter show new Russian fortifications being built around the occupied city of Tokmak in Zaporizhia Oblast. And finally, let us take a look at the international developments. Russian President Vladimir Putin is prolonging the war against Ukraine, and the statements of his spokesman Dmitry Peskov are an information operation to mislead the West and sway Ukraine towards negotiations. This was reported in the daily assessment of the Institute for the Study of War. The analysts say that the Kremlin has not abandoned its maximalistic goals in the war, despite Peskov's statement that the Russian Federation allegedly wants to occupy only Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson oblasts. After a visit by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, Minsk and Moscow signed a rushed classified regional security protocol. The visit and the protocol may be intended to pressure Belarus into joining the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Lukashenko made headlines claiming that in 2020 the West started preparing a war in Donbas and Russia had to take preemptive action. Citizens of Germany received fake letters allegedly sent from the consulate of Ukraine urging them to join the International Legion for a monetary reward. The letters in question were supposedly sent on behalf of the Consulate General in Düsseldorf. Oleg Nikolenko, the spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said, "The specified letters are fake. The Ukrainian consular institution did not send any such messages." The United States announced a $275 million aid package for Ukraine. It will include additional HIMARS rockets, 155mm artillery ammunitions, counter-UAV systems, air defense capabilities, Humvee military vehicles, and generators. Russia has called a UN Security Council meeting to discuss the weapon supplies to Ukraine by Western nations. The event is planned for 10 p.m. Kyiv time. And now for some interesting updates from Twitter. A video shared on social media allegedly shows Kazakhstan sending additional tanks towards the western border with Russia. A massive fire was reported in the Mega Khimki shopping mall in Moscow. The 7,000 square meter mall burned down completely. Locals reported explosions at the scene, as seen in the attached video. Next up is the intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defence. For the first time in 3 weeks, there have been reports of attacks by Iranian-provided one-way attack (OWA) uncrewed aerial vehicles (UAVs). These events remain to be verified, but it is likely that Russia exhausted its previous stock of several hundred Shahed 131s and 136 and has now received a resupply. On December 6, 2022, the Ukrainian General Staff reported shooting down 17 UAVs, including 14 Shaheds 136. On December 7, 2022, Ukrainian officials reported the use of Iranian-provided OWA UAVs targeting Zaporizhia and Dnipro oblasts. The last previously reported shooting down of Iranian Shahed 136 in Ukraine was on November 17, 2022. If verified, it is likely that Russia has recommenced attacks with newly delivered OWA UAV systems. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy continues to focus its efforts on conducting an offensive in the Bakhmut direction. He is trying to improve his tactical position in the Liman and Avdiivka directions. In other directions, the enemy is concentrating its efforts on restraining the actions of units of the Defense Forces of Ukraine, shelling the positions of our troops and civilian objects, and equipping defensive lines and positions. The enemy continues to lose manpower. Over the past day, up to 50 wounded mercenaries from a private military campaign were brought to the central city hospital of Kadivka, Luhansk region. At the same time, mobilization measures are ongoing in some regions of the Russian Federation. So, in particular, summons continue to be served to conscripts in the Samara region. And that wraps up today's report. If you're interested in reading up on certain topics, I included the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone and thank you for tuning in. This is The Account with the daily news update for day 287 of the war in Ukraine. Today, we will go over some additional information regarding the attacks on Diaghilev and Engels Air Base, look at the deteriorating situation in the occupied territories, and discuss the general situation in Ukraine. Finally, we will wrap up the news with an update on the Brittney Griner and Victor Bout prisoner swap between Russia and the USA. But first, we will take a look at the main flashpoints along the front. Ternova. Russia apparently crossed the border from Belgorod into Kharkiv and tried to storm the settlement of Ternova. The General Staff reports the assault ended in failure. Svatove. We have reports that the 80th Air Assault Brigade has taken control of West Jerelne, located roughly 12 kilometers west of the city. Kremina. A Russian assault on Chervono-Popivka was repelled. Heavy shelling of Dibrova by Ukrainian artillery. The claim Kuzmine was liberated by Ukrainian forces is still not confirmed. Bakhmut. Heavy fighting as Russia is trying to break through Ukrainian defenses. While Russia managed to push the line of contact closer to the city outskirts over the past few days, their losses are described as massive. Avdiivka. After a failed assault on the city, Russian forces heavily shelled the area with incendiary ammunition during the night, as seen in the video I attached. And now for the main news, starting with additional information on the Diaghilev and Engels Air Base attacks. Satellite images indicate that at least 9 strategic bombers have disappeared from the Diaghilev Air Base after a supposed attack by Ukraine. Earlier, a satellite image showed a damaged Tu-22M, which, along other bombers, is now gone. Additional reports also suggest at least 6 strategic bombers have disappeared at Engels 1 Air Base. Satellite images here showed a Tu-95 surrounded by fire trucks and what appeared to be foam. The undamaged bombers have most likely been dispersed to other airfields. The explosions on 2 Russian strategic air bases located 400 and 700 kilometers from the Ukrainian border have mystified observers and been called a game-changer in the war, as Kyiv can now potentially hit Moscow, the Euromaidan press writes. The mystery weapons have given host to a plethora of rumors and speculations. All we know for sure is the relative speed of the object based on videos recorded by security cameras. One camera was installed in an apartment building located roughly 6 kilometers from the airfield. The distinct sound of a flying object can be heard on the audio. 25 seconds after, the explosion at the airfield can be heard. Based on this, we can surmise that the object that hit the airfield reached the speed of 220 meters per second or 792 kilometers per hour just before the strike. Now let us take a look at the deteriorating situation in the occupied territories. In its morning report, the General Staff mentioned once again a number of deserters among the Russian military. Allegedly, about 20 recruited convicts ran away in the Donetsk Oblast, taking their weapons with them. Russian forces are searching for the fugitives. Ukraine's National Resistance Center reports about civilian patients being forcibly discharged from hospitals in the Luhansk Oblast, even if their treatment is incomplete. These actions are taken to make space for the influx of injured Russian soldiers. The occupied city of Donetsk is reporting problems with mobile communication and the internet. Additionally, blackouts have been reported all over the city. In the occupied city of Mariupol, the movement of military vehicles has come to a complete stop due to black ice. The situation is described as follows. The movement of military transport is almost completely paralyzed. Single fuel tankers are trying to break through the icy city towards Zaporizhia. Everything else is in a state of collapse. The spokesman of the main intelligence directorate of the Ministry of Defense, Andriy Yusov, believes Russia is preparing itself for a future defeat and is planning to mobilize 17-year-olds in the occupied territories. He made these statements during an interview on television. A series of powerful explosions were reported earlier today at an airbase in Russian-occupied Berdyansk. Subsequent smaller explosions caused a major fire. It was reported that almost all ambulances and fire trucks in the city left for the scene. And now a look at the general situation in Ukraine. US President Joe Biden's administration is considering Ukraine's request for cluster munitions, CNN reported, citing US and Ukrainian officials. While the US has not rejected the request outright, CNN said that the proposal has not yet received significant consideration due to restrictions by Congress on the transfer of cluster munitions. Dmitry Peskov, press secretary of the President of Russia, said in a statement, Russia is ready to end the war at the will of President Zelensky. Peskov, however, made it clear that the Kremlin is determined to retake the areas liberated by the armed forces of Ukraine, since Russia annexed the territories to protect the people of the Donbas and considers them occupied by Kyiv. And to wrap up the main news, we look at the Brittany Griner and Victor Bout prisoner swap between Russia and the USA. It seems Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had taken a leading role in mediation efforts. The swap involved two private planes bringing the pair to Abu Dhabi airport from Moscow and Washington respectively, and then flying them home. Brittany Griner is one of the best-known sportswomen in the US. She was arrested in Russia for possession of cannabis oil. Victor Bout, nicknamed the Merchant of Death, sold arms to warlords and rogue governments, becoming one of the world's most wanted men. He was arrested in 2008 in a hotel in Bangkok and extradited 2 years later to the USA. The Russians' exploits inspired the 2005 Hollywood film Lord of War, which was loosely based on his life. Plans by the US to include Paul Whelan in the deal did sadly not succeed. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. Elements of Russia's First Guards Tank Army, 1 GTA, are likely deployed along the defensive line near the Luhansk Oblast town of Svatove. The supposedly elite 1 GTA took heavy casualties earlier in the war, including during the retreat from Kharkiv Oblast in September 2022. It has now likely been partially reinforced with mobilized reservists, although remaining well below its authorized strength of over 25,000 personnel. Russia has now completed almost continuous trench systems along the 60 kilometers between Svatove and the Russian border. Despite the length of these works, however, the depth of the defenses remains unclear. The effectiveness of 1 GTA and other formations' defensive operations will largely depend upon the extent of mutual supporting fallback positions. And finally, the evening report of the General Staff of Ukraine. In the Kupiansk direction, the enemy is focused on defense. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the enemy is focusing the main efforts on the offensive. On the territory of the Russian Federation, fake information is being spread aimed at discrediting the military and political leadership of Ukraine, namely evidence of the purpose of a monetary reward for the destruction of soldiers of the Russian armed forces from $700 to $1,000. In the temporarily occupied territory of Luhansk Oblast, the occupation authorities spent effort on the reorganization of individual units. Following said measures, the relatives of the fallen soldiers are denied compensation in the amount of 3 million Russian rubles due to the disbandment of the unit and the absence of legal grounds. And that wraps up today's report. If you're interested in reading up on certain topics, I included the links in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone, and thank you for tuning in. This is The Account with another daily news update for day 287 of the war in Ukraine. The main flashpoints along the front today were Svatove-Kupiansk direction. According to Serhiy Haidai, head of the Luhansk Regional Military Administration, Russia is preparing an offensive. A large number of equipment and forces have been accumulated. Bakhmut. Russia once again tried to advance in the early morning but was repelled. Heavy battles continue. For the second day in a row, the General Staff of Ukraine reported repelled attacks at Kurdyomivka, suggesting the settlement is not under full Russian control as claimed. Heavy battles are also reported around Yakovlivka, east of Solidar. Pro-Russian sources claim Wagner managed to capture the settlement, while the General Staff of Ukraine claimed they repelled the attack. Mariinka. Russian units tried to break through Ukrainian defensive lines but were repelled. Ukrainian soldiers described the situation as critical. Pavlivka. According to Ukrainian sources and Russian media, Russian units launched another assault on Pavlivka today. It ended in total disaster. 6 armored vehicles and a large number of personnel was destroyed by Ukrainian artillery. It is reported the 155th took up to 300 casualties over the past 3 days. And now for the main news of the day. During the night, the air raid sirens at Engels Air Base went off once again. This comes after Ukraine attacked multiple airfields deep inside Russian territory. The cause is currently unknown. A fire at Kursk airfield, which was the result of a Ukrainian drone attack, took more than a day to put out, the governor of Kursk Oblast reported. A Ukrainian defense advisor said the drones used to attack Russian airfields were neither the Ukroboronprom models nor modified Soviet ones, but rather a joint government-private sector initiative that could produce new ones often. He also suggested they had used inertial navigation systems to find their targets. Although less accurate than GPS, these do not require satellite connections, so they cannot be jammed. This would make them harder to intercept and help explain how they managed to penetrate Russian air defenses. Liga.net cited an article by the Financial Times, which quoted an unnamed Ukrainian official as saying, "The attacks are repeatable. We have no limitation on distance, and soon we will be able to reach all targets inside Russia, including in Siberia." According to US State Department spokesperson Ned Price, the US has neither supplied Ukraine with weapons or technology to strike over the border, nor are they encouraging these strikes. Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said, "We are not working to prevent Ukraine from developing their own capability." During the night, Dnipropetrovsk Regional Council head Mykola Lukashuk reported attacks by enemy suicide drones. This morning, the General Staff of Ukraine stated that 14 Iranian-made Shahed drones were shot down during the night. Russian troops massively shelled Kherson region yesterday, killing 2 civilians and injuring 1. The enemy fired with artillery, MLRS, and mortars, targeting civilian infrastructure objects and residential buildings. Furthermore, Sumy Oblast was reportedly shelled with over 220 projectiles yesterday as well. Russia has begun large-scale construction of defensive lines in Kursk Oblast. In November, construction for a similar defensive line in the Belgorod Oblast started as well. The hospitals in occupied Luhansk Oblast are overcrowded with injured Russian soldiers. The amount of wounded servicemen is reportedly so high that they even have to be hospitalized in maternity and gynecological wards. In a statement, Pope Francis has compared Russia's war in Ukraine to the Nazi extermination plan of Polish Jews called Operation Reinhard. On Monday, the Center for Catholic-Jewish Relations of the Catholic University of Lublin commemorated the anniversary of Operation Reinhard. During the Second World War, this led to the extermination of almost 2 million victims, mostly of Jewish origin. May the memory of this horrible event arouse resolutions and actions for peace in all of us. History repeats itself. We see now what is happening in Ukraine. Let us pray for peace, the pontiff said during his general audience. In a meeting with the Human Rights Council of Russia, Russian President Vladimir Putin claimed Russia is fighting for its national interests by using peaceful measures, but if those failed, it would use any means necessary. During the meeting, he condemned the alleged shelling of Donetsk city by Ukrainian forces and went on to threaten the world with nuclear war once again. It is alleged he is using this kind of rhetoric to try to influence the Russian populace and turn it against Ukraine and the West. Vladimir Putin also claimed the Russian special military operation achieved significant results by seizing new territory. He continued to point out that millions of people have joined Russia, that the Sea of Azov has become an inland sea, and how even Peter the Great fought for access to it. Later, he blamed Ukraine for a coup d'etat in 2014 and accused the government for suppressing the will of the people in the Donbass. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. Russia has recently started extending defensive positions along its international border with Ukraine and deep inside its Belgorod region. On December 6, 2022, the governor of Belgorod announced he was establishing local self-defense units. Trench digging has been reported in Belgorod since at least April 2022, but the new constructions are probably more elaborate systems designed to rebuff mechanized assault. There is a realistic possibility that the Russian authorities are promoting defensive preparations within internationally recognized Russian territory to burnish patriotic feeling. However, it probably illustrates some Russia decision-makers' genuine but false belief that there is a credible threat of invasion by Ukrainian forces. Paucity in strategic assessment is one of the critical weaknesses in the central Russian government architecture, as highlighted by Russia's original decision to invade Ukraine. Impartial official analysis is almost certainly frequently undermined by a tendency toward groupthink and politically expedient conclusions. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. During the day, residential buildings and other civilian objects in the city of Korostin, Sitomir Oblast, and a number of settlements in Zaporizhia Oblast were damaged by enemy rocket attacks and unmanned aerial vehicles. In addition, residential quarters of the city of Kurakove, Donetsk Oblast, were shelled by MLRS. In the future, the threat of enemy missile attacks on objects of the energy system and critical infrastructure throughout the territory of Ukraine remains. The enemy is defending in the Kupiansk direction. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the occupiers are concentrating their main efforts on conducting offensive actions. And that wraps up the report. If you want to read on topics in more detail, I provided links to the articles in the description. Thanks for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in. This is The Account with another daily news update for day 286 of the Ukraine war. Before we start with the main flashpoints, I want to congratulate the Ukrainian soldiers on their holiday. Today, Ukraine celebrates the Day of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. President Zelensky visited soldiers near Sloviansk, thanking them for their steadfastness and strength. He said, "Dear servicemen and veterans, I sincerely greet you on this great holiday, on this great day, the Day of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. This is the year of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. It is time for the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Everyone knows who the defenders of Ukraine are. Someone gave itself the title of the second army in the world. However, everyone can see who is the first. Everyone sees your power, hardening, skills, and standards, as well as the standards of Ukraine." Meanwhile, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Valery Zaluzny, said he believes in the Ukrainian army and in the ultimate victory. "Dear soldiers, sergeants, and officers, employees and veterans of the armed forces, I am proud to serve my country side by side with you, proud to be your Commander-in-Chief in this difficult time. I believe in each of you and in our victory. I wish a speedy recovery to the wounded soldiers. I wish all those who are in the ranks strength and resilience, inspiration and joy, victorious peace." And now for the main flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. Heavy fights continue on the eastern outskirts and southern approaches of the city. Ukrainian artillery reinforcements inflict heavy damage on Russian positions outside the city. Bilohorivka. Reports of Russia launching another major assault. Fierce fighting was reportedly ongoing throughout the day. Claims of massive losses on Russian side. Kremina. Russian sources reported a small settlement has fallen to Ukrainian forces. Further information suggests the town in question is Kusmina. North of Kremina, Vorgonzo reported of heavy fighting around Chervono-Popivka and Zitlivka for control of the P66 highway. Pavlivka. The Russian offensive has stalled. Russian forces had to retreat to the southern outskirts of Pavlivka due to Ukrainian pinpoint strikes. And now for the main news of the day. A high-ranking Ukraine official was cited, claiming the drones used in yesterday's attack on Russian airfields were launched from Ukraine and directed by gunners positioned near the bases. The drones were launched from the territory of Ukraine, and at least one of the strikes was carried out with the help of special forces near the base, who helped guide the drones to the target, the New York Times quoted the official as saying. It is also claimed that one of the causes for the explosion is a clandestine project called the Black Box by Ukrainian Defense Intelligence and the Come Back Alive Foundation. Meanwhile, satellite images were published showing several fire trucks and what appears to be foam near one Tu-95 strategic bomber, suggesting it was on fire. Early this morning, a fire at an airfield in the Russian city of Kursk was reported. Allegedly, an oil storage tank caught fire as a result of another drone attack. The fire continued to burn for several hours. Another drone attack happened on a classified factory about 80 kilometers from the border in Bryansk Oblast. Russian Telegram channel Baza claimed no damage was inflicted as the drones missed the fuel tanks, which were reportedly empty anyways. However, a video shared on social media shows a rather large fire. After the attacks on airfields, Dmitry Peskov, press secretary of the President of the Russian Federation, announced the strengthening of protection for important infrastructure. At the same time, Russian news claimed the drones used by Ukraine were intercepted by Russian air defense. However, 3 Russian soldiers were killed and 4 more were injured. Igor Girkin has returned to Moscow. A Russian terrorist and former so-called Minister of Defense of the DPR, Girkin volunteered to go and fight in Ukraine. In October, he arrived on the territories of the temporarily occupied Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, and after signing a voluntary conscription request was assigned a unit. However, at the end of November, he found out that he was not holding any post in his battalion and left afterwards. Conflict Armament Research, a weapons research group, reports that Russia is using missiles manufactured this autumn to attack Ukraine. This is based on the examination of missile fragments of a Kh-101 cruise missile found in Kyiv after an attack on November 23rd. Based on the results, the missile was manufactured after September. Kirilo Budanov, chief of the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, pointed out the changing rhetoric of Russian propagandists. According to him, Russia's defeat is a foregone conclusion. First, they started to cautiously criticize their leadership. Then the top generals. And now they have reached the point where victory is out of the question. They are thinking about how just not to lose. But everyone understands that this is impossible. Their defeat is already obvious. Russian forces massively shelled the Kherson region with artillery and multiple rocket launchers, targeting especially residential areas and infrastructure. Police responded to 350 reports from citizens about criminal offenses and other events. 43 criminal proceedings regarding war crimes committed by the Russian army were opened. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said the U.S. is helping Ukraine regain all territories occupied by Russia since February 24, 2022. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian authorities emphasized they intend to deoccupy all territories and restore the internationally recognized borders of 1991. Doug Bush, the Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Army for Acquisition, reported about the U.S. Army's objective to dramatically increase ammunition production over the next 3 years. So far, the U.S. has supplied Ukraine with over 1,155mm artillery shells, which is putting a strain on stockpiles. He also noted that it is unclear what Ukraine needs will be in the future, and the US Army wants to be ready. And finally, I want to point out an interesting article by Ukrinform. It is titled, 10 breakthroughs of the Ukrainian armed forces that surprised the world. Experts with Ukraine's Center for Army, Conversion and Disarmament Studies have compiled their rating of the achievements of the Ukrainian armed forces during the war. If you're interested, I recommend checking it out. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defence Intelligence Update. On December 5, 2022, multiple open sources reported explosions at Engels Air Base in Russia's Saratov Oblast and at Diaghilevo airfield near Ryazan, southeast of Moscow. 2 Tu-95 Bear heavy bombers were reportedly damaged at Engels, and 3 people were killed when a fuel tank exploded at Diaghilevo. The causes of the explosions have not been confirmed. However, if Russia assesses the incidents were deliberate attacks, it will probably consider them as some of the most strategically significant failures of force protection since its invasion of Ukraine. The sites are much deeper inside Russia than previous similar explosions. Engels is over 600 kilometers from Ukrainian-controlled territory. Engels is the main operating base of Russia's long-range aviation, LRA, within Western Russia and is home to more than 30 heavy bombers. These aircraft contribute to Russia's nuclear deterrent and have also frequently been used to launch conventional cruise missiles at Ukraine. The LRA is likely to respond by temporarily moving bombers to dispersal airfields. The Russian chain of command will probably seek to identify and impose severe sanctions on Russian officers deemed responsible for allowing the incident. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. In the Kupiansk direction, the enemy is conducting defensive operation on captured lines. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the enemy is concentrating its main efforts on conducting offensive operations. The enemy suffered losses. So on December 4th, in the Zaporizhia region, as a result of fire, up to 20 units of enemy military equipment of various types were destroyed and about 70 occupiers were injured. On November 30th, in the Verkhnyo-Toretsky district of the Donetsk Oblast, the fact of the desertion of servicemen of the Russian occupation forces with weapons from their combat positions was discovered. Among them, 13 out of 21 are persons recruited from prisons. The command of the Russian occupation forces ordered the arrest and liquidation of violators. As of December 5th, all deserters have been eliminated. And that wraps up today's report. If you're interested in reading up on topics in more detail, I included links to their articles in the description. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. This is The Account with the daily news report for day 285 of the Ukraine war. Welcome and thank you for tuning in. The main flashpoints along the front today were Bakhmut. Russia launched a major assault on the city and Wagner units managed to advance on the Lumumba Street. Ukrainian reinforcements were deployed amidst heavy fighting. Pro-Russian sources claim the front is crumbling, but video evidence showing countless bodies lying outside Ukrainian defensive positions suggests Russia is suffering massive losses. A video was shared on social media showing GMLRS systems firing in the Bakhmut direction. Novoselivsk. Reports of heavy fighting. Both sides claim at least partial control over the settlement. However, either side has yet to provide visual confirmation. Along the northern Svatova front line, Ukraine claimed the liberation of the following settlements: Satishne, Yahidne, Ivanivka. And now for the main news. As you might have heard, today's news were dominated by the explosion on 2 Russian air bases deep behind the front and another massive missile attack on Ukraine by Russia. Local media reported about an explosion at Diaghilevo military air base near Ryazan around 6:30 a.m. Later, it was reported that a fuel tanker exploded, killing 3 people and injuring 6. 1 aircraft was said to have been damaged. And according to Russian media, an unidentified drone hit the Engels 1 military air base in the Saratov region, wounding 2 servicemen and damaging 2 Tu-95 bombers. The explosions at Engels 1 air base took place around 6 a.m. local time and could be heard several kilometers away. Both airfields are home to Russian strategic bombers. I will attach 2 videos recorded by security cameras after this report showing the explosion at the Engels 1 airbase. As more and more info comes in, numbers on casualties and destroyed planes might be outdated by now. Now, usually I do not want to dabble into rumors and speculations like this, but I just wanted to mention it as it has been pointed out to me. Claims were made that on top of the Diaghilevo and Engels 1 military air bases, the Shaikovka air base north of Bryansk was hit as well. However, so far the evidence seems to be based on claims out of a local Telegram chat, so please take this with a grain of salt. What we can confirm, though, is an explosion in Jankoy, which houses a large military presence on top of a military airfield. As you might remember, some days ago the General Staff report mentioned Jankoy military base housing up to 750 pieces of equipment and units for deployment. Shortly after midnight, Russia fired several rockets at Kryvyi Rih, hitting the ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih steel plant. 1 employee was killed and 3 more were injured. Russia also fired on industrial and energy infrastructure facilities in Zaporizhia. Later in the day, air raid sirens sounded in most regions of Ukraine. A spokesperson for the Air Force warned about multiple waves of missiles. About an hour later, Mykolaiv Oblast Governor Vitaly Kim announced the second wave of Russian cruise missiles. During the first wave, explosions were reported in Kharkiv, Donetsk, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia, and Poltava oblasts. Further explosions were reported in Lviv, Ternopil, Khmelnytsky oblasts, and the city of Kryvyi Rih. 1 missile was shot down in the Kiev region, the Kiev Regional Police Chief stated. Up to 10 missiles were shot down over the Poltava region. Overall, it is reported that 60 out of 70 missiles were shot down. However, interruption to critical infrastructure was reported in Mykolaiv, Odessa, Sitomir and surrounding settlements, Kryvyi Rih, and Sumy Oblast. In Mariupol, sewer pipes burst after demolition of buildings, flooding streets and basements. The situation is critical. Residents report about freezing temperatures in their own homes. Windows are covered with cling film, but it is useless. The temperature in some apartments is +1 degree Celsius. In addition, corpses of people killed by the Russians during the siege are still found in wells. The people of Mariupol do not know whether they will be able to survive the winter. Mariupol was turned into a city cemetery. 3 more packages with animal eyes were sent to Ukrainian diplomats in Spain. So far, 21 of these incidents on Ukrainian diplomatic missions in 12 countries have been reported. The Wall Street Journal, citing a US official, claims the US secretly modified the HIMARS rocket launchers so they cannot be used to fire long-range missiles into Russia. These previously undisclosed modifications show the lengths the US is willing to go to balance its support for Ukraine against the risk of escalation with Moscow, and could be an insurance in case Ukraine stops keeping its promise not to strike Russian territory. And now a small side note. Russian propaganda sources reported that Putin visited the Crimean Bridge, spoke with the builders, and drove over the bridge in a car. Minister of Foreign Affairs Dmytro Kuleba commented on this. Today, he is happy to drive on a bridge that he once illegally built. His aggressive ambitions have diminished. Ukraine will make sure that they continue to shrink until they fit into Russia's borders. And another small side note, this time from Twitter. A video was shared online showing a German flak Panzer Gepard shooting down a Russian cruise missile with its two 35mm autocannons.
Есть контакт! Сука. Есть, бля, родимая, готы, суку! Уху!
And finally, the mayor of Bakhmut, Oleksiy Reva, released a video recorded in the city. The video shows the devastating effect of the constant Russian shelling that has been going on for a month. A ruined town with bombed-out houses, among them many historical buildings. You can see residential buildings with broken roofs and walls with holes instead of windows, and a large number of destroyed shops, pharmacies, schools, and churches. The streets of the city are littered with toppled poles of power lines, broken wires, construction debris, fragments of enemy shells, and shell craters. And now for the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. In recent months, the number of sorties conducted by Russian tactical combat aircraft over Ukraine has reduced significantly. Russian aircraft now probably conducts tens of missions per day, compared to a high of up to 300 per day in March 2022. Russia has now lost over 60 fixed-wing aircraft in the conflict, likely including an additional Su-24M Fencer fighter bomber and a Su-25 Frogfoot ground attack aircraft last week. The decrease in sorties is likely a result of continued high threat from Ukrainian air defenses, limitations on the flying hours available to Russian aircraft, and worsening weather. With Russia's ground attack tactics largely reliant on visual identification and unguided munitions, the Russian Air Force will likely continue a low rate of ground attack operations through the poor winter weather. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. According to preliminary information, more than 60 of the more than 70 missiles that the enemy launched today on the territory of Ukraine were shot down by the forces and means of air defense of the defense forces. The information is being clarified. In addition, the occupiers do not stop shelling the positions of our troops and settlements along the contact line. Aviation is actively used in Donetsk Oblast. The enemy is defending in the Kupiansk and Liman directions. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the enemy is trying to improve the tactical position by conducting offensive actions. Units of the Russian occupation forces continue to commit illegal actions against the civilian population in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. In the city of Starobilsk, Luhansk Oblast, the mobilization of servicemen of the Russian occupation forces is being quartered in private houses. In the village of Olchine, Kakhovsky district, Kherson Oblast, the occupiers continue to export stocks of agricultural products of local agro-enterprises to the territory of the Russian Federation. Cases of robberies of private houses located in settlements along the left bank of the Dnipro River in the temporarily occupied territory of the Kherson Oblast have become more frequent. Due to significant losses in the units of the occupiers in Kherson Oblast, cases of desertion are noted. And this wraps up today's news update. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome to the news update for day 284 of the Ukraine war. You are listening to The Account. The main flashpoints today were Bakhmut. Battles continue. It was reported that a Georgian unit of the 57th Brigade of Ukraine took heavy casualties. Russian sources claim Ukrainian forces tried to recapture Kurdyumivka but were repelled. Kremina. Battles around Ploshchanka continue. The P-66 highway is cut. It was reported that Ukrainian forces were pushed back at Zydlivka. Pavlivka. It is claimed Ukrainian forces are carrying out localized counterattacks. A video shared on social media shows a Russian column destroyed by a mine while trying to advance. Moving on to the main news of the day. Gruesome footage has been shared today of what appears to be a public execution of civilians in the temporarily occupied part of Luhansk Oblast. For obvious reasons, we will not share the pictures here. Serhiy Cherevati, a spokesman of Ukraine's Operational Command East, claimed between 50 to 100 Russian troops are killed every day along the Bakhmut front. Using a favorite term among Ukrainian military spokespeople, he described the situation as tense but controlled. He further stated that the Russian troops will not be able to encircle the Ukrainian forces. However, Russia is trying to change tactics, particularly by trying to infiltrate Ukrainian positions in small groups. It has been reported that Russian units have begun mining infrastructure in and around Severodonetsk. The humanitarian situation remains critical. In late October, it was claimed Russia set up a training camp in the city to train mobilized soldiers. In a statement, U.S. National Intelligence Director Avril Haines claimed Russian forces are burning through ammunition faster than it can be replaced by the defense industry. This comes amid a similar claim made by the Pentagon last month, stating Russia is firing off a staggering 20,000 artillery rounds every day. The Ukrainian military's National Resistance Center reported yesterday that all collaborators in Oleshki have left. This comes amid other reports of Russian collaborators leaving other towns in the occupied Kherson Oblast. With the onset of winter in the east of Ukraine, more favorable conditions for the acceleration of military operations and the counteroffensive of the defense forces are created, writes the Institute for the Study of War in their daily assessment. Furthermore, the Institute points at a document published by a Russian Telegram channel dedicated to providing legal support to avoid compulsory military service, claiming the document indicates that despite the announced formal end of partial mobilization on October 31st, Putin's initial mobilization decree continues to be in force and that there are no legal grounds for dismissal from military service upon the expiration of service contract. Going on, the assessment mentions the Belarus situation and how Moscow continues to exert pressure on Belarus to launch an offensive operation against Ukraine. However, the likelihood of Belarusian troops joining the Russian war on Ukraine remains low. Finally, the assessment talks about how Russia is seeking to hold negotiations to achieve an operational pause, which would ease the growing political pressure on the Kremlin and give time to prepare new offensive operations. And finally, I want to point out a Twitter thread by NL War Tracker. It discusses Russia's construction of massive defensive structures in the Bakhmut area. I recommend giving it a read. And now the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. Recent polling suggests that the Russian public support for the special military operation is falling significantly. An independent Russian media outlet has claimed access to data collected by Russia's Federal Protective Service for internal use. The data indicated 55% of Russians favor peace talks with Ukraine, with only 25% claiming to support continuing the conflict. These results are consistent with a separate October 2022 survey where 57% of respondents reported being in favor of talks. In April 2022, around 80% of Russians claimed to support the operation. Despite the Russian authorities' efforts to enforce pervasive control of the information environment, the conflict has become increasingly tangible for many Russians since the September 2022 partial mobilization. With Russia unlikely to achieve major battlefield successes in the next several months, maintaining even tacit approval of the war amongst the population is likely to be increasingly difficult for the Kremlin. Finally, the evening report by the General Staff. The enemy is defending in the Kupiansk and Liman directions. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka areas, the enemy is concentrating its main effort on conducting offensive operations and is trying to improve its tactical position. The occupiers restrict the rights and freedoms of civilians in the temporarily occupied territory of the Kherson region. Thus, under the guise of measures to combat subversive intelligence groups, these occupiers set up a roadblock on the Chaika River and prohibited the passage of private boats. In the temporarily occupied Skadovsky district, postal workers stopped delivering payments to pensioners. In order to receive pensions, invaders force elderly people to write applications and receive passports and citizenship of the Russian Federation in post offices. The enemy continues to suffer losses in the Donetsk and Luhansk directions. It is known that medical facilities in the city of Donetsk are full of wounded enemy servicemen. Planned operations for civilian patients have been postponed indefinitely. New wounded are not accepted. Up to 300 wounded Russian occupiers have been brought to Novopskov Territorial Medical Association of the temporarily occupied territory of Luhansk Oblast in recent days. This wraps up today's news. Thanks for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome to today's news update for day 283 of the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. The main flashpoints along the front today were Crimea. Both Russian and Ukrainian sources reported of Ukrainian advances north and south of the city. This morning, the General Staff reported repelled attacks at Chervono-Popivka, suggesting the settlement is at least partially under Ukrainian control. Due to that, the P66 highway running through the settlement is now considered a gray zone. Later today, reports talked about intense fighting around Sitlivka. Bakhmut, currently the bloodiest place on the front and probably the key point in the resolution of the war. This was stated by the spokesman of the Eastern Group of the Armed Forces, Serhiy Cherevati, on Channel 24. Yesterday alone, defenders counted 261 shellings from various systems. Later, it was reported that Ukrainian reinforcements have arrived in Bakhmut, including the Special Honor Guard Battalion. And now for the daily news. In its daily assessment, the Institute for the Study of War discussed how Russia would benefit from negotiations with Ukraine and Western countries, and how Russian President Vladimir Putin shows little interest. Instead, the Kremlin continues to make demands that are equal to full surrender of Ukraine and its Western allies. Despite recent statements made by Putin, Peskov, and Lavrov regarding negotiations, the Institute suggests they are likely an attempt to create a false perception among Western officials and that the Kremlin remains focused on pursuing military victory. The city of Kherson continues to suffer from heavy shelling by Russian forces. Yesterday, the city was under enemy fire 28 times. This came after it was reported that 75% of the city had electricity restored. Further shelling today damaged the electric infrastructure and caused a citywide blackout. Power engineering teams are working as fast as they can to restore power. Natalia Humenyuk, the head of the United Coordination Press Center of the Defense Forces of Southern Ukraine, said in a statement, "As much as I would like to be happy that elements of infrastructure, including critical ones, are being restored, we must remember that hybrid warfare has its characteristics and an information front. These messages irritate the enemy, and he tries to respond immediately. As soon as electricity was restored in Kherson, the Russians started hitting the relevant infrastructure facilities." Due to an expected increase in fighting, the Ukrainian authorities have begun the evacuation of citizens from the east side of the Dnipro River. Between December 3rd and December 5th, evacuation corridors will be open at the river port section. However, no other crossing points are permitted. Serhiy Nayev, Lieutenant General and the commander of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, reports about a buildup of enemy troops in Belarus. For now, the situation is under control, but Ukraine continues to monitor the enemy and is preparing for a response. According to him, it will be based on the quantity and quality of the amassed troops. Yesterday, pro-Russian propaganda tried to spread misinformation regarding an article published by the Daily Express. The article, which we also discussed yesterday, quoted an interview with Petro Kuzik, commander of the Svoboda battalion, regarding Russian losses in Bakhmut. In the interview, when asked about Russia's losses, he said, "They are colossal. They don't even count bodies. The fields, the woods in front of the positions are all littered with corpses." Propagandists removed parts of the interview so that the context of it became unclear and could be interpreted the way Russian propaganda needed. A statement made on Telegram by Luhansk Regional Military Administration head Serhiy Haidai claims partisans in the Luhansk Oblast have severely disrupted Russian railway logistics. As a result, it will be impossible to deliver military goods to Russian forward positions in a timely manner. Interruptions are expected to last for the next 14 to 20 days. According to the military intelligence of Ukraine, Russia is already using a strategic stockpile of some types of weapons, as well as missiles manufactured earlier this year, in particular in August. This suggests that some missiles are used directly from the assembly line. For the last 2 months, Russia has also imported 122mm and 152mm artillery ammunition from Belarus. And finally, I want to point out another interesting article I came across. The Washington Post published this article yesterday called "Russia and Ukraine are fighting the first full-scale drone war." It is a rather long article, but full of very interesting information on the drones used by both sides. I highly recommend checking it out. And now for the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. Russian forces continue to invest a large element of their overall military effort and firepower along an approximately 15-kilometer-long sector of entrenched front line around the Donetsk Oblast town of Bakhmut. Russia's plan is likely to encircle the town with tactical advances to the north and south. In recent days, Russia has highly likely made small advances on the southern axis of this assault, where it is seeking to consolidate limited bridgeheads to the west of the boggy ground around the minor Bakhmutka River. Russia has prioritized Bakhmut as its main offensive effort since early August 2022. The capture of the town would have limited operational value, although it would potentially allow Russia to threaten the larger urban areas of Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. However, the campaign has been disproportionately costly relative to these possible gains. There is a realistic possibility that Bakhmut's capture has become primarily a symbolic political objective for Russia. And finally, the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. In the Avdiivka and Bakhmut directions, the enemy continues to lead the attack and actively uses aviation to support ground groups. The enemy leads the defense of the Kupiansk and Liman directions. The enemy continues to suffer losses. On December 2nd, as a result of a fire impact to the enemy's focus area in the city of Starobilsk, Luhansk Oblast, the enemy lost about 30 soldiers wounded and 14 killed. In the Melitopol and Vasilivsky districts of the Zaporizhia region, the occupants lost more than 270 people injured. Information regarding the deceased is being clarified. Also, in the area of the settlement of Pitgorodne of Donetsk region, an enemy plane was shot down. Information about its type is being clarified. And this wraps up today's report. Thank you for tuning in and have a great day. You were listening to The Account. Slava Ukraini. Welcome everyone. This is The Account with another update for the war in Ukraine. Due to a request made by several viewers, I will be switching the order of the reports around a little. From now on, we will begin with the main flashpoints, go over the daily news, and then look at the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update and the General Staff report. Anyways, let's look at the main flashpoints. Bakhmut. While Russia had some minor successes in the last days, the situation in Bakhmut itself has not significantly changed. Claims made by pro-Russian sources that the city is effectively encircled are simply not true. Videos shared on social media are showing AHS crabs operating in the Bakhmut area. Nonetheless, the situation is tense and heavy battles continue. Petro Kuzik, commander of the Svoboda battalion, told reporters how his soldiers are staying in trenches full of corpses, fighting in extreme cold conditions and knee-deep water against Russia's attacks. When asked about Russia's losses, he said, "They are colossal. They don't even count bodies. The fields, the woods in front of the positions are all littered with corpses." Novoselivsk. Footage of Russian soldiers inside the settlement suggests they managed to recapture it. This would be a setback for Ukraine regarding their push towards Svatove. Pavlivka. Heavy fighting in the city. It is reported Russian forces had to fall back in face of overwhelming Ukrainian assault. Allegedly, Russia shelled the settlement with incendiary ammunition to stop the Ukrainian advance. Latest reports suggest Russia might be pushed out of Pavlivka altogether. Kremina. Serhiy Haidai reported Ukrainian forces were just a few kilometers from the city. At the same time, Russian sources claim Ukrainian units were spotted in the forest 2 kilometers south of Kremina. And now for the daily news. The letter bombs sent to several targets in Spain in an apparent attempt of intimidation may have the opposite effect and push Spain to announce further support for Ukraine, including the delivery of 155mm shells, as Spain is one of the few manufacturers in the EU. While the investigation into the letter bombs is still ongoing, it was suggested Spain's extreme left-wing forces may be behind the letters. Russia hastened to distance itself from the letter bombs. Additionally, Ukraine's foreign ministry reported that bloodied packages containing animal eyes were sent to the embassies in Hungary, the Netherlands, Poland, Croatia, Italy, the consulates general in Naples and Krakow, and the consulate in Brno. We have reason to believe that there is a well-planned campaign of terror and intimidation of embassies and consulates of Ukraine, said Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister. The Pentagon has signed a $430 million contract with Lockheed Martin for the production of additional HIMARS for the US military and international partners. Specific partners were not named, however, this is the first contract for production since April. In its latest assessment, the Institute for the Study of War reported about Russian movements in the Zaporizhzhia Oblast and suggested it indicates an inability to defend critical areas. The report stated, "The withdrawal from critical position may suggest that Russian forces cannot defend the entire front line in Zaporizhzhia Oblast and are prioritizing where to concentrate forces." During the night, several sources claimed Russia was actually retreating from a number of settlements along the front. However, during a briefing today, the mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov, said Russian occupiers are not yet retreating from occupied settlements in the Zaporizhzhia region. In Melitopol, their numbers actually increased. Russian forces targeted industrial and energy infrastructure in the city of Zaporizhzhia during the night. As a result, a fire broke out, but no casualties were reported. Due to Russian attacks, the base pumping station at the Kakhovka main canal was completely flooded. The report was made by Serhiy Khlan, a member of the Kherson Regional Council. According to employees of the Kakhovka main canal directorate, all underground premises located below water level were flooded. The result is interrupted water services in southern Ukraine. Ukrainian Special Operation Forces reportedly destroyed an important Russian electronic warfare system in the city of Polohi. Apart from creating obstacles for the defense forces of Ukraine, the invaders used the system to jam mobile communications in the settlement. In this way, they effectively cut off the citizens from communications with the outside world. The Lithuanian defense minister told reporters about the arrival of conscripts in the Kaliningrad enclave in a possible attempt to replace Russian military units withdrawn earlier this year. It was reported in April this year that Russia redeployed some of its permanent units stationed in Kaliningrad to eastern Ukraine in an effort to replace losses. Latvia-based Russian media outlet Medusa, citing two sources close to the Kremlin that spoke on conditions of anonymity, claims Russia is ready to hand over the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in return for uninterrupted transit of Russian oil and gas throughout Ukraine. As stated, the Kremlin and government are ready for an agreement since pumping and selling oil and gas is very important for the Russian budget. Dmitry Peskov, the press secretary of the President of the Russian Federation, rejected the claim. Spain has delivered the first Hawk anti-aircraft missile system to Ukraine as reported by Oleksiy Reznikov, Defense Minister of Ukraine. The European Union has made a final decision to cap Russian seaborne oil at $60 per barrel. 8 people, including 5 law enforcement officers, were injured today in Odessa after an explosion of a grenade in a parking lot. The incident took place not far from a so-called invincibility center. When police stopped the car to search it, they found the device in the trunk and called for reinforcements. The explosion took place when they arrived. The Royal United Services Institute for Defense and Security Studies, in short RUSI, revealed details of Moscow's pre-invasion plan for Ukraine based on captured documents apparently signed off by Vladimir Putin. The documents revealed that Russia planned to capture Ukraine's power stations, airfields, water supplies, central bank and parliament, all within 10 days. As the underlying source material for much of this report cannot yet be made public, this should be understood as testimony rather than as an academic study. Given the requirements for operational security, it is necessarily incomplete. And finally, I want to mention an article published by the New Voice of Ukraine. It is titled, "The Diary of a Scout, First 100 Days of War." While very long, it is an interesting recount of the first 100 days of war through the eyes of a Ukrainian scout and his wife. I highly recommend checking it out as it includes never-before-seen footage from positions around Kyiv and the Donbas. And that wraps up the main news. Now, moving on to the UK Ministry of Defense intelligence update. Russia's withdrawal from the west bank of the Dnipro River last month has provided the Ukrainian armed forces with opportunities to strike additional Russian logistic nodes and lines of communication. This threat has highly likely promoted Russian logisticians to relocate supply nodes, including rail transfer points further south and east. Russian logistics units will need to conduct extra labor-intensive loading and unloading from rail to road transport. Road moves will subsequently still be vulnerable to Ukrainian artillery as they move on to supply Russian forward defensive positions. Russia's shortage of munitions, exacerbated by these logistics challenges, is likely one of the main factors currently limiting Russia's potential to restart effective, large-scale offensive ground operations. And now the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy is defending in the Kupiansk direction. In the Liman and Bakhmut areas, the enemy continues to focus its main efforts on conducting offensive operations. In the Avdiivka direction, the enemy continues to try to improve the tactical position. In the settlement of Mikhailivka, located in the temporarily occupied territory of the Zaporizhia Oblast, the enemy, in order to accuse the defense forces of Ukraine of destroying civilian infrastructure, set fire to the building of the Mikhailivske Higher Professional School. The enemy continues to suffer losses. Thus, on December 1st of this year, it was confirmed that the area where the enemy's manpower was concentrated in the temporarily occupied territory of the Zaporizhia Oblast, near the settlement of Kamyanske, was damaged by fire. The occupiers lost up to 100 wounded. In addition, on the same day, an enemy helicopter was shot down in the Kupian district of the Kharkiv Oblast. Between November 30th and December 1st, up to 70 bodies of dead occupiers were delivered to the city of Horlivka, Donetsk Oblast, as a result of hostilities in the Bakhmut direction. And that wraps up today's report. If you want to read about individual topics in more detail, I have provided links to the articles in the description. Thank you for listening in and have a great day. This was The Account. Slava Ukraini. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Welcome to another update on the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. We will start our news section with the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The enemy is defending in the Kupiansk and Liman directions. In the Bakhmut direction, the enemy continues to focus its main efforts on conducting offensive operations. In the Avdiivka direction, the enemy continues to try to improve the tactical position. According to the available information, the Russian occupation forces are withdrawing separate units and preparing for the evacuation of the personnel of the occupation administrations of the settlements of the temporarily occupied territory of the Zaporizhia region. Thus, units based in the local police station and one of the educational institutions left Mikhailivka settlement. In the settlements of Poloi and Incinerne, the occupiers leave the houses where they were quartered and take away the stolen property. In the village of Burchak, the occupation authorities are conducting a census for the so-called voluntary evacuation of the population. It has been confirmed that units of the defense forces hit enemy manpower concentrations in the previous days. In the settlements of Mirne, Tokmak, Incinerne, Polohi, Yasne, and Kinsky Rostori of the Zaporizhia Oblast, the enemy lost more than 230 people wounded. More than 15 units of military equipment of various types and ammunition depots were destroyed. Information on killed occupiers is being clarified. And now for the main flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. Today, Russian sources shared pictures and videos of Wagner forces in Kurdyumivka, confirming they occupied the settlement. There are also reports of Ukrainian reinforcements with heavy equipment arriving in Chasiv Yar. A Ukrainian counterattack in Opitne allegedly pushed Russian forces back several hundred meters. The Institute for the Study of War stated in today's assessment that Russian efforts around Bakhmut indicate that Russian forces have fundamentally failed to learn from previous high-casualty campaigns concentrated on objectives of limited operational or strategic significance. Russian forces have continually expended combat strength on small settlements around Bakhmut since the end of May. In the following 6 months, they have only secured gains on the order of a few kilometers at a time. New footage of recently built Russian fortifications is being shared every day. Last night, Radio Svoboda shared a sequence of images on Telegram showing Russian fortifications near the village of Volodymyrivka, located roughly 10 kilometers northeast of Bakhmut. Twitter users have already geolocated the images and also attempted to create a collage to showcase the extent of the fortifications. Bilohorivka. Russian forces have allegedly launched a major offensive. The Russian Ministry of Defense claimed that Russian forces occupied the city. Heavy fighting was also reported in Spirne and Verkhnokamiansk. It is alleged that Russia believes Serebryanka and Verkhnokamiansk are key to breaking Ukrainian hold over Siversk. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defense intelligence update. Since October 2022, Russia has repeatedly attacked Ukraine's electricity distribution grid, primarily with cruise missiles. This is likely the first example of Russia attempting to implement the concept of a strategic operation for the destruction of critically important targets, SODCIT, a key component of the military doctrine it has adopted in recent years. Russia envisioned SODCIT as using long-range missiles to strike an enemy state's critical national infrastructure rather than its military forces, to demoralize the population and ultimately force the state's leaders to capitulate. Russia's strikes continue to cause power shortages, resulting in indiscriminate, widespread humanitarian suffering across Ukraine. However, its effectiveness as a strategy has likely been blunted because Russia has already expended a large proportion of its suitable missiles against tactical targets. Also, with Ukraine having successfully mobilized for 9 months, material and psychological effect of the SODCIT is likely less than if it was deployed in the initial period of the war. And now we will switch over to the important news of the day. Additional letter bombs have been detected in Spain. They were sent to the President of the government, Pedro Sanchez, the Defense Minister, Margarita Robles, the Torrejon de Ardoz Air Base, and the United States Embassy in Spain. This comes in addition to the 2 letter bombs sent to the Ukrainian Embassy in Spain and to a company in Zaragoza that manufactures military material. They are all described in a similar manner. A brown envelope containing the devices with the address written in capital letters using a ballpoint pen. A source close to the investigation said that while the devices were homemade, they were not something anyone could make. Spanish investigators are currently trying to trace their origin. The Mykolaiv Regional State Administration released a statement claiming that 87 settlements are left without power and water services due to damage to the infrastructure. This comes amid reports that the entire power grid in the city of Kherson has collapsed due to constant Russian shelling. Today, a group of Russian generals and an unnamed VIP arrived via plane in Belarus. At 9:23 Minsk time, a Tu-154M of the Russian Aerospace Forces and later a government VIP plane of the Russia Special Flight Detachment landed in the country. Shortly after, self-proclaimed President Lukashenko gathered all his security forces for a meeting to discuss the defense of Belarus. A quote by Lukashenko: "All security agencies are pointing out the increased number of provocations near the state border. Most probably, Ukraine is trying to get NATO member state troops in the conflict by any means. All this is confirmed by a recent fall of a missile in Poland." This comes amid a statement by the spokesman for the main intelligence directorate of the Ministry of Defense, saying that today there are no signs of the creation of a powerful strike group on the territory of Belarus. According to the spokesman, about 9,000 servicemen of Russia's First Tank Army conducted combat training. Military intelligence suggests two options for the use of these troops: either to attack from the territory of Belarus or a rotational deployment in Ukraine, possibly in the Kharkiv direction. The Pentagon reported that it signed a $1.2 billion contract to provide Ukraine with additional air defense systems by 2025. This statement was posted on the Pentagon's website. In its morning report, the General Staff of Ukraine reported that Jankoy has become the largest military base of the Russian Federation in Crimea. According to the report, the base houses about 750 units of military equipment and additional reserves to strengthen Russian units in the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions. Furthermore, the General Staff reported a friendly fire incident between Russian units in the Kherson region. On November 24th, an artillery unit of the armed forces of the Russian Federation shelled the positions of the mobilized 1st Army Corps of the Donetsk Russian occupation forces. As a result of a 152mm projectile hitting the tent, 14 servicemen were killed and 7 servicemen were injured. Belaruski Hayun, a military monitoring group, said that 3 MiG-31K fighter jets able to deliver the Russian Kh-47M2 Kinzhal hypersonic missile are leaving the territory of Belarus and heading to Russia. And just as we were about to finish the report, we received an update that the city of Donetsk is being shelled again during the evening. And finally, I want to mention an article by the Business Insider titled, "As Ukrainian forces recaptured a key town, another elite Russian unit appears to have gone through the meat grinder." The article talks about the preparation for the Kherson offensive during September and the expectations of everyone for its liberation. However, in a surprise to many, Ukrainian forces launched an incredible fast-paced counteroffensive in the Kharkiv direction instead. The article further explores in detail how the ensuing battles for key cities inflicted heavy losses on Russian forces and why Russia will find it hard to replace some of the units lost. While the information is quite outdated already, I recommend checking it out. And that wraps up today's news report. If you want to read about individual topics in more detail, you can find links to the articles in the description. Thank you for listening in and have a great day. This was The Account. Slava Ukraini. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Welcome to another update on the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. Today is the official holiday for the servicemen and employees of the radio engineering troops of the Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Let us all take a moment to congratulate them and also remember those who laid down their lives for their country. According to Valery Zalushny, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, it is thanks to them that over 80% of the Russian air targets are intercepted. A quote: "During the 9 months of the full-scale war, the Air Force's radio technical troops have identified and tracked more than 240,000 enemy air targets. About 80% have been destroyed by our firepower. These are hundreds of thousands of lives saved. This represents preserved infrastructure facilities. And this is an indicator of the high skill of our soldiers. I'm proud. Thank you for your service and congratulate the servicemen and employees of the radio technical troops of the Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine on their official holiday. We will start our news section with the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. In the Bakhmut direction, the enemy continues to focus its main efforts on conducting offensive operations. The occupiers are trying to improve their tactical position in the Avdiivka direction. In order to replenish the current losses of units of the Russian occupation forces, the early graduation of cadets from higher military educational institutions of the Russian Federation is planned in the first quarter of 2023. In addition, preparation for the next wave of mobilization, scheduled for January to February 2023, are ongoing on the territory of the Russian Federation. In the city of Khostalny, in the temporarily occupied territory of the Luhansk Oblast, the Russian occupation authorities announced the end of mobilization. At the same time, the occupiers continue to patrol the city, and at the exits from the settlement, a thorough check is carried out on all those who wish to leave. It has been confirmed that enemy units were defeated in the Zaporizhia region during November 28th to 29th of this year. Thus, in the area of Inseerne, Polohi, and Tokmak settlements, the enemy lost about 100 people wounded, 5 units of military equipment were destroyed. And now for the main flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. Contradicting reports about the situation south of the city. Some Russian sources claim that Russian forces captured Kurdyumivka, while others report that heavy fighting is still ongoing. Other Russian claimed successes could not be verified. Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin confirmed that Russian forces did not control Spirne as reported yesterday. The Institute for the Study of War said in its assessment that Russian forces made marginal gains around Bakhmut on November 29th, but Russian forces remain unlikely to have advanced at the tempo that Russian sources claimed. A video shared yesterday allegedly shows Ukrainian forces still in Kurdyumivka. It was geolocated to the southern part of the settlement. It is suggested the troops were encircled but managed to retreat. So far, we have no visual confirmation of the Russian claims. However, we can safely assume that Ukrainian defenders have been knocked out of their positions. Further reports claim that Russian forces also managed to recapture the garbage dump east of Bakhmut. Pavlivka. Today, Russian forces released another drone video. The footage is geolocated to the southwestern part of the settlement. It cannot be verified when the footage was taken, but we have seen another video yesterday in the same area. If this is recent footage, it would suggest Ukrainian forces are still present in Pavlivka. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. In July 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin approved amendments to the 2012 Foreign Agents Law, which has been widely used to repress opponents of the regime. The new measures are scheduled to come into force on December 1, 2022. The 2012 law defined foreign agents as individuals or organizations who have received financial support from abroad. The amendments will extend the definition to those which are merely under undefined influence or pressure of foreign actors. The Ministry of Justice will also have the power to publish the personal details and addresses of designated foreign agents, almost certainly placing them at risk of harassment. The new laws will further extend the repressive powers available to the Russian state. This continues a trend since Putin returned to the presidency in 2012, but which has dramatically accelerated since the invasion of Ukraine. The Kremlin is likely acting preemptively to prevent greater domestic dissent as the conflict remains unresolved and increasingly impacts Russians' everyday lives. And now we will switch over to the important news of the day. Reuters published an article regarding the November 26th intelligence update by the UK Ministry of Defence. As you might remember, the intelligence update cited open-source imagery showing the wreckage of an air-launched cruise missile that seemed to have been designed to carry a nuclear delivery system. An unnamed US military official was quoted as saying that Russia is firing unarmed cruise missiles designed to carry nuclear warheads at targets in Ukraine to try to deplete Kyiv's stocks of air defenses. While this is the first comment by a US official, the Pentagon has said previously that the escalation of Russia's missile strikes in Ukraine is partly designed to deplete Ukraine's air defenses and finally achieve air superiority. Due to these circumstances, the United States and other allies are focused on providing air defense supplies for Ukraine. Yesterday evening, it was reported that both NATO and the US are considering sending Patriot air defense systems to Ukraine. In an immediate response, Dmitry Medvedev, deputy head of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, released a statement saying that any systems shipped to Ukraine would become legal targets for Russia. Later, Pentagon representative Brigadier General Pat Ryder stated in a briefing that the US does not yet plan to hand over the Patriot air defense system to Ukraine. However, air defense remains a priority. Earlier today, Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the European Commission, said in her address that 20,000 civilians and 100,000 Ukrainian soldiers had been killed in the war so far. Shortly after the address was released, the mention of killed was removed from all publications. Dana Spinant, Deputy Chief Spokesperson for the European Commission and Director for Political Communication, noted that the previous version of von der Leyen's address contained inaccurate figures and thanked those who pointed out the mistake. According to Spinat, the numbers were taken from an external source and were meant to reflect losses in killed and wounded. When asked for comment, Bohdan Senik, head of the Public Relations Department of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, said the following: "We cannot confirm this figure. We emphasize that the losses of the Ukrainian army are classified information and are subject to restrictions on publication. At the same time, if the information announced by the President of the European Commission will allow us to bring the aggressor country to justice, we can only support actions that will contribute to legal punishment for those who organized the genocide of the Ukrainian people. Everything must be done to ensure that all those responsible for the loss of civilian and military citizens of Ukraine end up in the dock." Furthermore, von der Leyen said in her address that the EU and the International Criminal Court are planning to create a specialized court to investigate and prosecute war crimes committed in Ukraine. According to a statement made by the Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, Russia created roughly 8,000 military units made up of the 300,000 Russians mobilized for the war in Ukraine. A quote: "More than 300,000 reservists called up for partial mobilization were trained in 2 months. They were trained at more than 100 training grounds in Russia and Belarus, and 3,000 instructors were involved." However, reports from POWs and other sources would suggest that many mobilized soldiers have been sent to reinforce the front lines without any training at all. This comes amid a report by the Institute for the Study of War that Russian forces continue to struggle with outdated equipment and personnel shortages as Russia seems to be preparing for another wave of mobilization. Ivan Fedorov, the mayor of Melitopol, reported today that Russia is moving equipment from a hospital in the frontline town of Poloi to occupied Mariupol in Donetsk Oblast because it's getting too hot on the Zaporizhzhia front. Local residents report that Russian forces are taking everything that has survived out of the hospital, while machine gun fire can be heard in the vicinity of the town. The mayor also commented on explosions heard at a local club in Mirne where Russian mobilized soldiers were accommodated. He said, "After 1 a.m., there were several loud explosions in the local club where the newly arrived mobilized Russian soldiers settled in. They partied so loudly that even the residents of Melitopol woke up. Information about enemy casualties is being clarified. Mirne is located roughly 30 kilometers northeast of Melitopol." Bloomberg published an article yesterday claiming that the US may label Russia's Wagner Group as a terrorist organization. While the Biden administration has not made a final decision yet, moving against Wagner would mark a new US effort to counter the mercenary group. At the same time, Andriy Yermak, head of the Office of the President, described the role of convicts recruited by Wagner. They are being taken to positions without weapons like cannon fodder. Then the so-called mules deliver these weapons just before the order to run forward. They get a machine gun and raid our positions with no body armor or helmets. They are Russian cons recruited by Wagner. This is what happens every day near Bakhmut. They lay down hundreds of such people in the hope that they will be able to weaken our defenses. Behind this cannon fodder are the regular soldiers. The Spanish newspaper El Independiente reports that one person was slightly injured after a letter bomb sent to the Ukrainian embassy in Madrid exploded. According to sources, the explosion occurred when the embassy worker tried to open the letter. The private surveillance service of the Ukrainian embassy in Madrid did not detect the device. It is reported that the letter was addressed to the ambassador of Ukraine to Spain. The police have activated their anti-terrorist protocol and cordoned off the area around the embassy. The ambassador said, "The package contained a box which caused suspicion to the commandant, and he decided to take it outside with no one in the vicinity and open it. After opening the box and hearing a click that followed, he tossed it and then heard the explosion. Despite not holding the box at the time of the explosion, the commandant hurt his hands and received a concussion." And now I would like to mention an interesting article by CNN titled, "How Ukraine is Innovating Soviet-Era Weapons for a 21st Century Battleground." The article explores how bookish Ukrainian soldiers in basement command centers direct artillery along the Eastern Front. This is a testing ground for a new 21st century warfare. Cheap, commercially available drones and consumer chat programs are used to identify and communicate targets for weaponry that in many cases is multiple decades old. I highly recommend reading it, as it also reports on the situation in Bakhmut. And finally, an update for all you collectors out there. The Bank of Estonia has released a new 2 euro coin dedicated to Ukraine. The coin features the word Slava Ukraini, an ear of wheat, and shows a girl protecting a bird in her hand as a symbol of tenderness. The design is the work of Daria Titova, who came to Estonia as a refugee from Kharkiv. And that wraps up today's news report. If you want to read about individual topics in more detail, you can find links to the articles in the description. Thank you for listening in, and have a great day. This was The Account. Slava Ukraini. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Welcome to another update on the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. Before we start the usual report, I wanted to share an interesting article with you that one of my friends from Ukraine sent to me yesterday. It is titled, "Hear and Destroy: How Artificial Intelligence Helps Shoot Down Cruise Missiles in the Ukrainian Sky." An interview with the participants of the SWOOG AI project, which develops radar systems for detecting enemy missiles and drones. So far, Russia has fired over 4,700 cruise missiles at Ukrainian territory since the beginning of the war. These attacks are not only aimed at the critical infrastructure, but also residential buildings, schools, and kindergartens. Many civilians have lost their lives due to these indiscriminate strikes. In order to counter these attacks and make the Ukrainian sky safe again, the air defense forces are working hard to strengthen and improve the air defense systems and to create new ones. After all, the more detection systems a defense complex contains, the more difficult it is to destroy or overcome it. One of these new systems is the SWOOG AI project. It is a hardware and software complex capable of acoustically detecting cruise missiles, helicopters, drones, and fighter jets at low to medium altitudes. Currently, about 40 such complexes operate in Ukraine. It is a rather long article in Ukrainian, but I highly recommend reading it, especially if you are interested in the technical side of things. We will start our news section with the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. The relocation of enemy personnel and military equipment is ongoing to complete the units that have suffered losses and the formation of new units. The threat of the task of the opponent of missile strikes on objects of critical infrastructure in the depth of Ukraine remains. The opponent is focusing on defensive actions on the Kupiansk and Liman directions. In the Bakhmut and Avdiivka directions, the enemy continues to focus the main efforts of offensive actions. Confirmed fire impact on November 27th on areas of concentration of Russian occupants in the settlements of Poloi, Tokmak, and Bazan of the Zaporizhia Oblast and Lutugin in Luhansk Oblast. The enemy losses amounted to 470 people wounded. About 50 units of military equipment of different types and an ammunition warehouse were destroyed as well. And now for the main flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. Today's assessment of the Institute for the Study of War mentioned the Russian claimed capture of several small villages around the city on November 27th and 28th. However, in their opinion, it does not portend an imminent Russian encirclement of Bakhmut as claimed by Russian sources. Nonetheless, the overall situation has worsened for the Ukrainian defenders. The War Translated project posted a translation of a post by the PMC Wagner corroborating this. The translation reads, "The occupation of the villages seriously fortified by the enemy is, of course, an achievement, but the encirclement of Bakhmut is still very far away. In the north of the city, the encirclement of the Ukrainian flank has not even really begun. It is important to note that now the section of the front near Bakhmut held by the Wagners is nearly the only one where the Russian army is slowly but successfully advancing." A video from inside Bakhmut was shared on social media. I will let it play while continuing the report. Geolocated imagery shows that Russian forces likely captured Ozaryanivka, a village about 15 kilometers southwest of Bakhmut. Multiple Russian sources claimed that Russian forces also captured the following locations: Kurdyumivka, 13 kilometers southwest of Bakhmut; Klishchivka, 7 kilometers southwest of Bakhmut; Adriivka, 10 kilometers southwest of Bakhmut; Zelenopilia, 13 kilometers south of Bakhmut; Pithorodne, 5 kilometers northeast of Bakhmut; and Spirne, 30 kilometers northeast of Bakhmut. However, so far, there is no evidence supporting these claims. Even if these claims should turn out to be true, it does not impact the Ukrainian ground lines of communications along the T0513 Bakhmut-Siversk and T0504 Bakhmut-Kostiantynivka immediately. Novoselivsk. Ukrainian forces officially liberated Novoselivsk in Luhansk Oblast. This was already reported several weeks ago, but has now been confirmed by both sides for the first time. Heavy fighting continues in the area as Russia is trying to regain lost positions. Pavlivka. The fight for the city continues. A video shared by Russian sources shows a drone attack on Ukrainian troops in southwest Pavlivka. This contradicts earlier claims that Ukraine has retreated from the city and Russia is in full control. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. Over the last 3 months, Russian forces in Ukraine have likely largely stopped deploying as battalion tactical groups, BTGs. The BTG concept has played a major part in Russian military doctrine for the last 10 years and saw battalions integrated with a full range of supporting subunits, including armor, reconnaissance, and, in a departure from usual Western practice, artillery. Several intrinsic weaknesses of the BTG concept have been exposed in the high-intensity, large-scale combat of the Ukraine war so far. BTG's relatively small allocation of combat infantry has often proved insufficient. Decentralized distribution of artillery has not allowed Russia to fully leverage its advantage in numbers of guns. And few BTG commanders have been empowered to flexibly exploit opportunities in the way the BTG model was designed to promote. And now we will switch over to the important news of the day. The City Council of Mariupol has posted a video on social media showing the situation in the occupied city. I apologize for the low quality of the video. The post reads, "This is the true appearance of Mariupol under Russian occupation. A ghost town. The Russians show new houses on propaganda television in which apartments are distributed to collaborators. But the reality of the city is completely different. Destroyed houses, broken yards, playgrounds, destroyed cars. People who survive stand in line for bread and freeze without windows or heating. This is the real life of the people of Mariupol in the city, which was turned into a ghetto, and it is impossible to hide." On top of this, Russian occupiers have started to delete demolished buildings from Mariupol maps. It is reported that so far over 50,000 apartments have already been destroyed. As a reminder, about 90% of the city was either destroyed or damaged during the Russian siege. The city is lacking power, water, and gas, while over 100,000 civilians remain there. In light of the threats posed by a potential new missile attack by Russia, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry released a statement that the Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine is prepared to repel a new attack. This statement comes amid air raid sirens sounding across Ukraine after it was reported that Russian strategic bombers were airborne out of Engels Air Base. It is also reported by Reuters that the sirens went off during a meeting of NATO partners discussing further aid to Ukraine. The war will end with negotiations, but the outcome depends entirely on the battlefield. This sentiment was shared by both the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and the head of the Turkish Foreign Ministry during today's NATO meeting. Stoltenberg also emphasized that the alliance cannot allow Russia to win the war. On one hand, it would be a tragedy for the Ukrainian people, and on the other hand, would embolden other authoritarian leaders around the world to try and achieve their goals using force. To quote the NATO Secretary General, "We know that most wars end at the negotiation table, but what happens at the negotiation table is inextricably linked to what happens on the battlefield. Therefore, to create the conditions for lasting peace, which ensures that Ukraine prevails as an independent sovereign state, we must continue to provide military support to Ukraine. If we let Putin win, all of us will pay a much higher price for many years to come. Because then the lesson learned by President Putin and other authoritarian leaders is that they can achieve their goals by using brute force. So they will be emboldened to use even more force once again. That will make our world more dangerous and all of us more vulnerable." Meanwhile, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Great Britain, James Cleverly, said that Russia is trying to weaponize winter by attacking critical infrastructure in order to freeze the country and force it into submission. Funded by the German Ministry of Defense, Estonian manufacturer Milrem Robotics, and the German defense company Krauss-Maffei-Wegmann agreed to send 14 THEMIS unmanned ground vehicles to Ukraine. 7 are designed for evacuating casualties and will be delivered by the end of 2022. The other 7 will be used as route clearance vehicles and will arrive in Ukraine next year. The THEMIS is a multi-role unmanned ground vehicle which can quickly be set up for different roles in the combat zone depending on specific mission requirements. And finally, the Visegrad 24 Twitter account shared an interesting infographic about the war. The post reads, "After February 24th, the Russian army took 119,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory. Ukraine has now liberated 75,000 out of those 119,000 square kilometers. It shows just how bad the war is going for Russia." And that wraps up today's news report. If you want to read about individual topics in more detail, you can find links to the articles in the description. Thank you for listening in and have a great day. This was The Account. Slava Ukraini. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Welcome to another update on the war in Ukraine. You are listening to The Account. We will start our news section with the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine. According to the available information, starting today, the occupiers have forbidden entry to the territory of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to plant workers who refuse to sign contracts with Rosatom. Russian invaders continue to die ingloriously in Ukraine. For example, one of the units of the Russian occupation forces in the Luhansk region lost up to 70% of its personnel last week. In the area of the settlement of Babina, Kherson region, the damage to the enemy's command post was confirmed. Up to 5 units of military equipment were destroyed. Information about the dead and wounded servicemen is being clarified. And now for the main flashpoints along the front. Bakhmut. The situation is tense. The Institute for the Study of War noted that the General Staff of Ukraine did not report any repelled ground attacks on the city on November 27th. This would suggest that Russian forces had some form of success. Pro-Russian account Ryber claims that the Ukrainian front has collapsed south of the city. The War Monitor account on Twitter claimed that a difficult situation has developed around Ozaryanivka, south of Bakhmut, and battles are raging around Kurdyumivka. At the same time, however, the Ukrainian Air Command claims that paratroopers of the 71st Separate Jaeger Infantry Brigade of the Air Assault Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine have managed to occupy one of the combat positions in the vicinity of the city of Bakhmut. There has been no reports on Russian losses so far, but videos shared on social media would suggest the losses are significant. Moving on to the UK Ministry of Defence intelligence update. Despite its liberation by Ukrainian forces on November 11, 2022, Kherson city in southern Ukraine continues to suffer daily bombardment by Russian artillery. On November 24, 2022 alone, 10 people were killed. On November 27, 2022, a recent high of 54 shelling incidents were reported in the area. The city is vulnerable because it remains in range of most of Russia's artillery systems, now firing from the east bank of the Dnipro River from the rear of newly consolidated defensive lines. Much of the damage is likely being inflicted in Kherson by Russia's use of multiple rocket launchers, principally BM-21 Grad systems. And now we will switch over to the important news of the day. In a report published on Sunday, top House Republicans insisted that the incoming House Republican majority would continue to support funding and arming Ukraine in its war against Russia. However, they also said Congress should not provide a blank check. Republicans are planning to implement greater oversight and accountability over how American support is being used overseas. In the same report, Republican Michael McCall also called the strikes of the armed forces of Ukraine on Crimea a fair game and rejected the claim of provocation by Russia. A quote, "Crimea is not part of Russia under international law, so if they can hit Crimea, I think it's fair game." For the first time in days, Russian missile carriers appeared in the Black Sea. Operational Command South warned of possible incoming strikes. This comes amid reports from last night of Russia deploying Tu-95 strategic bombers to the Engels airfield. Russian news and propaganda channels report that up to 20 strategic bombers have been prepared. So far, no more than 11 aircraft were used to strike at the same time. Over the past days, there have been several reports that Russia is preparing the largest missile strike on Ukraine yet. Alexander Sienkovich, the mayor of Mykolaiv, has stated that the water supply system of the city will not be able to rely on Dnipro water. The pumping station was damaged during a Russian missile attack on the Mykolaiv Vodo Canal. Due to these circumstances, the city will be supplied with water from the Busky estuary indefinitely. A quote, "What's next? We continue to repair networks destroyed by salt water. As soon as the security situation allows, we will quickly restore the pumping station and return drinking water to Mykolaiv." A troop withdrawal from Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is not happening, said the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov. He strictly denied yesterday's claims made by Petro Kotin, the head of Energoatom. At the same time, as stated in the evening report by the General Staff of Ukraine, employees of the CNPP who have not signed a contract with Russia's Rosatom are denied entry. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has been under Russian control since March this year and has been put at risk of nuclear disaster due to Russian forces stationed on the premises. Serhiy Hlan, a member of the Kherson Regional Council, posted on Facebook that in the village of Veliki Kopani in Kherson region, Russian forces are in panic. The post reads, "The occupiers are in great panic in Veliki Kopani. The armed forces aimed at a whole cluster of the Grads on the territory of the unfinished market. It also flew in personnel. It is impossible to calculate the exact number of losses yet. No one is allowed in. The Russians run in shock." Ukraine's Minister of Defense, Oleksiy Reznikov, released an infographic today showcasing the aftermath of Russian missile attacks over the past 9 months. In his post, he wrote, "Over the past 9 months, Russia has launched more than 16,000 missile attacks on Ukraine. 97% of Russian targets are civilian. We are fighting against a terrorist state. Ukraine will prevail and will bring the war criminals to justice." Some 14,000 strikes targeted residential buildings, suburban areas, or villages. Another 220 and 250 strikes targeted the energy infrastructure and transport infrastructure, respectively. Once again, Ukraine has experienced emergency power outages today. Ukrenergo, the Ukrainian national energy company, reported that due to bad weather conditions, consumption is growing rapidly. This has put the Ukrainian energy system at a deficit of 27%. Ukrenergo explained that controlled emergency shutdowns enable the energy system to be balanced and emergency situations in power grids to be avoided. At the same time, Ukraine is seeking ways on how to import extra electricity from neighboring countries, in particular Romania. Reuters published an article today claiming that the US is considering sending Ukraine 100-mile strike weapons. As reported, the Pentagon is considering a proposal by Boeing to supply Ukraine with ground-launched small-diameter bomb, GLSDB. These weapons could be delivered as early as spring 2023. While certainly not as far-reaching as the often requested ATA-CMS missiles, the GLSDB would allow Ukraine to hit valuable military targets that are currently out of reach. And now a quick update from Twitter. Maxar has released satellite images of Russian fortifications in the Kherson region. And as a small update before we wrap up the news report, the Oryx project has now visually confirmed that 5,000 vehicles of the Russian military have been destroyed. And that wraps up today's news report. If you want to read about individual topics in more detail, you can find links to the articles in the description. Thank you for listening in and have a great day. This was The Account.
Ukraine delivering a massive blow on Russian forces in the Russian-controlled area of Donetsk. The Kremlin acknowledging 63 servicemen were killed, but Ukraine claiming the death toll is much higher. U.S.-made guided rockets were used to level a building where soldiers were deployed, taking an unprecedented toll on Russian forces. ABC's Britt Clennon in Ukraine tonight.
Tonight, one of the most deadly attacks on Putin's troops since the war began. Ukraine killing scores of Russian soldiers in their barracks in the Russian-occupied region of Donetsk. Even a Russian-installed regional official calling it, quote, a massive blow. Kyiv saying around 400 were killed, Moscow putting the number at 63 and claiming it was US-made long-range HIMARS rockets doing the damage. Ukraine's spy chief telling me they're grateful for the US military aid, adding Ukraine is hoping America will soon send Bradley armoured fighting vehicles.
These vehicles, I think, will be very increasing our abilities in combat actions.
Regarding this weekend's attack, Ukrainian officials telling ABC News that unencrypted cell phones being used by new Russian conscripts helped pinpoint the location. In the hours after the attack, Russia launching around 40 drones, Ukraine saying their air defences shot down all of them.
And with the holidays continue here in Ukraine with Orthodox Christmas this week, Ukraine saying Russia may attempt to disrupt the holiday with yet another massive aerial strike.
Britt Clannad, our thanks to you tonight.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
But I do think that Russian morale is brittle. And if the Ukrainians manage to make some kind of unexpected breakthrough, we could see that becoming really quite a major problem.
Hello and welcome to Off Script. My name is Stephen Edgington. As Putin's war enters into the winter, what are the prospects of a peace deal? To discuss the war in Ukraine, I'm joined by the Russia expert and author of the new book, Putin's Wars, Mark Galeotti. What are the chances of a peace deal happening in Ukraine this year?
This year, I would say pretty much none, unless there's some extraordinary black swan event, which will probably involve Putin dying in his bed. I just can't see it happening. I mean, there's no harm in opening conversations, by all means, but I just think at present, Russia and Ukraine are just so far apart, and Russia's willingness to give ground in terms of returning occupied territories has not been demonstrated in the slightest. So, I can't see where any conversations could go.
Do you think there's a genuine desire from both the Russians and the Ukrainians to find a peace deal?
No, not really. I think from the Ukrainians' point of view, they're riding high at the moment. They're very much victorious. I think that it's not that they're happy with the casualties and such like. If they felt they could get a full return of all the occupied territories, which after all will include Crimea, through negotiations, I'm sure they'd be delighted. But the point is, I don't believe they think that's possible. And likewise, look, the Russians, they are constantly saying, we are open to conversations, we're open to negotiations. This is largely disingenuous. They're hoping through that to be able to get some kind of a ceasefire, which will give them time to rebuild their shattered military. But again, this is it. At the moment, although apparently there are proxy talks going on in Istanbul, but nonetheless, I see no signs that the Russians either are willing to make the kind of commitments which are necessary, which again, above all, is going to focus on Crimea. Crimea is going to be a really, really thorny issue. And so far, there's no real resolution for that.
It does seem unlikely, doesn't it, that Crimea would ever be handed back to the Ukrainians without a major fight?
Yes, I suppose one could see, perhaps under a different leader, some kind of a deal whereby perhaps there would be, in a few years' time, a new and genuine vote on Crimea's status. Because after all, the principle of self-determination means that if the people of Crimea actually don't want to be part of Ukraine, they should have the right to express that. But the point is, the vote that was had in 2014 was clearly a totally illegitimate one under the shadow of the Russian guns. But at present, that is the circle that can't be squared, or vice versa. That is an issue that pretty much every Russian, after all, regardless of whether or not they think Putin is wonderful or appalling, pretty much every Russian thinks that Crimea is rightfully Russian, and by all accounts, so too do most, it's hard to tell, of Crimeans also. So yes, this is the tricky one. And given that the Russians have given the Ukrainians absolutely no reason to believe their good faith, it's hard to see how some kind of long-term resolution, through diplomatic means could be arranged. So yes, it will probably end up, alas, being fought out on the streets.
So Elon Musk came under criticism for proposing a series of ideas for a long-term peace plan. Do you think that there is any sort of, can you see on the horizon any sort of shape of what that peace plan might look like that would work, as I say, in the long term? Or will this become another sort of frozen conflict like we had after 2014?
Well, I certainly hope not. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put much faith in Elon Musk's notions of what peace should look like, any more than anyone should put any faith in my notions of the next trends in modern technology. But I think that the crucial issue is this. On the one hand, look, immediately Ukrainian security absolutely depends on winning this war. In the long term, though, it doesn't matter what weapons you give them, it doesn't matter what alliances they're allowed into. Ukraine's long-term security depends on a Russia which is not an enemy. And ideally, obviously, that means a Russia which is a free, happy, liberal democracy. But even without that, one that has, as it were, accepted Ukraine's sovereignty, its right to exist as a truly independent nation. Now, that's going to be something that is not something that can be resolved in months or even a few years. It'll take a long-term process. But I think it really does emphasize this point that there have to be conversations in due course. And those conversations are about stopping the shooting now, resolving the situation and getting Russians out of occupied territories, but also much longer-term ones about the resolution of this relationship. Because Ukraine and Russia are connected in so many ways, not least in terms of not just ethnicity, but families that are divided across the border and so forth. And an angry, hostile, vengeful Russia, even if its military has been shattered, can cause problems for Ukraine for the foreseeable future. And obviously that needs to be resolved.
And obviously it was not only for the people in Ukraine and, let's be honest, Russia, but all around the world, the war is causing terrible, terrible problems, economic problems, humanitarian crisis, the wheat problems, the grain problems for people in Africa and other places, other poor countries, and obviously many, many people dying on the battlefield. So we all want a peace as soon as possible. How is it sort of the moral responsibility of the West to put pressure onto Ukraine to start thinking about a peace deal? The Americans have apparently been asking or putting pressure onto Kiev to do this. Do you think it's our responsibility to start taking peace more seriously, or taking a peace deal more seriously for the Ukrainians?
Yes, I mean, I think this is operating on two levels. I mean, if one looks at what the Ukrainians were being pressurized to do by the Americans, and it's interesting, I mean, I'm currently temporarily in DC, and it has to be said that, along with obviously a fundamental support for the Ukrainians, there is also in official circles, I'm getting a certain degree of exasperation that basically the Ukrainians, they feel aren't listening to them. And particularly that was about the optics. It was about the fact that the Ukrainians were just simply ruling out any kind of negotiations, the fact that President Zelensky had actually sort of passed a decree saying that they would not talk to the Russians so long as Putin was in power. Now, that's perhaps understandable on an emotional level, but what that was allowing the Russians to do was to basically make the running. Because the Russians were saying, well, we're happy to talk without preconditions, it's the Ukrainians that are the problem. And we should remember that there is also a much larger audience, which is, in a way, the rest of the world. I mean, the global south is one of these problematic terms, but we haven't really got a better one at the moment. It is clear that however much we in the West regard ourselves as being on the side of right and so forth, there are large swaths of the world that are either actually faintly sympathetic to the Russians, or more to the point, they see this as a European civil war that really ought not to impinge on their lives. And in a way, we have failed, frankly, to really make our point and make our case there. So the first of all is just the optics. Just at least, they were trying to get the Ukrainians at least not to be looking as if they were ruling out talks. But secondly, this point about the sort of the moral imperative. Look, I hesitate to call myself an essentially immoral person. But look, I mean, I don't regard myself as being in a position to be able to sort of pontificate about the moral imperative. I would talk about the practical imperative. That actually, look, we in the West also have a real incentive to not just end this war right now, or as soon as possible, but also to ensure some kind of long-lasting settlement. And I think in this context, the problem is that this has become dominated by a totally false dichotomy. It's either, well, you support the Ukrainians, or you want talks now, which means concessions to the Russians. Well, I don't believe that dichotomy ought to exist. We can talk and fight at the same time. and certainly the Ukrainians can. So, I mean, I think the issue is, yes, on the one hand, yes, the West should be thinking about the end game. And the reason why we're not is in some ways because we're afraid of what that would involve. We have this mantra that the war will end when the Ukrainians say it will end. Well, there's some truth in that, but also it's disingenuous nonsense, in the sense of course, we have our own interests. But the point is, it's a useful mantra because it means that we don't have to think about the end game. Because the trouble is, if you look at the Western Alliance, there is such a huge variation. If you look at countries like Poland and the Baltic states, they adopt a very maximalist position. They basically want, it's not just about Ukraine, it's about basically humbling and taming Russia. If you look at other countries, particularly in the south of Europe, and indeed France as well, maybe even Germany, it's actually just simply about resolving this conflict as quickly and as painlessly as possible. No one wants to have these discussions about the end game, and therefore we're ducking that particular issue, which I think is a real problem.
On the issue of nuclear weapons, and as you say, the longer the war goes on, perhaps the more chance there is of nuclear weapons being deployed. Do you think that that is a serious challenge that we should be considering in the West, and it's something that we should be thinking about in terms of pushing for that peace deal?
We need to be thinking about it. I still feel that, although dangerous it is to be optimistic about this war, I still think that we are nowhere near the situation in which that is an even conceivable possibility. I think the point is that Putin knows that when he hints at some kind of nuclear response, we pay attention. And he's also realized that I think so long as there is, in many ways, effectively infinite supply of weapons and money flowing into Ukraine, it's almost impossible to actually win any kind of victory, even a very partial victory on the battlefield. He can only win this war in any way if he can undermine and divide the West and limit the support it's willing to give Ukraine. So I think when he makes these nuclear threats, he's really, more than anything else, hoping to scare certain portions of Western public opinion and the Western commentariat into thinking, oh my God, this situation could escalate in such dramatic and dangerous ways that if we are to avoid thermonuclear Armageddon, we have to make some kind of a deal with Putin regardless of the cost. So I think this is essentially propaganda and information operation rather than a real threat. But, we can't totally rule it out. We have to be aware of the possibility. Fortunately, given the nature of Russia's, we meant to call them non-strategic rather than tactical nuclear weapons for arcane reasons which are beyond me. But anyway, given the nature of these, we will have a certain amount of warning, days probably, before any could be used. And I'm sure we are very, very carefully watching the 12 arsenals in which Russia's non-strategic nuclear warheads are being kept. So yes, we need to watch, we need to think about it, but as I said, I don't think we're at the point where we need seriously to worry about it.
So we're coming into the winter. How is that going to impact the war in Ukraine?
The winter is likely to lead to a certain slowing down of offensive operations. We shouldn't just treat the winter as being one unvariated block. Ukraine's winters more or less go through three cycles, shall we say. Autumn, about now, is when rains come, skies close, and the soil largely gets turned to a very sticky mud, which makes it much harder to be able to operate. But then, assuming it's a cold winter, which on one level Ukraine must be hoping not, given the degree to which Russia has been hammering its infrastructure, its electrical infrastructure, and it could well be a very hard winter for them. But nonetheless, if it is a cold winter, then the mud freezes. And once again, offensive operations become possible until the thaw comes, and again, we have everyone getting glued down where they are. So, there are going to be variations. Clearly, the Russians are hoping to use winter as a chance to consolidate their forces on their new defensive line since they've withdrawn from Kherson. As they prepare and train up the bulk of the mobilized reservists, probably about 150,000 or so people, into scratch units, which can then be deployed come spring. The Ukrainians will be wanting to do what they can to prevent the Russians from doing that. So at the very least, we're going to see constant harassing fire, long-range artillery and the like, which again is going to put quite a demand on the supply lines, providing them with the necessary ammunition for that. And then we'll also perhaps see some local offensives. But as I said, I think that probably Ukraine's forces are not just not really going to be able to do very much in winter because of conditions, but also, I mean, they've been fighting at quite a hard tempo. It's very hard to be sure, but certainly we're getting some indications that they've reached a stage where they too need to stop and draw breath and re-equip and rearm.
How would you assess both sides' morale at the moment?
Oh, well, clearly the Ukrainian morale is worlds apart from the Russian. I mean, not only are they fighting for their homeland, but as far as they're concerned, rightly, they're winning. You know, they've had these sort of extraordinary victory in the north, in the Kharkiv offensive, and now they've taken back Kherson without having to go into the kind of nasty, gritty, street-by-street fighting that really would have been a very bloody experience. So, you know, they're riding high, but again, they've been taking some heavy casualties too. I mean, the estimate is that basically between dead and wounded, both sides have basically suffered about 100,000 casualties, which is no small amount. You know, and I think again there are certain pressures. You know, we can sometimes fall prey to an easy assumption that because the Ukrainians are, in our view, the good guys, and because there's much more enthusiasm and support for them, that, you know, everyone is happy. The answer is not. But generally speaking, the Ukrainians are in a very positive frame of mind. Or the Russians, clearly not so. However, again, I think we need to treat that with some caution. Yes, the Russians are clearly unhappy. It's not just that they're losing the war, a war that for most soldiers they don't really understand why they're fighting it. But at the same time, you know, many of them, they're cold, they're hungry, their supply processes are really not really working well. But except when we see a kind of a generalized collapse in morale, usually because people are outflanked and so forth, you know, on the whole, the main thing is most Russian soldiers in the field are still willing to fight, either because of unit morale or just simply because they fear the consequences otherwise. But in effect, that doesn't really matter. So, you know, we're not seeing the kind of massive collapse of morale yet, at least. But I do think that Russian morale is brittle. And if the Ukrainians manage to make some kind of unexpected breakthrough, you know, we could see that becoming really quite a major problem. I mean, this was one of the concerns about the withdrawal from Kherson, which seems to have actually been done really very effectively. If it had actually turned into a rout, panic can be contagious, and we could have seen, you know, a whole segment of the Russian front line basically falling back. So, you know, the Russians have a serious problem with morale, even if at present they're basically managing to hold their line.
Is there any way for the Russians to turn this around, to turn the war around for them? Could they sort of, I don't know, as you say, the amount of weapons from the West that they're up against, it might make it impossible?
I mean, it's certainly very hard to see any kind of real likelihood. I mean, because even with the additional new troops, and let's be honest, 150,000 troops, even if they're bad troops, but these mobilized reservists, you know, they're being equipped with old-fashioned weapons and so forth, but it's still 150,000 fresh new troops. But nonetheless, what we're actually seeing is that at the very moment when Ukraine is acquiring a 21st century army, thanks to the training and supplies that we're providing, Russia is increasingly fielding a late Soviet army, a 20th century army with kit from the 1960s and 1970s. In those circumstances, I cannot see how Russia can really make anything other than the most minor local gains on the battlefield. And this is what it comes down to. I mean, this is why Putin's strategy is now to try and drag the war out. If he can outlast the West's will to continue to support Ukraine, then he can hope that he can impose some kind of a deal on Ukraine that probably would see the territories currently under Russian control, perhaps sort of, you know, continuing to be under Russian control. I think that's his best possible scenario, and I don't think it's likely to happen. But the point is, at present, that's the best he's got, so he'll cling to that particular hope.
So let's talk about your book. I've got it here, Putin's Wars. And you've also written other books about Putin. This is someone that you've thought about a lot, I can imagine. When he became president 20 years ago, was this war in Ukraine always going to happen? Was it inevitable?
No, I think this is one of the fears. You know, human beings are great pattern recognition animals, and we look at dots and we immediately sort of draw lines between them. Now, look, I mean, when Putin came to power, look, of course, he was imbued with the kind of values and mindset of his generation, that kind of last true Homo Sovieticus generation. And, he didn't really think that countries like Ukraine had genuine sovereignty. As far as he was concerned, their rightful place was in Russia's sphere of influence. And that was always evident. It did not necessarily have to lead to war. The things that, the reasons that led to war are in part about the changes in Putin himself. No one stays in power for 22 years, especially as essentially the autocrat, without being changed, warped, distorted by the process, and in many ways almost becoming a caricature of himself. Secondly, this is the aging process. I think that he decided that he needed some kind of great triumph to consolidate his legacy and possibly allow him safely to leave office. But also just the developments in geopolitics in that time. I mean, it is clear that without in any way wanting to sort of support Putin's paranoid narrative about evil, nefarious NATO plots to sort of encroach on and eventually sort of humble Russia, nonetheless, there were some serious blunders in the messaging and the presentation of how NATO envisaged its relationship with Ukraine, and also how the European Union envisaged it. I mean, we can't get away from the fact that what was the real spark for all of this? It was actually Ukraine's 2013 treaty that it was going to sign with the European Union, that at first Moscow didn't have a problem with, until in summer 2013, someone pouring through the details, it was after all a very fat legal document, realized that it would actually lock Ukraine away from a lot of economic cooperation with Russia. And the belief was this is actually some kind of EU plot to, in effect, steal Ukraine. Now, I don't believe it was a plot like that for a moment. I think it was just, this is what happens when you have a treaty that is drawn up by trade lawyers who aren't really fully aware of the geopolitical implications, and no one else really thought about it. And at that point, there was that sense of, okay, Ukraine is now the new battleground. So there's all kind of reasons, and frankly, even in the very, very last week of before the invasion, it looks that Putin, although he probably had decided to act, but he was still true to form, because this is not a daring man, was havering. He was not sure, should he invade at all? And if so, the all-out invasion, or just simply to take essentially the areas he's fighting in now, the south and east of the country. So, really up to that point, it might have conceivably been possible for the dice to have fallen a different way. So we shouldn't assume things are inevitable. But on the other hand, this is absolutely, you might say, Putin's war in the sense of it's a product of his assumptions and prejudices. And although he is, a more extreme form of himself, shall we say now, today's Putin, one can see in the year 2000 vintage Putin.
Can you talk a little bit about Putin's wars, why they were successful, why he sort of got away with them, and why in Ukraine in 2022 it was a different story?
Yes, I mean, look, Putin is in many ways a very old-fashioned nationalist. I mean, he's really a 19th century geopolitician. I think a Bismarck or a Napoleon would have totally understood him. And I say 19th rather than say 18th because it's not just that might makes right and that strong countries impose their will on weaker ones. It's also this almost colonial mindset of the time, that there are, shall we say, proper countries, and then there's the rest, whose sovereignty is really destined to be just simply determined by other countries. So, he very much sees, he sees the West as, generally speaking, kind of proper countries. Countries like Ukraine, they're secondary ones. And his notion of Russia as a great power was right from the beginning inextricably linked with war-fighting capability. Russia has to be a military great power. I mean, he's determined to believe that Russia has to be a great power, even though, it's no longer anything like the sort of powerful of the Soviet Union. And his view was that could be asserted through military power. And if you have military power, you need to demonstrate it. But the interesting thing is, essentially, right up to this war, Putin, by luck or by good judgment, essentially picked easily winnable wars. I mean, the Second Chechen War actually turned out to be much more hard fought than anticipated, but still, ultimately, there was no real question that Chechnya would actually be able to stand up against the whole might of a mobilized Russia. Likewise, I mean, his invasion of Georgia, tiny Georgia, I mean, it was a 5-day war, despite the fact that there were many blunders by the Russians, but again, the outcome was never in doubt. Annexation of Crimea in 2014, again, a very, very sort of surgical operation at a time when basically the Ukrainian state had virtually collapsed. And then his military deployment into Syria, kept at essentially a pretty small footprint, largely just air forces, bombing insurgents who didn't have air defences, from a nice safe height. Again, this is it. The interesting thing is that despite all the macho posturing, Putin ultimately was always a very cautious warmonger. He wanted the trappings of being a warlord without the risks. And then, well, this seems to be the paradox with this war. And I will confess, when it actually happened, there was a part of me thinking, basically, did I get Putin wrong? Has he changed? And I think, though, what then emerged became clear that actually, for Putin, this was not going to be a big deal. This was not going to be a long war. It was going to be a 2-week operation. He convinced himself that Ukraine was not a real state. The Ukrainian people would basically welcome the Russian liberators, or at the very least, just accept a fait accompli. A supine, hypocritical West would wring its hands and bring out some minor sanctions, but essentially do very little and do that too late. In that circumstance, from his point of view, this was a relative no-brainer. It was going to be an easy win and a great triumph. And then, because in a way Belarus has already been brought into the Russian fold, he would have united the 3 great Russian Slavic heartland nations, Russia, Ukraine and Belarus, and that's it. He's now Vladimir the Great, regatherer of the Russian lands or whatever. So each time this has actually been, a man who tries to be quite cautious, tries to go for easy wins, but it's a man who doesn't really understand modern warfare. He has almost no military experience. He just did a sort of cursory reserve officer training when he was at university back in the 1970s. And he had no idea what he was biting off when he went into Ukraine.
Do you think that's because he's surrounded by yes men and sort of people sort of telling him what he wants to hear, or is it something else?
Yeah, I think that's a very powerful element of it. We've known for years that his circle has been contracting, that those people who once upon a time had slightly different perspectives and were willing to challenge him, have been eased out, people like his former finance minister, Alexei Kudrin, and instead, exactly, he's now surrounded by people who, his closest circle are just very much people like him. They're like, the same age, pretty much, Putin is 70. And if you look at the people closest to him, they're pretty much all between the ages of 68 and 74. They're of the same generation. Most of them are ex-KGB. They very much have the same kind of mindset. For the people around him in the sort of the outer layer of sort of technocrats and professionals, yes, they've learned that you do not try and counter the boss's perceptions. And I think this is one of the clear tragedies. If one looks at, say, the defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, who actually, by all accounts, was not a fan of going in, invading Ukraine, just as he wasn't particularly keen on taking Crimea back in 2014. But I would suggest that, in this context, his big sin was precisely that, he had his misgivings, but he would not bring himself to actually question and say, this is a bad idea for these reasons. And the real professionals, they weren't even involved in the thinking. The generals, the planners in the general staff and so forth, none of those were involved in the sort of the preparations for this. So yes, I think this is a product of years of increasing isolation, magnified by COVID, in his period of isolation, where it seems to be that one of the key figures who actually had personal access to him was an old friend of his, a banker, Yuri Kovalchuk, who likewise shares these notions that somehow Ukraine is ungrateful and is not really a country. And who on earth was going to tell the boss, Vladimir Vladimirovich, you're wrong? No one.
Do you think the West misunderstands Putin, and do you think that people, by calling him or labelling him simply mad, are sort of taking the wrong angle?
Yeah, when we say the West, it's a whole spectrum of expertise and opinion, so I certainly wouldn't want to say, yes, everyone is wrong. But nonetheless, there is a problem, and I think particularly this comes from, shall we say, the political class that is looking for a nice soundbite. We've just had Prime Minister Sunak call Russia a rogue state, and I kind of get where he's coming from, but I worry about some of these labels. As regards Putin being mad, we know that Putin is a rational actor. He's demonstrated that. It may take him time to change his views, but for example, he had his first desperate attempt to try and take Kyiv. When it became clear that that was failed, he didn't escalate, he pulled back, he reconfigured his attack to look at the Donbass and the southeast. Kherson, he clearly did not want to surrender Kherson. For weeks his generals have been pestering him to allow him to do that. Eventually he agrees. Generally speaking, the issue is this, that even rational actors can do deeply irrational things and believe deeply irrational things, depending on what information they have, what perspectives, how they see the world. Putin clearly has a deeply skewed understanding of the world. He sees it in very conspiratorial, very aggressive, dog-eat-dog terms. He does believe that the West is embarked in some long-term conspiratorial campaign against him, and he does believe some deeply muddle-headed things about Ukraine. But within those contexts, I think he has demonstrated that he is rational. He's not the kind of figure, for example, and this goes back to, for example, your earlier point about nuclear weapons. He's not about to sort of end the world in a thermonuclear pyre just because he's not getting his own way. He doesn't have any kind of grand overarching ideology that motivates him. Essentially he is a self-interested despot who has bitten off something that he cannot possibly chew and is trying desperately to respond to that. But he will be driven by, above all, his regime and his own personal survival.
But he does have a sense of Russian history. He wrote that long essay, I think last year, about Russia's place in the world and Russia's history versus the history of Ukraine as a country. So he does have this. It's not just about him. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. It's not just about his self-interest in that sense. He does have this very strong, almost ideological, maybe you disagree with that word, view of Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, generally speaking, he believes that Russia is entitled to be a great power. It's not like it is a great power because of the size of its economy or its nuclear arsenal or whatever, but it has a historical right. And it is a right that has been won by, and again, this is a pervasive and problematic myth in Russia, that essentially Russia has time and again saved civilization, sometimes from itself. Ever since, we're the ones who stopped the Mongols from rolling into Western Europe. Well, they didn't. But anyway, they like to believe that. All the way through to we're the ones who beat Napoleon. We're the ones who beat Hitler. Time and again, it's that sense of we are ultimately the ones who do the heavy lifting to save everyone else. And, yes, so he believes that, and he believes that Russia is a great power, therefore, by right, and that great powers have spheres of influence. And specifically on Ukraine, yeah, absolutely, he has this notion that Ukraine is really not separate from Russia. And look, the issue of Ukraine's historic relationship with Russia is an incredibly complex one. It is no more true to say that Ukraine has always been independent than it is to say Ukraine has always been part of Russia. It's one that lends itself to so much nuance. One could almost say, actually, that Russia is part of Ukraine, if one was actually, because the real root of all of the lands of the Rus was Kyiv the Golden. So, in that context, yes, he believes certain things. He has absolutely some strange assumptions, and he has also used history very instrumentally as a means of his power to try and mobilize the Russian people and rationalize and justify his own rule. But again, look, everyone does. Everyone has some kind of frame of reference through which they understand their country and their country's relationship with the rest of the world. His is particularly problematic, and yes, it acts as a certain constraint. But on the other hand, look, I also think that we have to acknowledge the degree to which Putin is a cynical opportunist, just like everyone else within his system, unfortunately. And he may well believe that Russia ought to have control over Ukraine. But let's be honest, he has already, in effect, acknowledged that he's not going to control most of Ukraine. Even if one looks at the kind of potential peace deals that get floated by the Russians, they all carry with it the implication that at least most of what is now Ukraine will be allowed to be a sovereign nation and can actually even build some kind of relationship with the EU and NATO. Again, this is a man who, despite what he believes and despite how he is portrayed, he is first and foremost, in his own mind, a survivor.
Now, Putin, one of the things he talks about is the culture wars. He talks about the West being cancel culture. He talks about freedom of speech. He sort of paints Russia as this traditional Christian country versus the decadent, kind of woke West. Is that an accurate portrayal?
It is not an accurate portrayal. Well, in some ways, again, as ever, it's all about nuance, unfortunately. I mean, look, in part, Putin does this purely for performative propaganda reasons. I mean, this is the thing about the fact that there is no ideological keel to the Russian state. Essentially, Putin can sell Russia to every constituency in different terms. He can turn to the populist, traditionalist wing of Western politics and say, you are worried about all this, wokeness around you. Well, Russia stands as a bulwark against that. And it fits, again, this notion of Russia as the final guardian of civilization. Because they're almost framing it as something like, no, of course we're European, but we're the true Europeans. It's Europe that has lost its way and that we will save it. But at the same time, let's not forget that actually Russia is also selling itself to the global south as being involved in an anti-colonial war. That Ukraine is merely the cat's paw of a hegemonic United States that is trying to dominate the world. And it sells itself to a sort of the sentimental left in the West as somehow the kind of inheritor of the Soviet Union and an opponent to, corporate capitalism and such like, even though actually Putin's Russia is a neoliberal employer's dream. I mean, so again, in a lot of this is just simply the way that it pivots its propaganda to whoever it thinks can be useful. But yes, there is also this growing traditionalism. Again, I think as Putin realized that he is losing his legitimating narratives, reasons why Russians would want to support him. Once upon a time, it was straightforward. Look, you stay out of politics and your life will get better. And there'll be more goods in the shops and so forth. And for a while, Putin absolutely delivered that. Then it became, because that was no longer possible, it became much more of a sort of, well, we're a beleaguered fortress and the West hates us and that's why we're suffering, but that's why we all have to bind together. That never really got much traction. So now he's trying the, blood and soil, loamy nationalism, bring the Russian Orthodox Church closer, talk about traditional values, just to try and give some kind of sort of coherent narrative. Again, though, there's very little evidence that this particularly resonates with most Russians. Actually, Russia is in the main a pretty modern cosmopolitan society. Perhaps, yes, it's certainly, it's more retrograde in some attitudes, particularly out of the main cities, towards, non-traditional sexual orientation and the like. But to be honest, my sense is Russia is probably not that far away from, say, where Britain was in the 1980s.
Well, it's not particularly religious. I think people sort of have this idea of it being a very religious country, but I'm not quite sure that that's an accurate portrayal. And it's a very multicultural nation. If you look at Moscow, there's a lot of Muslims living there, all over the constituent parts of Russia. It's a very, very multicultural society. Perhaps it's not sort of as mixed as in Britain or in other places, but it's still, this idea of Russia being sort of this one kind of white nationalist state perhaps isn't quite accurate.
Absolutely not. And this is it. Actually, it has been really one of the success stories of Russia, how it has been able to bring together different faiths and different ethnicities. I mean, it's interesting, for example, Kazan, that is the capital of Tatarstan, which is a heavily Muslim region, there is the central fortress, the Kremlin, and you go into there and there is a massive and glorious mosque next to a massive and glorious Russian Orthodox cathedral. And in many ways that, I think, sort of symbolises it. It's actually that sense of that it can be both. And this is one of the potential pitfalls for Putin. As he draws closer to the Russian Orthodox Church, as he sees this as the kind of the true heart of what is Russia, what will this mean to the substantial numbers of not just Muslim, but especially Muslims, sort of non-ethnically Russian, non-Russian Orthodox people, particularly because if one looks at birth rates, Slavic birth rates, like European birth rates, are on the whole in decline. But on the other hand, particularly within the Muslim North Caucasus, still have very large families, very, very high levels of birth rate. So if we look, for example, at the composition of the kind of young men who become the conscripts of the Russian military, I mean, this is disproportionately becoming a North Caucasian and therefore Muslim force. And in the long term, is it really sensible to build your new national identity around a religion which is not the religion of large numbers of your soldiers? One could suggest not. I think to a degree this is Putin clutching at straws after all.
Well, this demographics issue is also, something that every Western country is having to grapple with, or most Western countries are. But for Russia in particular, this seems like a very, very serious issue for them. As you say, their birth rates are declining, but now they've got, as you say, 100,000 casualties potentially in the war in Ukraine. That's only going to rise if the war continues. So does Russia really face an acute issue here where they just don't have enough young men to sustain themselves in the long term?
I think we shouldn't overplay it. This is still a country of more than 140 million people, and therefore, particularly, there is still scope. There is all kinds of latent power. The demographic concern is really more of a long-term one, in terms of depopulation of certain areas, as everyone wants to go to the cities, and also the degree to which Russia, therefore, has been having to rely on, and again, it sounds a very familiar story, guest workers from Central Asia to do a lot of the low-paying, hard grunt work that the economy requires, which has been a long kind of term concern. No, I mean, in the short term, if it's just about warm bodies, and if Putin is not worried about the political costs, he can still find more people to throw in, not least because what they haven't yet used really are conscripts. But with the annexation decrees that sort of basically decided that these occupied territories were now actually part of Russia, by law, Putin could send conscripts into the war zone. He's avoided doing so because I think he's aware of the massive political uproar that taking these 18 and 19-year-olds and sending them in to die in Ukraine would have on their families back home. But nonetheless, I think that means that actually, cannon fodder Putin does not lack for. What he lacks, after all, are experienced and trained soldiers and modern weapons with which to equip them.
Has this partial mobilisation had any impact? I mean, obviously it has had an impact. What's the impact been on the Russian population as a whole in terms of their views of Putin and the war? And how can we assess that impact? How do we know really how ordinary Russians feel about this stuff?
Well, I mean, obviously a certain number of Russians just simply got the hell out. I mean, it's interesting that basically for every young man who was mobilised, 2 had actually fled the country. And, that's a substantial issue, and it's quite a brain drain because obviously you're more likely to flee the country if you have the sort of transferable skill that you think you can use elsewhere. So we see in sectors like IT, but also actually a lot of it is skilled industrial workers, because we know, again, a lot of the factories which are vital to the war effort are having trouble now recruiting workers to basically fill these gaps. And you had local governors petitioning Moscow, saying, look, we need to have exemptions because you want us to keep the industries running. So we can see that there's disquiet within the country, both at an official as well as a sort of public level. In many ways, really, the mobilization broke, again, a sort of an implicit social contract between Putin and his people, which is more or less, look, you let me have my war, and for most of you, I will guarantee that it won't affect your lives in any meaningful way. Yeah, sure, maybe there's going to be, you can't go to McDonald's anymore, but nonetheless, there's other places you can get burgers still. This actually brought the war into every single family. And that clearly has had an impact. Because even if one looks at opinion polls, and look, obviously there are issues, serious issues with opinion surveying in Russia these days, but there are still companies which do a pretty professional job. And even if you look at those, it's quite clear that since this point we've seen Putin's approval ratings going down, still from artificially high levels. Because frankly, if someone rings you up at home and says, I'm just doing an opinion survey, what do you think of Putin? In the current increasingly totalitarian environment, you're less likely to say, I think he's a bloody disgrace. But nonetheless, one can see that his approval ratings are going down. But more importantly, one can also see that actually a majority of Russians say that they would favour negotiations to bring an end to this war. The idea, and I said that's definitely something that we've seen much more clearly since mobilization, because up to that point, a lot of people just weren't thinking about the war. Now they have to.
One final question. You were banned from Russia. Are you going to miss going to Russia?
Oh, God, yes, absolutely. I mean, look, on one level, look, I'll miss it for professional reasons. Because although there's a certain number of contacts who are still happy to talk to me, usually by sort of the more encrypted types of communications, it's not the same as actually being able to meet people face to face, ideally with alcohol somehow brought into the equation, and have those kind of conversations. So, professionally, obviously, I'll miss it. But also, look, I love Russia. I'll freely say this. I enjoy being there. I find the country fascinating. And in many ways, some people say, how can you say that in the current environment? Well, precisely because I think Putin is an enemy to Russia. And I think that actually the most patriotic thing Russians can do is oppose him and his regime. So, for all these reasons, given that I honestly think that there's no chance of my being able to get back to Russia while Putin is still alive and in power, I'm just simply sort of dug in and looking forward to outliving him.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back?
Yes, I do. Look, I very much see Putin as a temporary phenomenon. Again, with the kind of the Olympian view of the historian who can look at it in very long term. I think, when the historians do eventually have the chance to write the longue durée studies of late 20th, early 21st century Russia, Putin is, as I said, very much the last gasp of Homo Sovieticus. If I look to the people who are in the political generation below him, and I'm not talking about, young hipsters, I'm talking about, fat, settled, rich, 50-something and early 60-something-year-old members of the elite, the ones who are already, frankly, looking at their watches saying, when is our time in the sun? My experience of them is, look, these are opportunists. These are kleptocrats. These are people who I wouldn't say are nice people, and they're not Democrats. But on the other hand, they don't have this emotional, visceral sense of Western hostility and the need for great power status at any cost. What they really want are the good old early Putin days, when they could steal at home, bank and spend abroad. Because what's the point in embezzling millions if you can't then, moor your yacht off the south of France and buy your swanky penthouse in London and send your kids to an American university? This is not, frankly, Sochi and Shanghai are not quite the same sort of social circuit that you're looking for. So I think that when Putin does go, and there is a political transfer of power, which may not be immediate, I mean, it might be that at first there's some kind of engineered succession, which is basically another one of Putin's generation. But ultimately, I think we are going to see this kleptocratic generation wanting to improve their relations with the West quite quickly and dramatically. And maybe also beginning to bring in a degree of rule of law. Because the point is, look, you can have rule of law without democracy. But you can't have democracy without rule of law. This was Russia's mistake in the 1990s. And this generation, who basically has stolen everything that isn't nailed down, will want rule of law to basically formalize that, which maybe, for the political generation that follows, will allow them to be a bit democratic. But in the short term, though, as I said, I think when Putin goes, we will probably see quite quickly a drive to improve relations with the West, which we will grab with both hands, because we're fine dealing with kleptocrats. We do it all the time. And then maybe, just maybe, people like me will be allowed back.
Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Hello and welcome to News Desk. Now, this is a show where each week we unpack a particular topic, really dig down deep, speak to some great experts who can help us out with our questions, and also we rely on you. My name is Alex Forrest-Whiting.
And I'm Stacey Bivens, and you guys really do drive the show with your comments.
залишається кілька хвилин до Нового року. Я хочу всім нам зараз побажати одного – перемоги. І це головне, одне побажання для всіх українців. Нехай цей рік буде роком повернення наших людей, воїнів до своїх родин, полонених до своїх домівок, переселенців до своєї України. Повернення наших земель і тимчасово окуповані стануть назавжди вільними. Повернення до звичайного життя, до щасливих хвилин без комендантської години, до земних радощів без повітряних тривог. Повернення того, що у нас вкрали. Дитинства наших дітей, спокійної старості нашим батькам. Щоб наші міста були вільні, наші друзі вірні. І щоб у звітах біля цифри 100 тисяч знищених ворогів, тисяч одиниць знищеної російської техніки з'явилась наша головна цифра і головний успіх. 603 тисячі 628 кілометрів квадратних. Площа незалежної України. Як це було від 1991 року. І як це буде завжди. Нехай все це принесе новий рік. Ми готові за це боротись. Ось чому кожен з нас тут. Я тут. Ми тут. Ви тут. Всі тут. Ми всі – це Україна. Слава Україні! З Новим роком!
So the monastery at Sviatohirsk is one of the holiest, most important monasteries in Ukraine. It's a place of pilgrimage. And during the war, in the height of summer, it was right on the front line. This side of the river was in Ukrainian hands. The Siversky Donets is right there. And if you just look, that's Sviatohirsk itself. That was all in Russian hands. You can see what happened to the bridge. Whole place is destroyed. We've just had a very nice conversation with one of the priests here, who kindly showed us around. We weren't allowed to film inside. The thing with this monastery is that it is under the Moscow Patriarchate. So technically that leaves it still kind of tied to the Russian Orthodox Church rather than the autonomous Ukrainian branch. And that brings with it all kinds of awkward political questions. Now the priests here say, look, we're caught between two sides. We look after refugees. We had shells coming from either direction. They don't really want to get drawn into that question. And they're kind of used to these questions. The priest who showed us around said, look, you know, we had this in 2014, people saying, oh, you're pro-Russian, and we've had searches here and they've never found anything. We're not interested in that. What is interesting, of course, is churches, you know, are meant to be places of sanctuary, and it's naturally become one. There's about 200 refugees from the local area living in there now. The towns around here are completely devastated. So it's providing now a pretty essential service for those people. A base where they can have some kind of food, some kind of shelter as we move into winter.
Сейчас Анатолий ранен, он не помнит. Все, да. Давай. Развернулась. Давай.
Цей корпус був пустий. Нельзя проходить, для кого лента висит.
В условиях усиливающейся геополитической напряженности.
In the context of growing geopolitical tensions, the importance of the Russian-Chinese strategic partnership as a stabilizing factor is growing.
Наши отношения достойно выдерживают.
Our relations overcome all the hardships with dignity, demonstrate maturity and stability, and continue to expand dynamically.
В наступающем году интенсивные двухсторонние обмены.
In the coming year, intensive bilateral exchanges will continue. I have no doubt that we will find an opportunity to meet with you in person. We are waiting for you, dear Mr. Chairman, dear friend, next spring with a state visit to Moscow.
Государственным визитом в Москву. И,
And
конечно,
of course, a special place in the entire range of Russian-Chinese cooperation and our relations is taken by military and military technical cooperation, which contributes to ensuring the security of our countries and maintaining stability in key regions. We aim to strengthen cooperation between the armed forces of Russia and China.
России и Китая.
Всі сюди, давай,
Так, смотри, чтобы не пошла в ту сторону.
Слава Україні! Майже ніхто, окрім нас. Україна стала одним із глобальних лідерів, який не здався, який вистояв, який об'єднав світ і який переможе. Здобутками на полі бою і всім нашим військовим.
and they've attacked targets all over Ukraine. In Zatimir and Dnipro, they had quite significant outages of power and water, and in Kharkiv, and civilian casualties in Kiev.
Somewhere in between our past and our future, rolling over all the dividing things. Are you still listening? Want to be heard by you? Slow fall into the Indian Sea, where the cold and the hot meet, and the powers that be. I rise a child again. I wake up a wild one takes me there.
А вы видите Дедушку Мороза? Здорово.
Все нормальные, приличные люди должны верить в Дедушку Мороза. Так что мы с тобой единомышленники. Раз. Сейчас посмотрим или? Да?
Давайте посмотрим.
Александр Титаренко. Что будет в Крыму? Посетить Дом Деда Мороза. Хороший город. Отлично. Но Дом Деда Мороза не в Крыму.
Он и в Крыму предстоит побыть, и Дом Деда Мороза посетить. У него два желания в одном.
Хорошо. Отлично. Так мы и сделаем.
Yeah, it's rather fluid. I'll see if I can sense one.
Самолет летит просто рядом.
Газопровод, Рыга, Ужгород, Ямбахтина.
Дякую вам за службу. Дякую за допомогу.
Дуже українському народу.
Дуже дякую. Антон, вітаю вас. Дякую. Прибув. Вітаю.
Служу українському народу.
Питання не в Донбасі. Тому я хочу вам сказати, тут на Донбасі ви захищаєте всю Україну. Тому що після Донбасу вони все це зроблять і на інших містечках, в інших містечках нашої держави, бо вони не хочуть нічого українського. Я впевнений в цьому 100%. І тому на ваших плечах захист не Донбасу, а захист всієї України. За зброю.
За зброю.
Щоб ми зараз подякували тим, кого з нами нема. І якщо можна, хвилиною мовчання. Шануємо пам'ять всіх загиблих героїв.
Подушки.
Пам'ятаєш, що ти? Пазли? Поліція постійно з населенням, і ми хочемо, щоб діти не відчували війну, і щоб вони раділи. І, як я вже казав, діти – це наше майбутнє. Мальчики, що? Лошадка. Вітаємо вас зі святом День Святого Миколая. Хлопці.
Спасибо.
Знаю я, що всі ви файно себе почували, та й самі вивели себе дуже гарно. Тож побажаю вам робити добро, а я заміну від зла оберігати буду.
Ялинонька, світи!
К сожалению, то, что натворил российский агрессор, наш враг, после того, как он начал военные действия, и идет война, и мы посчитали, что сегодня в целях безопасности мы не имеем права ставить елку на поверхности, но поскольку для детей все-таки нельзя украсть у детей даже во время войны праздник, мы придумали такую инсталляцию, придумали то, что елочка у нас будет в безопасном месте, в метрополитене, и будем проводить сказки для деток именно в метрополитене с целью безопасности.
Підготували такі подарункові карти, потім Олаф роздасть, дорослі, малі. Я знаю, що ви мене, діточки, чекали, правда?
Хай добре будуть, ні про кого не забудь. Миколай до всіх спішить. Ось ось мука пасеться, посвітить красу. Ось вікно ясна, увесь світ.
Придержите терпение. Возлюбите. Товарищ, давай, сюда, выйдите отсюда.
when we went to surrender, as soon as we got to the Russian soldiers, like they took like basic identification, like names and stuff. One of them like looked at my passport, saw I was British, and he was like a bit puzzled, and then gave it back. And then they put us on a bus, and then they drove us to Sartanor, which was like just down the road from us. And then we got like to a warehouse, and basically we got marched off, and then everything changed. Like everything went super aggressive. They lined us up in this like empty warehouse and just put us into stress positions against the wall. And then one by one they would like take someone to like just identify them and like take their details. And then it came to me. I gave him like my military documents, my military veterans card, and then I gave him my passport. As soon as he like flicked through the passport and like realised it was a British passport, like he asked me like where am I from, and then that's when I said Great Britain in Russian. As soon as I said Great Britain, like I instantly like got a punch to the face and then beat a few times. As I was like sat on the bench, like he stopped beating me and went into this like, it's like, I don't know the word to describe it. It wasn't cringy, but it was just like weird. He went into this like little, like, he was like smoking a cigarette and telling all this like like stuff about me, like what he's going to do and whatnot. And then he asked like, "Did you see what I did to you?" And I was like, "No." And then he like pointed to my shoulder, and then I like looked, and then he said like I can't remember what he said exactly, but he said he'd stabbed me basically. And then I saw the stab wound, but I didn't feel it at the time. And then he like basically told me like do you want a beautiful death or do you want a quick death? And at that point, like I said quick death, because once I saw I got stabbed, like, I mean, on the car journey there, I prepared myself. I was like preparing myself mentally, like I'm about to be beaten and interrogated. But as soon as I saw that I was stabbed, like that's when I like kind of like went into like just trying to survive, because at that point, like I didn't expect to get stabbed. I mean, I expected to get beaten and whatnot and tortured and all that stuff, but I didn't expect them to actually like stab me.
Проминуло тепле літо. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
А у цю чорноброву він в останню ніч прощав.
Включаємо електрику цього і ту штуку. Ну то така маленька, а це дуже маленька, тільки одна поломана, а це одна суна нагріє.
А вночі яка клімат?
Уже одіялами вкриваємося, десь симо. Діта лягаю спати по холоду. Кофта тепла, одна, друга, халат, цей.
Стін перегородок кімнатних вже немає, ви ж самі розумієте. Допомогти може гуманітарним коридорам привезти якісь продукти питання, допомогти речам, які вони можуть собі не ходити там вибивати, де не треба, а щоб їм привезли сюди. Може якась піща, навіть готова гаряча піща, підвезіть раз в неділю, щоб люди поїли, бо світла немає фактично.
Что-то горит. Смотрите, страдор горит. Офигеть. Я думаю, что такая дымка над лесом? Блин. Все красное.
Она подключена? Да.
сегодняшних прилетов в Мелитополе.
Что это?
Slava Ukraine!
So we're Vanderbilt Board as a humanitarian team from the UK who are here to deliver essential aid to vulnerable Ukrainian people. So we have Fenton, Henry, Steve, Darren,
hello,
and our translator Edward. The fleet We also have a great guy who joins us called Justin from Justin Ukraine Aid, and he helps us with transport and also acquiring aid to distribute. So cheers, Justin. So as you can see, the temperature is starting to majorly drop in Ukraine. Snow absolutely everywhere. This will be our last trip for the winter because it's not safe for us to be out there over the winter. Temperatures can drop as low as -15. And for us, it's, you know, there's nothing more embarrassing than going out there with a load of kit, the vehicle's breaking down because it's no cold, and having to sit there and sort of beg to be rescued by the local army division.
Definitely piece of human who really lying for the Russian citizens.
So while we were visiting Liman to drop off essential supplies to people who had just been liberated, we got introduced and went with a local army guy.
And talking there, fighting against neo-Nazis, but it's really, it's ridiculous. It's really trash talk, real trash talk.
He was part of the assault which had retaken the area back earlier in the month, and was a very interesting guy to talk to.
Nobody here is neo-Nazis, you know. We're just people who live in our lives, and this man decides to change our plans. So what can I say? He will find his grave, maybe not here, but in Russia. It's probably war against Ukraine. It's his last actions in this planet, in his life. If they want to stop war, they can do this inside the army, the government, but they decide another way. The people have another way to stop this. For example, go to the strikes in Russia and stop this. If everyone to go to the strikes, I'm sure that they can to stop this, I don't know, psycho.
As you can see, there's very poor visibility. It's not ideal at all for driving, but it's quite helpful with us because at least it means we're going to be kept out of sight from the Russians, I guess. Ukrainian roads are dreadful, Ukrainian drivers are interesting, and add in the fog and it's a recipe for disaster, so we're all hoping it's going to be okay. So we're here back in Milivoje. This was the village we had to escape from the other day when we came under cruise missile attack. So one of the frustrating things is this village was liberated on the 8th of November. It had been under Russian occupation for 8 months. So a lot of the villagers are very happy with their newfound freedom, but some of them are still collaborators. So we have to be very careful who we support and who we engage with here, because the worry is if we tip off the Russian collaborators that were in the village, they'll radio the Russians again and we'll get artillery coming in. We've already heard a few booms and small arms fire while we've been here, and we just got to be very careful we don't put the people in this village at risk as well as the team.
Local told me, guys, no, not too much say, change position because yesterday give humanitarian and come home.
So we just finished distributing. As you could see, when humanitarian aid is here, the whole entire area and who remains will come out to receive aid. Residents have gone back in to hide from the explosions, which have just been non-stop since they braved them to come out to see us to collect the aid they need to survive. We've been supporting people here who've been living in basements, begging us for blankets, so we gave them our personal blankets as well, so they can keep warm. No one comes here. It's a pretty sorry state of affairs. We've just dropped off supplies in Zaporizhia, and over there mattresses for a refugee centre, and the guy who runs the centre's taken us here and said this is where some of the people who are in the centre have come from, this house. The only thing I'm hoping is sometimes these bits they have stairs in which are very poorly made, and hopefully that's what's collapsed down the middle bit there. So you can see these are someone's possessions, and like here for example it's got a load of old newspapers and football magazines, but completely ruined in the rain. So we've been told these vehicles are all civilian vehicles the Russians stole, and when they tried to flee the Ukrainian advance, and then the Ukrainians blew them to pieces.
В частности, российской регулярной армии, так называемых бойцов ЛДНР, сепаратистов, и добровольцев из России, которые запудрили мозги, значит, там российской пропаганды, но они думали, что здесь все фашисты, бандеровцы и прочие. Как им утверждают российские СМИ, каратели украинские, которые ущемляют российских граждан. русскопроисходящее, точнее, русскопроисходящих граждан, которые живут в данном регионе. Вот. Начиная с сентября месяца нынешнего года провели ряд успешных контрнаступательных действий, как на Изюмско-Купянском направлении Харьковской области.
There's the end of a mortar in there. This is a rocket which has gone in and not exploded.
Здравствуйте, да, регион, мы находимся сейчас в населенном пункте Лиман, Донецкая область, который на данный момент деоккупирован. Значит, находился этот регион, в данном случае населенный пункт, ракет, ну, как правило, это комплексы С-300, которые они используют и бьют хаотично по инфраструктуре мирного населения, то есть не причиняя никакого, собственно говоря, урона живой нашей силе, технике, а в основном страдает только мирное население. И понемножку возвращаются. Конечно, очень большая проблематика в связи с похолоданием отопительным. Люди.
The Ukrainians, they are a very resourceful people. So normally in the rural areas, they'll jar and pickle food to last them over the winter. And even in the cities, a lot of people still continue that tradition of jarring and pickling food. It's not like Britain. They have seasonal vegetables over there. So if you want, I guess, strawberries in winter, you jar and pickle them. If you want tomatoes in winter, you jar and pickle them. That's how people sustain themselves. So we're of the understanding we want to give people a lot of food and supplies in November so they can start to prepare for winter. And it may sound slightly brutal, but if they haven't prepared in November, they aren't going to make it through the winter. And that's just the reality of it. It doesn't matter if you're there to give them a little bit of aid in there. You won't be able to sustain people enough for months and months and months through the cold. They've got to really push to do that themselves as well. We'll give them a bit of a boost, a bit of help, but unfortunately they've got to do what they were doing prior to the war to try and survive through this.
Замерзает, фактически нет света. Только сейчас нужно разминировать линии электропередач, ну, дорога, где идут эти линии электропередач, потому что, уходя, российские войска как бы очень много минировали. И кассетным способом дистанционно, то есть при помощи РСЗО. Ну и также там много всяких там сюрпризов, ловушек поставляли. Как для наших бойцов, так и для мирного населения. Ну, даже там в детских игрушках, в телевизорах, в бытовой какой-то технике они поставляли так называемые сюрпризы взрывоопасные. Сюрпризы в кавычках, естественно. Ну, двигаемся дальше, как бы отвоюем всю свою землю. Чужого не надо, но своего не отдадим.
So thanks very much to Father Vladimir, his brother Pavel, and the guys for collecting this aid from the UK for us. It got brought over from the UK to Kiev, and now they're transporting it for us to Bakhmut, which is a very heavily hit area. Constant bombardment, so they need every bit of aid they can, from sanitary products, blankets, shoes, baby clothes, food, everything and anything. And these guys are very bravely going in there and taking it out as we head down to Kherson. Thank you very much. Thank you. Awesome. Perfect, pasta. So we're here in Kryvyi Rog, and the Ukrainians are towing a Russian BMP through the city. It looks like it's been captured because it's not blown up. So this place was about £12 for this evening, and it's got complimentary bottles and tyres. Look at that. Bed made out of tyres.
Yeah, they've got some tread on them, we might have to have them.
Yeah, well, we do need a new tyre. Good luck.
You ain't lifted yours up yet, mate?
I'm choosing not to. Logistics have been really hard, so the cost of living crisis has hit everyone hard across the UK and even across the world, I'd say, which has made it particularly hard to transport aid. So before, what we relied on to try and keep costs down is moving aid from the UK over to Ukraine, and we'd use minibuses. So minibuses which were evacuating people, they'd go over to Ukraine empty. So we'd send them to Ukraine full of aid, and then they'd come back with people. Due to the cost of living crisis, people can't afford to do that anymore. It's not so much people don't have the money for the diesel or to carry out the charitable missions, they just can't afford to take the time off work, which is quite upsetting and quite frustrating. So a big part of what I've been doing is arranging for items to go over to Ukraine. So it looks like all of our stuff is being moved, albeit quite slowly due to this. But that's what I've been doing in the meantime, is organising aid for us to actually deliver over there. So it takes about a month of prep to organise for a few weeks' work over there. So, because of all the power outages at the moment, they've got this supply box in the lift in the block of flats we're in. It's got water, it's got nappies, it's got a bit of food, so you can last till they turn the lights on. That could be like 8 hours you'd have to be in here.
You got pots to poo in as well.
So currently in Dnipro, booked a little apartment for everyone. Cost about £15–16. But what they didn't tell us is the door's broken, so when we shut the door, it's locked us in. And they can't open it from the outside because this lock, they're very kindly doesn't work. So, bit of a prison escape.
How's it going there?
Look at the guards. Henry, well done.
Henry, let me kiss you.
Let's go get some food. So we just got out and the siren's going off. It's great. Out of the pan and into the fire. The other element is there's lots of aid actually stuck at the Polish border, and this is something which I'm working on trying to crack, because the aid's there, but the people in Poland don't have the money to move it across the border into Ukraine because it costs too much in diesel. So we're working on how to tackle that. Last time we were very lucky because we had Paul's Luton van, but unfortunately that became too expensive to run, because while it was very useful in carrying large items across the border, it kept breaking down and it's very expensive to repair because it's quite a niche vehicle. So, as I said, we're looking for other transport to try and move aid which is stuck at the border and otherwise just sitting in warehouses to the people at the front who really need it. So we're now on our way home, just leaving Kiev to complete our 6th mission. This time we're leaving behind a very snowy, very cold country. The people here currently do not have electricity, they do not have heating, they don't have water. It's a very sorry state of affairs and a lot worse than what we thought it would be. We always knew the winter was going to be tough. What we didn't realise is there was going to be a complete blackout across the entirety of Ukraine. So again guys, no water doesn't just mean no showers, it also means no toilets. And there's massive price inflation with food, water and essential supplies, and the fact that most people can't actually work because there's no power means that another poverty-induced crisis is going to be quite soon over here. We hope to be back shortly. We've got guys coming over back in December and more people coming over again in January, but it's going to take a huge effort to try and stop the civilian population suffering over there. So I think the key we want to emphasise with this trip is the Vans Without Borders team. We all do a fantastic job in Ukraine, but it's only possible because of the people back home and the people who help us. We work with a variety of different partners. For example, our Nissan was very kindly sourced, put together and repaired for a very good price by John's Red Bus. It's a great Ukrainian charity. We work with Tulhurst to fundraise for refugees. They give us loads of the aid we give out. They're fantastic guys. Some of my friends back in Portsmouth, Ian Dory and everyone, great guys as well. And the list of partners is endless. We get lots of grants from different groups, as well as all the supporters online. So the key with us, when you see everything we're doing, it's not just us, there's a massive team of support behind us. And thank you to everyone so much for doing what you do so we can go and help those most vulnerable in Ukraine.
Должен сказать, что проблемы действительно были. Значит, судя по тому, что вы говорите, наверное, остаются. Хотя меня заверяют в том, что они становятся все меньше и меньше по объему и перестают быть такими острыми, как в начале этого процесса, особенно связанного с мобилизацией. Но судя по тому, что вы сказали, и я думаю, что вы правы, проблемы еще целиком далеко не решены. Всего доброго, ребята. До свидания.
Спасибо.
Вот сейчас много шума по поводу наших ударов по энергетической инфраструктуре соседней страны. Да, мы делаем это. Но кто начал? Кто ударил по мосту, по Крымскому? Кто подорвал линии электропередач с атомной электростанции Курска? Кто не подает воду в Донецк? Неподача воды в миллионный город – это акт геноцида. Никто, нигде словом об этом не обмолвился. Вообще. Молчок полный.
Стоит нам только пошевелиться, что-то сделать в ответ. Шум, гам, треск на всю Вселенную. Это не будет нам мешать выполнять боевые задачи. И я хочу вас поблагодарить, что вы и ваши товарищи делаете это самым достойным образом. Спасибо вам большое. Еще раз поздравляю вас с высокой наградой Родины. И с наступающим вас Новым годом. Вряд ли мы до Нового года увидимся. Всем вашим коллегам, товарищам боевым самый наилучший привет. Всего доброго. До свидания.
Спасибо.
Не-не-не, это дым там. Бритву вот это берем. Да?
Есть контакт!
Сука.
Есть, бля, родимая, готи, суку! Уху!
с 3 заводов крупнейших металлопроизводителей.
Сибирь в том числе?
Да. Мы привезли с Тюмени 1214 тонн. Благодаря тому, что...
Где у нас шли ремонтные работы?
Значит, ремонтные работы в 9 километрах отсюда.
Левая, я так понимаю, она в рабочем состоянии, но тем не менее нужно, там, она немножко все-таки пострадала, надо довести ее до идеального состояния. Да?
Да, Владимир Ильич, она в ограниченно работоспособном состоянии, мы ее с первых же дней привели в порядок.
Да! Да, сбили, Сбили, You little Fortnite dance. There you go. So we're Vanderbilt Borders, a humanitarian team from the UK who are here to deliver essential aid to vulnerable Ukrainian people. So we have Fenton, Henry, Steve, Darren, and our translator Edward. Fleet. We also have a great guy who joins us called Justin from Justin Ukraine Aid, and he helps us with transport and also acquiring aid to distribute. So cheers, Justin. So we're on our way back to the village in Kherson Oblast that we were in yesterday and had to flee. Russians over there. We're really f***ing exposed here as well, boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Drying up now. Got flashing lights on it. The explosions just got louder and louder while we were there stuck. I'd say it's the closest we've been. The Russian rocket was about 30 metres overhead. We were very quick to get out there, which was not fun because we were 15 kilometres from the front. We did go back, however, the next day we went back, resupplied the villagers, won't let the Russians win. So we were told that 25 rockets got through to the area, many were shot down, 25 got through, 6 have gone off this morning. But it's a Russian tactic. This area was under occupation about a week, 2 weeks ago, and now that it's been liberated, the Russians are targeting humanitarian workers because they're trying to starve them out. They're trying to, well, it's propaganda, it's trying to tell the locals, you're better off under Russian occupation because at least we give you scraps. So we're not going to let them win this one. We're going to go back with a load more food and make sure that they don't go hungry and they get the supplies they need to survive this winter. So you can see this watermelon, it's been riddled with bullets by the Russians, but the Ukrainians are now taking it back. And they've knocked this up. Little Ukrainian beating a Russian Nazi. We were told at the front by some of the soldiers we were helping, they couldn't believe that young people from Britain had come to help them when some of their own young people hadn't stayed to fight.
Just been talking to one of the Ukrainians who live in this village. From breakfast to lunch, they've had 13 rockets fired over the village coming from the Russian side. And they're non-stop looking up in the air all the time. So I do feel sorry for them, watching out for missiles coming over whenever they come flying over. You know what I mean? It's bad for them, but we're here to help, give them food, and we're doing a good job.
So we noticed this chap's tyre's gone, so we're going to pump it up for him. So we've just been told by the head of the village we need to get out of here. We fed as many people as we can, left some food with him, but they've just been small arms fire over in the distance. We're going to clear out because we're not sure what's happening right now. They're not sure either, but it could be a Russian advance on this position. It was a risk going into Ukraine. I've never had war zone experience before that. I was very fortunate. One of my family friends, John Bream, was able to come out with us, and John was he's a paratrooper veteran and he was the army boxing champion. And we had another chap come out, but it was just 3 guys in a transit van. John helped us with the security side because I felt comfortable being with him, and I have worked with a lot of veterans since then. It's great having them on the team because they are very security oriented. But there still is a real risk of dying. When we were dropping off in Kharkiv on the first trip, everyone told us don't go. We managed to get in by the skin of our teeth because we had to wait at a checkpoint for about an hour before we were allowed through. Then when we did go in, it was non-stop bombing. And it was so surreal because for me, for Ricky, John had obviously experienced it before, but for me and Ricky, experiencing from the bombs for the first time was quite scary. As I said, it was quite surreal at the same time because you're watching the locals. I remember one older gentleman was just gardening shirtless as bombs are landing very close to us. And it did make you think, these Ukrainians are pretty brave. The way we wanted to go to Kherson City, the bridge has been blown up, so we're back on these country roads. We've been told not to swerve off the main roads. Apparently this is all landmined on either side. That car must have hit a mine. So the guy said that the road ahead's mined. The army's just told us we need to reverse back up this way. And we're told to go down this route by the Ukrainian soldiers. Stopped by another Ukrainian soldier. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, what do you mean? He said, landmines all in front and they're all around us, so we had to reverse all the way back up. Got Jesus, we'll be safe. There's a mine where he is. Now, turn around somewhere safe. Their vehicle got stuck, so we went out and pushed their vehicle out. But geez, bit of a close call, especially when there's blown up vehicles on the side of the road. Why you not tell us at landmines? Huh? Where are the landmines? So as you can see, a lot of people here travelled in on bicycles. Before the war, they all had cars, but unfortunately due to the war, they can't afford the fuel. All the cars have been destroyed during the invasion or stolen by Russian soldiers. Some of them travel 20, 30 kilometres, some very elderly people, just to get water and food. Good? Warm? It's a good trench coat, that. So you can see this is one of the trenches we believe to be Russian. See someone's hung their laundry up there. It's very minimalistic, it's not where you'd want to be at all. can see inside, it's all been cooked.
Так склалося, що до нас прийшли окупанти from Russia, так звані освободителі і носителі руського міра. Ну, і ви бачите, що сталося після так званої їхньої допомоги для братського народу. Нічого хорошого вони нам не зробили. Зробили людям горе, лишили нас домівок. Тепер моя жінка, мій син знаходяться в безпеці в Польщі, а я з батьками своїми вже пожилими залишився тут у селі для підтримки і для встановлення оселі, відремонтувати, допомогти, щоб зимою їм електроенергії немає, газу немає. Воду теж добуваємо із свердловин, які викопали люди своїми руками. Дякуємо волонтерам, які підтримують селян і жителів нашого села. Дякуємо за допомогу, тому що на даний момент ні роботи, ні магазинів, ні заправок у нас такого немає. Щоб зварити їсти, ми їздимо до міста Апостолова, яке знаходиться близько 70 кілометрів від нас. Ми заправляємо галони газ і варимо їсти. А так, 30%, мабуть, села, що є тут з людей, всі інші повиїжджали по Україні, хто за кордону поїхав шукати кращої долі. Якось так. Дякуємо всім, хто нас підтримує, дякуємо Великобританії, дякуємо всьому світу.
Some of them may be lucky, their homes may be untouched, but what we tend to have found in houses that haven't been bombed is soldiers will go in and they'll loot everything inside, rip up all the floorboards, rip up all the insulation and use them to build their bases. There's lots of billboards now in Ukraine dedicated to dead soldiers, so soldiers have been killed on the front line. There's another one. So I'm heading out with different team members who I've been out with before. We've got one new guy, Steve. He's a blood biker. They're volunteers. They transport a variety of different stuff from surgical equipment, medication, to try and ease pressure on the NHS. This here is a Russian ration box. You've seen them in boots with earthen before. Just got the star in. Nothing left and it's pretty sodden, but that's how they supply the troops with loads of those cardboard boxes. So we're here in Kryvyi Rog, and the Ukrainians are towing a Russian BMP through the city. It looks like it's been captured because it's not blown up. So we're driving to Donetsk Oblast to go drop off aid as close to the front line as we can. We've got a few soldiers and regiments we want to help. As we're driving through, this is the first time it's happened, people are waving at us, but it's before when we came through here, it was deserted, people looked very scared. If you saw anyone, they'd run off inside. It does just make you think, saboteurs, if Russian troops managed somehow to push up this far, kids coming up to cars, it's sad. It shows how innocent these people are, that they don't belong in a war zone. They don't belong anywhere near here. They deserve a childhood, and it's so frustrating to think that these guys have been robbed of that. And they're almost unaware there's a war going on just 30, 40 minutes that way. Henry, who's our team mechanic, he's coming out. He works for Southwest Trains, and so he's trained up as a engineer. So currently we're cable tying the car back together. And he's really useful, particularly now we've got the Isuzu, which is quite an old vehicle, because he's able to patch up any problems that may come from it. Been whizzing around the front, and we just realised Darren's asleep. So the chap's not telling us how he managed to come across this today, but he's got a badge which is from the Donetsk People's Republic, so it's a Russian one, is it? So spontaneously found it. So while we were in Donetsk Oblast delivering some aid to the villages around there, we stayed with a guy called Alex and his team. Alex is an officer in the Ukrainian army, and he had quite interesting comments about the Ukrainian war.
We all defend our country and freedom of world, usually. For all Russian, I say that it's very big mistake that they do, and we victory.
So we noticed there's a coal mine over there, and And our token Northerner Steve feels at home. So this is a rocket which has gone in and not exploded. That's, I guess, how it digs through the mud. So we just climbed up here and realised that's a sticky bomb being thrown at it. It's not gone off. There you are, mate. Little Fortnite dance. There you go. You're right, mate. Don't think they're very impressed with you.
Life moves on, doesn't it?
Уходим на колено! Выключаем предохранитель! 5 минут! Сбиваем автоматическим огнем! Предохранитель выключаем!
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Который на данный.
Supply box in the lift. It's a Russian box. Slava Ukraine. Right there. Slava Ukraine. Where the lamp? I just realised Darren's. So we're Vanderbilt Borders, a humanitarian team from the UK who are here to deliver essential aid to vulnerable Ukrainian people. So we have Fenton, Henry, Steve, Darren,
hello,
and our translator Edward. The fleet. We also have a great guy who joins us called Justin from Justin Ukraine Aid, and he helps us with transport and also acquiring aid to distribute. So cheers, Justin. Drone up there, got flashing lights on it.
Hello, Ukraine.
So the Russians are on the other side of that water. So today we're heading to Le Mans, which was liberated, we've been told, about 2 weeks ago properly. So we're going in to deliver humanitarian aid to the people who remain in the village.
Oh look, landmines. Close them.
Oh, there. When I left in September, life was pretty normal, as normal as it could be in the west of Ukraine. But after I left, tensions have intensified, the bombing attacks have intensified, and a lot of the people who initially left Ukraine and have come back are now feeling like they have to leave again, because it's very similar to the start of the war. Their safe cities are being rocketed, people don't have power, people don't have running water, and it's worrying that we could see a return to what I was seeing back in April. Over there. We're really f***ing exposed here as well, boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go! So we're in Kherson Oblast, distributing aid to villages which are under Russian occupation. Our understanding of what's happened from what our military contacts have told us is as we were giving out aid, the Russians were watching across the river. We're only 3 kilometers away from the Russians, and the village started being shelled while we were in it. We had a missile go over the top of us, big impact. So we've just had a Russian rocket go over our position, so we're now fleeing the area. So we started getting out of there. along with a large segment of the Ukrainian army, and we were all travelling across this bridge. And this bridge is only a temporary bridge. It was very thin metal plates, almost like sand traps have been put up to replace the bridge that had been previously blown up. Because of all this traffic going over the bridge, it's designed for people to drive slowly over it, and the Ukrainians are hightailing it 90 miles an hour plus across it. We're shooting down it. So by the time Henry's Isuzu went across it, the bridge gave out underneath him. We didn't see the crash. None of our guys saw the bridge slip out underneath them. So we sat there waiting for 5 minutes. It's all around us, being like, where are these guys? And then we started driving back, and we see them limping off the bridge with that tyre, air hissing out of it, which was not ideal at all. The rest of our convoy has just legged it. It's just 2 vehicles left, one limping, and a big white transit van. How you feeling?
All good, man. All good.
And it wrecked a tyre, smashed up the side of the vehicle.
Targeting
the bridge. It's the only bridge in the person.
With what drill?
Right, what do you need? They've just blown the bridge up that we went over.
How does it go? Like that? Like this? Yep. Not too high.
We're really exposed here as well, boys. Yeah. Russians, sir. Over there.
They're going to be coming from that way. Darren, keep an eye on the sky, mate.
Flag that vehicle, Darren. Make sure you don't hit us.
That's good, that's good, that's good. How is it? That's alright.
They're all fleeing as well. All the army's fleeing. They're not stopping, you know.
Our group's had a lot of problems navigating those roads. Other charitable groups I'm aware of have also had problems with their vehicles where they just get destroyed. But if you have to drive very quickly in some very dangerous areas and the roads are dreadful in vehicles which aren't really designed for that sort of terrain, you do cause a lot of damage and it does start to get very expensive.
So we managed to change the wheel on there. Getting out of here, loads of munitions littered across the road. The wheel's on an angle. It was surreal, but as I said, it's all another day's work for us. It's not unexpected when you go to hot areas. We're often told by people, you know, it's 50-50. One of the checkpoint soldiers said, you can go there, but it's 50-50 whether you come back, and only 50% you will come back if God's on your side. So we go, okay, cheers, mate. So we're here, had to pull off because the wheel's on an angle, and we just noticed there's drying up now. It's got flashing lights on it. Camera can sort of pick them up, the red dots around it.
Darren, get the ratchet.
Unsure whether it's Ukrainian or Russian, but not great. So we weren't able to make it into Kherson, currently still fleeing the area. The village we were helping on the outskirts came under a rocket attack. So we had to hightail it out of there, and it's heartbreaking. We got rocket attacked while we were handing out aid, and villagers are in panic. We're fortunate enough to be able to escape, and now who knows what's happened to them. It's heartbreaking. You try and do good, and then some decides to bomb civilians. So this here is where Henry's head went through when the bridge slipped out from underneath him. Nothing a glue job won't fix. Sorted.
Henry, who's our team mechanic, he works for Southwest Trains, and so he's trained up as a engineer, and he's really useful, particularly now we've got the Isuzu, which is quite an old vehicle, because he's able to patch up any problems.
I think the tranny's stuck, guys. 2 secs.
One of the struggles we have with relying on fundraising is people such as the Telegraph audience have been very generous, but vehicles are very expensive. So both vehicles we bought them for, one for £2,500 and one for £2,200, but the repairs on each and getting them with winter tyres has cost about an additional £1,000 per vehicle. We're then trying to buy new 4x4s, you're looking at 20, 30, 40,000 really. So we've done what we can, and we think we've got some really good kit this time. We're very glad to have an engineer with us who can actually repair them if there are problems, so we don't have to rely on local mechanics.
How are you feeling?
I'm good. What's good about this car though? Taking a bit of a beating, I tell you that.
That bridge, it was blown up about an hour later by the Russians. They just shelled it non-stop, and we think it even might have been sooner than that, because as we were changing the tyre we had lots of explosions in that direction, but we didn't stick around to find out what happened to it. It's only what our contacts have told us.
We have a rough idea of where the front line is and where the fighting is. We use a multitude of apps, and also we have military intelligence, but that line is always changing, and unfortunately, particularly when you're in the sticks, it's not always clear where the Russian soldiers are. So it really is taking a chance, a bit of a leap of faith. But so far, I'm one of the few teams out there where we've had no injuries, we've had no fatalities, and I hope to continue that.
It was, I'd say it's the closest we've been. The Russian rocket was about 30 metres overhead and it hit about a kilometre away. So we were very quick to get out there. We did go back, however, the next day we went back, resupplied the villagers. We won't let the Russians win.
Normally when we drive our vehicles over, it's full of medical aid because you can't even buy things like bandages in a lot of Ukrainian supermarkets or medical stores anymore. Back in April, you couldn't even buy paracetamol. It was completely sold out. We had to specially order in through a pharmacist friend of mine to buy children's medicine to give to people with Down syndrome in Poltava. It's a concern that I think, especially over the winter, we're going to start seeing a return to that rationing of items.
So what we've heard from the front is they don't have running water and they don't have disinfectant to clean the stretchers. They won't be able to clean the blood off, then they'll use them again to evac troops out from the front.
It's a lot of work. So actually, well, not happy because it means there are casualties, but happy that we can do our job. Funny, there is a lot of equipment here that comes from humanitarian help, but a lot of it is being misguided. Like a lot of stuff we get that we don't really need, but the most important stuff we need is actually missing.
So we've tried from the start of the war to try and bring practical items as well as, I guess, feel-good items as such to people. Because feel-good items, they are important, but currently with the winter coming in, it's about keeping people alive. And so that's why we're trying to focus on bringing a different type of aid in this time.
So basically you have just Ukrainian soldiers on the front line as like the care under fire. And then you have like a case evac because not most of the machinery is not able to go in. And you have like this big machinery which is like 4x4 to go in. And it's basically case evac. So whatever goes in just grabs them and gets them here. And outside of the zero zone, which is like, I don't know, 3 to 7 to 10 maybe kilometers maximum away from the front line, from the zero zone, you have a field point or a hospital like here, and then we treat them, we stabilize them, and then we do the medevac. So it's a bit it's a bit different.
We're of the understanding we want to give people a lot of food and supplies in November so they can start to prepare for winter. And it may sound slightly brutal, but if they haven't prepared in November, they aren't going to make it through the winter. And that's just the reality of it. It doesn't matter if you're there to give them a little bit of aid in there. You won't be able to sustain people enough for months and months and months through the cold. They've got to really push to do that themselves as well. We'll give them a bit of a boost, a bit of help, but unfortunately they've got to do what they were doing prior to the war to try and survive through this.
Perfect.
Доброго вечора, ми з України.
Когда я с ними иногда говорю, я по телефону с некоторыми, я по телефону говорил напрямую, с ребятами прям. Но, во всяком случае, я говорил с теми, кто меня даже удивлял своим настроением, своим отношением к делу. Они не ожидали этих звонков от меня. Тоже через мам, кстати говоря, эти звонки были. Вот. Дает мне полное основание говорить о том, что они герои. Это правда. Тех из вас, кто присутствует здесь и кто потерял своего сына, то, конечно, это связано и с мыслями об этой трагедии. В этой связи хочу сказать, что, знаете, язык не поворачивается говорить о каких-то формальных стандартах вещей, связанных с выражением соболезнования, но хочу, чтобы вы знали, и я лично, все руководство страны, мы разделяем эту боль, понимаем, что ничего не может заменить утраты сына, утраты ребенка, особенно для мамы, которой мы обязаны все появлением на свет, которая вынашивала его, выкармливала. Но хочу, чтобы вы знали, что мы эту боль с вами разделяем. И, конечно, будем делать все для того, чтобы не чувствовали себя забытыми.
Вот это смотри сверху. Мы должны освободить вот эту сторону.
И она, блядь, затупит.
President.
Welcome.
How are you? Really good to see you. It's very good to see you. Well, there we go. Like I say, I've got my coat for later. But your team have been fantastic. Thank you for getting so much. No, it's been excellent.
We came here, my wife and I came several years. Yeah, it's very nice.
Сейчас будет взрыв. Или сейчас... Оно! О, смотри, так рядом, буерки, наверное. Ёб твою мать. Взорвали? Взорвали, да.
Взорвали, да, ракету, да?
Да. Вот, еще одна, сука! Пизда, нахуй! Я хуею! Ебать! Мы даже не видим, чем сбивает.
We're going today to Kherson, the city in southern Ukraine that spent 9 months under Russian occupation. Russian troops pulled out last weekend. Today we're hoping to see a Russian detention facility in the city that was used to interrogate local Ukrainians. This is one of the detention centers used by the Russians to question Ukrainians who've been arrested in Kherson, mainly people who were suspected of passing information to the Ukrainian army about the Russian positions here. This building is a former pre-trial detention center, as we understand it. It was used for holding Ukrainian prisoners. In here you can also see graffiti. This bit here says Russia forever, I think. And that over there says Zelensky, we are coming.
Деокуповані території, так і на ті, що ще підконтрольна уряду. Разом з тим відомо про звільнення 480 осіб. Тобто ми розуміємо, що інші або ще в полоні, або вже їх, на жаль, немає.
They apply various ways to torture people. They use wires, cables, metal sticks, wooden sticks, other sticks, shockers. They can apply physical strength on people, so to bend their hands and their legs in various ways.
We understand there are some rooms where there are torture implements that have been found. We've not been allowed access to that, but there's a large-scale investigation now being carried out by the Ukrainian prosecutors. I know this is difficult for him, but can he describe in any more detail how the torture was carried out? Where was he tortured and what implement was used, that kind of thing?
В червні сюди завезли один прилад, так званий ПР, який чіпляли до вух людей, катували через вуха стволом.
Here a special device, electrical device was brought. With the clings, they were applied for ears. So they put these like earrings, clings on ears, and with the shock hit people, and we could hear the shoutings and the suffering of people. So it's not good to talk about this, and for you to understand, if a person can get used to one method of torture. These aggressors, they constantly made up and make up something new to harm people.
These are some of the rooms in the detention centre. It's not clear whether they were used for detaining prisoners at the moment or whether these were used as living quarters for the troops.
I would love to specify that it is already known that 869 people have been detained and tortured and only 480 people released.
And does he know where the others are?
Чи знаєте ви, де інші зараз утримуються? Чи... Unfortunately, no.
Hey! How are you? Good to meet you, alright? Look at this is. Привіт!
Святик дуже чекав, щоб ти його потримав на руках. Привіт.
Привіт, на руках? Good? You good? Worth it? Який ти вже дорослий?
Oh, thank you.
Hey. Very well. Yeah, good. Ну ти молодець. Поїхали і поставимо машину.
Так.
Не машина. Yeah. Мікроавтобус.
We did it. We got here. Oh.
It's been terrible. Як дорога?
It was very stressful
That's
since
like
the Polish border.
1,500 miles. No one let us through the border. It was hard. We got here. Дуже радий бачити вас в Україні.
Yeah, so pleased to welcome you in Ukraine.
You too.
While other world leaders were working together to tackle the greatest challenges our people face, Putin was launching indiscriminate attacks on civilians in Ukraine. In the wake of these attacks, today we held an urgent meeting of allies to underscore our solidarity with Ukraine and Poland. I also spoke to Polish President Duda this morning to offer my wholehearted support and assurance that the United Kingdom stands steadfastly behind him and his people at this worrying time. We should all be clear, none of this would be happening if it weren't for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is the cruel and unrelenting reality of Putin's war. As long as it goes on, it poses a threat to our security and that of our allies. And as long as it goes on, it will continue to devastate the global economy. 2/3 of G20 members are currently experiencing inflation rates over 7%. And the IMF predicts 1/3 of the world's economy will be in recession this year or next. We have come together over the years, despite our political differences, in recognition of the economic importance of this forum. But this year in particular, as last night's events laid bare, the challenges we face are utterly political. The persistent threat to our security and global economic asphyxiation has been driven by the actions of the one man unwilling to be at this summit, Vladimir Putin.
У
związku z zaistniałą sytuacją kryzysową pan premier Mateusz Morawiecki w porozumieniu z panem prezydentem Andrzejem Dudą zarządzili zwołanie spotkania w Biurze Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego z członkami Komitetu do Spraw Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego i Spraw Obronnych. Wszelkie informacje, które zostaną dzisiaj przedstawione na komitecie, zostaną później przekazane, jeżeli to będzie możliwe, w jak najszerszym zakresie państwu do wiadomości opinii publicznej. Apeluję, aby do tego czasu na razie nie publikować niepotwierdzonych informacji. My będziemy je komentować i informować o nich po posiedzeniu, które się teraz właśnie odbędzie, po przedstawieniu właściwych informacji przez służby, które o tych wydarzeniach poinformują.
Попытки ряда государств переписать, перелицевать мировую историю становятся все агрессивнее и, по большому счету, имеют очевидную цель в отношении нашего общества, как минимум. Разобщить, лишить нас ориентиров, ослабить, в конечном счете ослабить Россию и повлиять на ее суверенитет, по сути дела, раскачать суверенитет. Искажение истории, насаждение мифов, размывание ценностей во многом имеет именно с этого вот с этих мифов и начинается раскачка государств и народов. Такой сценарий, как мы видим, был обкатан и на некоторых странах уже, в том числе и на Украине, да, и в ряде других государств. Попытки поступить также и с нашей страной, с Россией. Но, как уже говорил, мы вовремя и достаточно твердо для того, чтобы отстоять свои интересы, поставили им заслон. Основой нашей национальной идентичности были и остаются преемственность поколений, верность традициям, высокие духовно-нравственные ориентиры.
Well, this morning at the G20, we saw international condemnation of Russia's war in Ukraine. And with Russia's foreign minister sitting there, we highlighted both the illegality and barbaric nature of Russia's war, and also the devastating impact it is having on people around the world through higher food and energy prices. We have a responsibility to work with our G20 allies to fix the global economy, to grip inflation, but also to safeguard and preserve the international order, and that's what we're going to do.
Ради вітати.
Херсон, Україна! Херсон, Україна! Ми з радістю.
In Central Square with Natalia. She's out celebrating with her family. President Zelensky has visited today, which was a surprise visit, and he's come to raise a flag by the main administration building for Kherson region. And everyone's in a great jubilant mood. People have been able to send photos, text messages to friends and family for the first time in months as phone signal's been put back into place. And so WhatsApp and Telegram is beaming with messages. But one of the other overriding feelings that people are having at the moment is there is artillery fire and explosions in the background. They're still not sure what is their future, and they're kind of hoping that the West carries on giving their soldiers aid, support, weapons to keep going and take back more land to ultimately make them safer.
for us it's very understandable. We don't believe Russia, yes, and they are tricking with all the world. That's why we are going forward. We are ready for peace, but our peace for our country is all our country, all our territory. At the HIMARS, you know that it's high level of the level what we have from our partners, and we are really thankful for Joe Biden and for Congress and for all support. Not only USA, you understand that all Europe help us too very much, so thank you very much.
Сергеевич, ради бога, извините, но тут все пишут, что вы госпитализированы.
Ну, и про нашего президента уже лет 10 пишут, что он заболел. Это такая, в общем-то, игра, которая не новая в политике.
Ну вот, что бы вы хотели передать тем западным журналистам, а это в основном, я читаю именно западные журналисты, которые пишут, что все, Лавров госпитализирован. Получаем огромное, кстати говоря, количество сообщений от российских граждан, что случилось. Что бы вы западным журналистам пожелали?
Ну, западным журналистам быть все-таки почестнее, чем они есть, писать правду почаще и не ограничиваться в своих репортажах только одной точкой зрения, которую они транслируют по всем вопросам, где так или иначе задействованы интересы Российской Федерации, которые игнорируются. А нашим гражданам, конечно, огромная благодарность за поддержку нашей внешней политики, которую определяет президент, а мы в меру сил стараемся реализовывать на всех направлениях.
Но завтра-то у нас двадцатка.
Двадцатка.
Вы книги готовите, я так понимаю, да?
Ну, естественно, завтра несколько выступлений, завтра мы будем принимать итоговую декларацию. Только что звонила министр иностранных дел Индонезии, который является председателем министерского процесса. Сейчас завершаются переговоры. Вот наши эксперты там находятся, но министры по телефону контролируют эту ситуацию.
Спасибо вам большое.
Всем огромный привет.
Индонезия. Сергей Лавров. Счастливо.
Чомусь наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну, гей, гей, гей!
блядь. Вот это я понимаю.
Вот это залп, так залп.
Сбоку.
На колесную технику и вообще на технику. Да ну я вижу, ну что сделать. Пусть хоть как-то туда уходит. Наші мальчишки.
Продовжуємо звільняти Херсон. Заходимо на чергову ворожу позицію, з якої вибили піхоту. Ого, Рафік. Що у нас? Тут же, правда, використовується кухня, але нічого. Бачите, живуть як свині. Наступаємо на мотоблоках. Десанту вміщає 5 чоловік. Йоп твою! Є деякі питання до заходів безпеки, звісно. Ей!
Україна! І слава!
Силами 131-го окремого розвідувального батальйону. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Город Херсон и прилегающие населенные пункты не могут полноценно снабжаться и функционировать. Жизни людей из-за обстрелов постоянно подвергаются опасности. Противник ведет неизбирательную стрельбу по городу, возможно применение запрещенных методов ведения боевых действий. Товарищ министр обороны, всесторонне оценив сложившуюся ситуацию, предлагается занять оборону по левому берегу реки Днепр.
Сергей Владимирович, согласен с вашими выводами и предложениями. Для нас жизнь и здоровье российских военнослужащих всегда является приоритетом. Мы должны принимать во внимание и угрозу для гражданского населения. Убедитесь, что все желающие из числа гражданского населения смогли выехать.
Надеемся, что все-таки как-то...
Приступайте к отводу войск и примите все меры, чтобы обеспечить безопасную переброску личного состава, вооружения и техники за реку Днепр.
Дорогі українці, ми просуваємося вперед. Херсонський напрямок. Слава Україні!
волнение с первых минут прокатилось по зрительному залу. Киноспектакль «Вежливые люди» начался с работы спецназа. Все актеры так или иначе знакомы с военной спецификой. Вилен Бабичев играет одну из главных злодейских ролей. Так сложилось, что это его самая востребованная амплуа. В его фильмографии больше 100 персонажей. Вилен в исполнении ансамбля. Добавляет атмосферы игра актеров на сцене и в зрительном зале. Основная задумка киноспектакля – показать противостояние зла и добра. Его увидят в 12 городах России. Екатерина Розина, Артем Соснин, телекомпания Ника ТВ.
А ну, гранату я сейчас.
Сука! БК! БК! Ходим!
Є контроль! Підтягуємося, чисто підтягуємося.
Сковороде? Я тоже закончу сковороду. Все.
А звідки ви?
С Харькова.
Постріл!
Пострел!
Постріл! Постріл! Постріл!
Знов під українським прапором.
Доброго дня.
Ми вас так чекали, ми вас так чекали.
Хорошо, не переживайте. Уже. Все, спасибо.
А ви без ушей? Бенч! Гармата!
Так.
Мирного населения с города Херсон и правобережной территории Херсонской области. За сутки переводится порядка 1200 машин.
7 наших мобилизованных.
Сейчас, конечно, тех, кто проживает в Херсоне, нужно убрать из зоны и более опасных действий боевых, потому что гражданское население не должно страдать от обстрелов, от каких-то наступательных, контрнаступательных и прочих мероприятий, связанных с военными действиями.
Отвертку?
Да. Наш тобі пробочок, якщо упирається. Вот. They are using such tactic just to mislead us, make such signs that they are leaving, but they waiting for us to start some actions and maybe just use it for some counter actions. Yeah, so I guess it's some trick. А чому всі такі грустні?
У нас перед переднім краєм по обстановочці, яка в нас тут в батальйоні, то противник навпаки посилює свій передній край, посилює він його за допомогою мобілізованих своїх військовослужбовців. Вони відчувають різницю, бо вони ведуть себе зовсім по-іншому. Вони ще трошки не освоїлись до обстановки. Ну, видно різницю, бо кажу, вони там, наприклад, не бояться коптера, який летить, вони не ховаються. Але з одної сторони нам в плюс в те, що, наприклад, якщо в посадці раніше було 20 чоловік, зараз в тій посадці там 70 чоловік. Нам потрібно просто попасти в посадку і ясно, що якийсь результат вже буде для нас.
Давай, 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 давай. Прям так, на. Где костер, блядь? Все, нормально, братан, все? А? Нормально? Я не слышу! Брат, я не слышу, у меня контузия вот сейчас. Да, я понял. Блядь! Ёбай нахуй, блядь! Ехать, блядь! Держи, рюкзак, рюкзак! Быстрее! Быстрее, давай, быстрее, блядь! Быстрее давай, костер! Барин, блядь! Стой! Барин, быстрее, блядь! Быстрее, Тома! Тома, Тома, Тома! Стой! Стой! Тома! Сюда давай, блядь!
Власть над миром – это вот как раз то, что этот так называемый Запад поставил на кон в своей игре. Но игра эта, безусловно, опасная, кровавая и, я бы сказал, грязная. Она отрицает суверенитет стран и народов, их самобытность и уникальность, не ставит ни во что интересы других государств. Исчезновение творческого потенциала самого Запада. Вы знаете, я всегда верил и верю в эту силу здравого смысла, потому убежден, рано или поздно и новым центрам многополярного мироустройства, и Западу придется начать равноправный разговор об общем для нас будущем. Вместе с тем упрощение, стирание всех и всяких различий стали чуть ли не сущностью современного Запада. Что стоит за таким упрощением? Прежде всего, это исчезновение творческого потенциала самого Запада и стремление сдержать, блокировать свободное развитие других цивилизаций. Приведу цитату из знаменитой гарвардской речи Александра Александровича Солженицына. Еще в 1978 году он отмечал, что для Запада характерно, дальше цитата, «длящееся ослепление превосходства». Вот это все и происходит до сих пор. Которое, и дальше цитата, «поддерживает представление, что всем обширным областям на нашей планете следует развиваться и доразвиться до нынешних западных систем». 1978 год. Да ничего не поменялось.
Коть, все нормально. Да, просто горят бочки. Но они еще сейчас ебанут. Коть, все нормально. Да, просто горят бочки. Но они еще сейчас ебанут.